The Committee of Education and Workforce Development is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Certainly, Mr. Chair. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, absent. Senator Maurice C. James.
She's present.
Okay. Senator James, present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Present. Senator Joseph, present. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, absent. Senator Kurt A. Viale.
Here.
Senator Viale, present. Senator, you have 3 present, 4 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You may proceed and read the agenda into the record.
Senator, you have 1 correspondence as well.
Okay, you may proceed with the correspondence, and please mark Senator Gittins as present. We now have a quorum. You may proceed with the correspondence.
Yes, Mr. Chair. June 17, 2025, the Honorable Senator Kurt Viale, Chairman, Committee on Education and Workforce Development, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, Charlotte Amalie, P.O. Box 1690, St. Thomas, VI 00804. Dear Senator Kurt Viale, I will be late in attending today's Tuesday, June 17th, 2025 Committee on Education and Workforce Development hearing, scheduled to begin at 9 a.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas. My sincere apologies for any inconvenience my delayed arrival may cause. Please forward all documents distributed at the hearing prior to my arrival at my office. Thank you for your understanding in this matter. Sincerely, Franklin D. Johnson, Senator, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Please mark Senator Johnson as starting and give me the count again.
Sure. Senator, you have 4 present, 2 absent, 1 excused.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have a quorum. We'll proceed with reading the agenda into the record.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Agenda, Tuesday, June 17, 2025, 9 a.m., Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall, Capitol Building, St. Thomas. The committee will receive testimony regarding plans for summer repair and maintenance in public schools, as well as consider and vet proposed committee legislation. Block 1, plans for summer repair and maintenance in public schools. Invited testifiers, Mr. Craig Benjamin, Executive Director, Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. Mr. Kaiser A. Callwood, PhD, Chairperson, Virgin Islands Board of Education. Block 2, consider and vet proposed committee legislation. Bill number 36-0049, an act establishing the Bureau of School Security within the Virgin Islands Department of Education. Sponsor, Honorable Novell E. Francis, Jr. Invited testifiers, Honorable Dion Wells Hendrickson, PhD, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Education. Irvin Mason, Director of School Security, Virgin Islands Department of Education. Mr. Kaiser A. Callwood, PhD, Chairperson, Virgin Islands Board of Education. Gleaston E. McIntosh, Jr., Executive Director, Virgin Islands Peace Officer Standards and Training, Post. Honorable Mario Brooks, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Police Department, and Kevin Dowdy, School Monitor, Virgin Islands Department of Education. Bill number 36-0064, an act amending Title 33, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 111, Section 3100I, aligning the disbursement and spending limitations of funds allocated to public schools from the Education Initiative Fund with the realities of academic planning, ensuring that funds are used to maximize student success. Sponsor, Honorable Senator Kurt Viale. Invited testifier, Honorable Dion Wells Hendrickson, PhD, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Education, Mr. Julio Reimer, Director, Office of Management and Budget. This concludes the reading of the block, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Before we go into Block 1, I want to celebrate and recognize some individuals who are doing great things to the Virgin Islands. I want to celebrate Michelle Smith, who is the first Virgin Islander to be named to the Southeastern Conference Finals, Conference freshman. She ran this weekend in the finals. I think she came in fourth. She's returning to St. Croix today at 3:30. Michelle is, I think, an individual that's going to be a future Olympian. She's moving in the right trajectory, moving in the right path. I also want to recognize the National Teacher of the Year, Ms. Sharice Davis, who works at the Juanita Guardian School. Congratulations for your hard work, your unwavering dedication, your passion. Thanks for everything that you do for education on a regular basis. Today we have the School Bureau before us, Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance, and we requested that they come before this committee so that we can receive an update as to summer repairs, because we want August to be a very, very smooth opening. So we hope, colleagues, that we're able to glean as much information as possible today. And if there's any way possible for the legislature to help the School Bureau, that we're able to provide that assistance. I'm going to allow Mr. Benjamin, along with the other individuals who are here with him, to put the name on the record and the title, and then we're going to go into the testimony. So, Mr. Benjamin, and then to my right, and then go back to the left. Mr. Benjamin.
Craig Benjamin.
1 minute. Go next to the mic.
Craig Benjamin, Executive Director of the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance.
Dr. Charmaine Myers, Chief Financial Officer, Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance.
Jean Weeks, School Facility Maintenance Manager.
Good morning, Yancy Milligan, School Facility Maintenance Manager.
Identify the island where you're working so they can know.
St. Croix District, Yancy Milligan.
St. Thomas District, Jean Weeks.
Paul Harrigan, Assistant Director, School Maintenance.
Cynthia Allen, Assistant Director of School Construction, St. Thomas.
Alan Fleming, Chief Operations Officer.
Okay, thank you so much. Joining us on St. Croix are members of the Board of Education. They were invited to this hearing because the duty that they have performed for a number of years have been to go to the schools and to be able to inquire as to the maintenance concerns, and it was also placed into a report. So I felt it important for them to be here so that we can make the determination as to whether or not we need to continue with that process, and I think it was a good process. I wanted them to be a part of the overall discussion in reference to school maintenance. I'll allow you to put your name on the record, beginning with Member Hendricks.
Good morning, everyone. Winona Hendricks, Virgin Islands Board of Education.
Next.
Good morning, everyone. Emanuela Perez Cassius, Vice Chair of the Virgin Islands Board of Education.
Thank you so much. Next.
Good morning, Senator Sean Santos, Assistant Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Police Department.
Okay, thank you so much. And before we begin, I want to applaud the Board of Education. I just read the report that was submitted. So the report was well put together. I have a lot of interesting stuff that we're going to need to dig deeper and speak about. But at this point, I'm going to begin and allow Mr. Benjamin to put his testimony on the record.
All right. Good day, Honorable Senator Kurt Verley, Chairman of Committee of Education and Workforce Development, Vice Chairman, Senator Avery Lewis, committee members, Senator Kenneth Gittins, Maurice James, Franklin Johnson, and Carla Joseph, non-committee members in attendance, and our listening and viewing audience. My name is Craig Benjamin, and I have the honor of serving as the Executive Director of the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. I am joined today by several key members of my team, including Mr. Paul Harrigan, the Assistant Director of School Maintenance, Ms. Cynthia Allen, Assistant Director of School Construction, Dr. Charmaine Myers, Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Alan Fleming, Chief Operating Officer, Mr. Yancy Milligan, School Facilities Maintenance Manager, St. Croix, Mr. Jean Weeks, School Facilities Maintenance Manager, St. Thomas, as well as other dedicated staff members present in chambers today. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on the Territory's 2025 summer repair schedule. My testimony provides a comprehensive update on facility temporary repairs across the St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix districts, with particular emphasis on project scope, prioritization criteria, estimated costs, scheduling, inspection findings, contingency planning, and long-term maintenance objectives. A total of 51 projects are active or planned for this summer across the schools in the St. Thomas, St. John district. These include electrical upgrades, temporary roof repairs, HVAC and AC replacement, restroom renovations and plumbing, deck and structural repairs, and kitchen and mechanical upgrades, with a total estimated cost of approximately $5.5 million. The St. Croix district has over 80 active projects, including electrical upgrades, temporary roof and structural repairs, restroom renovations, mechanical upgrades, and campus enhancements, with a total estimate of approximately $8 million. A full list of project numbers, facility names, scopes, and funding allocations is included in Appendix A. Project prioritization was guided by a combination of technical urgency, stakeholder input, and funding constraints. Key considerations include health and safety, code compliance, operational readiness, infrastructure age and conditions, and equity across districts. In addition, the following practical and strategic measures were taken. We selected low-hanging fruit projects. We consulted with the Department of Education's liaison. Principals' requests also were taken into consideration. To further illustrate our prioritization, the following categories summarized our focus: temporary roof repairs, electrical upgrades, annual deep cleaning, and low-hanging fruits. Act number 8717, which established the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance, appropriated $5 million to the Bureau and its capital fund. These funds were eventually distributed between the St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix districts, with each district receiving $2.5 million. Act number 8918 subsequently appropriated an additional $7 million to the Bureau. These funds were also evenly divided, with $3.5 million allocated to each district. Allocations were prioritized based on the specific maintenance needs of schools within each district. Under Act 8920, an additional $20 million was appropriated to the Bureau. However, this amount was later reduced to $10 million through Act number 8985, Bill number 36-0047. These funds are designated to support critical infrastructure upgrades, including electrical system improvements and generator installations at selected schools across the territory, projects that were previously supported by the ARPA funding, which totaled approximately $9.3 million. For the summer 2025 projects, the Bureau has encumbrances totaling $6.6 million territorial-wide. Of this amount, $3.2 million has been encumbered for the St. Croix district and $3.4 million for the St. Thomas, St. John district. The allocations are detailed in Appendix A. The summer project timelines are as follows: summer program coordination, start dates ranging from May through June 2025, and a target completion date of July 31st, 2025, ahead of staff re-entry and school reopening. All school facilities underwent walkthrough inspection during summer 2024. Key findings included faulty plumbing systems, electrical safety issues, inoperable HVAC units, roof damage, and water intrusion. Unlike in previous years, no formal report was issued by the Virgin Islands Department of Education and the Board of Education. In response, the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance prepared its own inspection report. Additionally, the Bureau responded to specific requests from Senator Avery Lewis regarding his walkthrough of schools on St. Thomas, as well as concerns raised by Chairman Kurt Verley. Corrective actions based on these findings are currently underway. Some issues have already been addressed, while others remain in progress. Supporting reports and documentations are provided in Appendix C. Appendix C offers a comprehensive status update of facility conditions across the St. Thomas St. John and St. Croix school districts, following the July 24th walkthrough. It outlines progress on complete and ongoing maintenance, active capital projects, and plans for summer 2025. Key areas of focus includes temporary roofing repair, HVAC system upgrades, plumbing and electrical improvements, modular classrooms assessments, and perimeter security enhancements. The appendix also details responses to site-specific concerns raised by Senator Avery Lewis during school visits in February 2025. These concerns ranging from safety, from kitchen equipment and restroom functionality to mold remediation and student safety infrastructure have been addressed with clear status updates and designated responsible agencies, including the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance, the School Food Authority, and the Office of Disaster Recovery. Many items have already been resolved or are included in the summer 2025 maintenance plan, while others are being addressed through disaster recovery modernization projects or are currently in procurement. The inspection schedule for 2025-2026 school year began April 2025 to allow for early detection of faulty issues and to support timely budgeting for necessary repairs ahead of the summer. The 2025 walkthrough inspections are scheduled for August 1st in the St. Thomas St. John district and August 4th through 5th in the St. Croix district. Correspondence has been sent to the Department of Health, Fire and Emergency Services, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, and the Department of Public Works to confirm their availability for participation. To mitigate project delays, we have implemented weekend, evenings, and holiday work schedules, early procurement of critical materials, engagement of multiple contractors, and in-house crews for redundancy. The Bureau has initiated the implementation of a preventative and routine maintenance program, which includes the following components: scheduled quarterly inspections, facility condition index tracking, in-house maintenance task force, and funding alignment. A draft of the new 20-year maintenance plan has been developed, while the Master School Construction and Capital Plan Review panel convened twice. Its first official meeting was held on March 11, 2025. However, we have not yet been able to present and discuss the draft with the committee due to meeting cancellations caused by Senate hearings and other critical obligations. We are currently working to reschedule and anticipate a meeting in mid-July. Several AC repairs are contingent on the successful completion of electrical system upgrades. As such, electrical upgrades were prioritized as fundamental work for broader mechanical improvements. However, delays in availability and accessibility of ARPA funding have jeopardized both electrical upgrades and generator installation projects. Without timely identification of alternative funding sources, there is a risk that contracted vendors will not be paid, which may result in project delays or suspension of work. To conclude, the territory's summer repair schedule represents a vital investment in student and staff safety, operational readiness, and long-term educational excellence. With over $13.3 million in improvements underway, our coordinated approach across agencies and contractors is designed to ensure we are prepared for the new school year. Thank you for your support. My team and I are available to address any questions and can provide additional documentation as needed.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I want to recognize committee member Senator Avery Lewis. Thank you for being here. Senator Dwayne DeGraff, committee member, thank you. And non-committee member Senator Blyden, thank you for being here. Before we go to a round of questioning, let's go back to the money so that senators could be really sure as to what you have received thus far. If you go back to the third page, you listed the first act number 8717, in which $5 million was appropriated to the Bureau. Did you receive that $5 million?
Yes, we did.
Okay. You move on to act number 8918, in which $7 million was appropriated to the Bureau. Did you receive those monies
Yes, we did.
in totality?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's $12 million you received thus far. And act number 8985, have you received any of those funding? The Epstein monies?
Yes, we did. Oh, no, we didn't. I apologize.
Okay, let me be clear.
It was access to it.
Okay. This is CFO beside you, right?
Yes, sir.
Ms. CFO, I need to hear you on the record. Did you receive any of those monies?
Dr. Charmaine Myers, CFO. Yes, we did receive the $5 million as well as the $7 million.
No, we're moving on to the next one.
So no, we have not received any of the $10 million at this time.
Have you made a request for those monies? Have you requested the monies from OMB?
No, we have not.
Okay, so you have to write a letter requesting those monies, and there was an additional, I think, $2 million or $2.5 million that was earmarked for Udorican and colleagues when we were developing a bill, so it is $12.5 million. Okay, so you haven't requested the 2.5 either?
We have not as yet. We will be working on that shortly.
Okay, I need to work on it now. Request, especially the $10 million, those are monies that we expect to be utilized for this summer to make sure that we get the projects going. Now, just so my colleagues can get the full scope, you said that there was a total of $9,286,120 that was earmarked from ARPA funding.
Yes, sir.
And those monies were supposed to be for generators, electrical upgrades, et cetera.
Yes.
You have already started those projects, correct?
Yes, we have.
So the generators are on island.
Yes, sir.
However, the funding has now been cut.
Yes, sir.
So you have been notified in writing from the department that those fundings are cut?
Yes, we have.
Have you been informed as to what are the next steps?
No, we haven't.
Okay, get closer to the mic.
No, we haven't.
Have you developed a contingency plan?
Yes, I have.
What's the contingency plan?
Well, I was going to transfer the funds that, instead of transferring, but we're going to utilize some of the funding that we previously have to cover those projects because they are instrumental in order for us to continue doing what we are doing for the summer.
Okay. Of the $12 million that you receive, how much you have left from that?
We have
And everyone, when you're speaking, get close to the mic and put your name on the record so that the stenographer will be able to capture all the information.
So of the 12 million, we have about $1.5 million that we have not encumbered. However, most of those monies are earmarked for summer projects.
So 1.5 million not encumbered.
Not encumbered, yes.
And how much spent and how much encumbered? That's
We have about 2.5 million encumbered and 2.5 million dollars that was expended and another 6.5 that was encumbered, that is encumbered.
Okay, that's 11.5.
Yes.
10.5. Where's the next 1.5? That's 10.5 you're speaking to. And it was 12 million. The next 1.5 went towards what? The rest of the budget, the rest of the monies. Let me start differently.
So we had some monies initially that was expended that was not placed under the Bureau's budget. It was initially spent under education. So that's why you would see the difference in that amount.
Okay. Have you been totally transferred from education to be a separate entity?
We have, as it relates to the financial component. However, as it relates to the NOPERS, we're still in the process of processing the NOPERS for the union employees. We are wrapping that up hopefully by the end of this. We had some challenges that we had to work out with the Division of Personnel, and that has now been completed.
Okay, so when these positions are transferred from the Department of Education to the Bureau of Construction and Maintenance, are the monies for those salaries being transferred also to the department?
Yes, so we did have an appropriation of $6.9 million from the general fund for our personnel and fringe, and the positions, the monies is already there. However, we're working on an adjustment to adjust the monies back to the Department of Education because the Department of Education is still paying for those employees because their NOPAs have not been completed.
So the $6.9 million was in FY25?
Yes.
And education was accessing those?
No, the monies is coming from their account because the NOPAs have not been transitioned. In order for the funds to come out of our account, the NOPAs have to be reflective of the Bureau, and then those NOPAs are still being reflective in education. But those, it's only the union employees.
Okay, so where are they getting the funds from?
Education.
So you got extra money?
No, we don't have extra money. We're doing a transfer. We're working on doing, not a transfer, I'm sorry. We're working on doing the adjustment. So we got that information from the Department of Education last week. We're working with the Department of Finance so that we can do that adjustment expeditiously.
Okay, but the leadership is coming out of the School Bureau of Maintenance? Yes. Okay, and what's the budget for the leadership?
The total budget for all
leadership, whoever is not coming out of Department of Education, what's the leadership budget?
It's about, let me get back to you with that information.
You need, okay, and pull on the mic so that we could hear you. Colleagues, you're going to go to a round of questions.
Yes. Let me get back to you with that amount. I don't want to give you the wrong thing. So just give me about 5 minutes and I'll get back to you with that.
I'll get back to you for sure, because that's important to put on the record. Colleagues, we're going to go to 6 minute round. Let's start with 6 minutes because we need to know the status of our schools, et cetera. So Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to you, my colleagues, and members of the Bureau of School Maintenance. I'm glad to see that you're here and hard at work. I want to ask you, my questions are going to stem from your submitted summer projects. I'm really thankful that you provided that. And you mentioned under the questioning from the chairman that you have about, you're going to need about $9,286,120.44 to purchase and install electrical upgrade projects that were originally funded by the ARPA monies, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so all of this money that was funded by ARPA is no longer available to you? Is that your representation?
The money is no longer available to us.
Okay. And so perhaps the 10 million from the Epstein can be used to cover those costs, to absorb those costs?
Yes, it could.
Okay, so then you need to work on getting the money. Not coming here with this, but that you already have the money. You are being provided with all the resources that you need to get our schools up and running. That is the key. Okay, and now I want to turn to Julius E. Sprouse School in St. John. I did a walkthrough of there, and I have a list. I mentioned it earlier this year, some of the things that I saw at Julius Sprouse School that needed to fix. I don't see them listed here on your listing. You have deck repair and painting. That's something that I mentioned. So I'm very happy to see that's done. But on your overall summer project schedule, we need to see timelines in writing on this, with your summer projects listing, when you're going to accomplish it. Because the first thing is, when school starts in August, I don't want to have to go over to Julius Sprouse School in St. John, and the principal and the students are going to go with me again, because it was a teamwork when they're going to get done. So can you give us some time frames specifically on this St. John Julius E. Sprouse deck repair and painting? When is that going to be completed?
We sent out the IFB, and those things are in process right now.
I see you have LEBG LLC. They have a purchase order in place.
Yes, it does.
And so what is their
3 minutes.
timeline? Are these contractors giving you timeline when they're going to be finished? And who is monitoring this work?
We monitored all that work in
Who
our office.
specifically, Mr. Benjamin?
We have
Mr. Gene Weeks doing that one, the decking.
Who specifically, because I am going to hold them accountable?
yes, we have Mr. Weeks who's handling that.
Mr. Weeks, you are providing the oversight and monitoring these contractors to make sure they're fixing the school?
Yes, ma'am.
Have they received their notice to proceed?
Yes.
All have, based on these purchase orders, everybody have received their notice to proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. So have they started at all at Julius E. Sprouse School?
No, not as yet, because that
When was the notice to proceed given?
approximately 2 weeks.
When are they going to start?
They're presently at a different location, which is the Bowski School. So I will get in touch with the contractors to see when they're going to wrap that up and when they're going to head over to St. John.
Okay, now who is doing the AC repairs at Julius C. Sprouse School? Go ahead.
The AC
I'll
repairs.
say your name on the record. I didn't think for the recorder. I'm sorry.
Jane Weeks.
Go ahead.
The AC repairs are being done in-house, and also we have a service contract that we sent out
1 minute, 30 seconds.
that we are waiting for the bids to come back. Hopefully by next week, Monday, we should have this wrapped up.
Okay, so I'm going to go up to Julius C. Sprouse School. We have 7 senators in this district, plus 1 at large. No, we're going to spread ourselves out to make sure we check in an eye, to make sure our young people and the teachers, their facility is ready for school and they have an environment that is conducive for learning. So now let me switch to Joseph Gomez Elementary School. That's the other school that I did a walkthrough of. And I have here that they have some roof leaks. I'm trying to find out if I looked through your listing. Maybe I missed it because I only see Joseph Gomez School with electrical, but are you doing any roofing work there?
30 seconds.
We did some through our last task order. If there's additional that they sent in, we will have to look into it. But we started doing roof work at
Okay, so when I went there earlier this year, they said to me, and I looked at it myself, they said they have roof leaks, they have AC issues, they have mold in some of the classroom. I'm going to list the classrooms here, and I'll share this with you as well. Mr. Chairman, I believe I'm out of time. And I'm not going to
You may
ask
conclude.
Oh, wonderful. So I want to let somebody know that I got to conclude. They're telling me that I must keep it. They have mold issues, mold and light issues, TB 303, 302. I will share this document with you, Mr. Benjamin, as well as you, Mr. Weeks, because that was part of my walkthrough, and I did a thorough job. I am not completed with Joseph Gomez, but that was part of my walkthrough that was done. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. I was so eager to go to Mr. Benjamin with questions that I neglected to allow the Board of Education to put this short testimony onto the record. So I'm going to go to Member Hendricks and let her put it on the record. And if you have any questions in reference to her testimony, I'll give you some additional time, Senator Joseph. Member Hendricks, you may proceed.
Good morning, Senator. Good morning, committee.
Member Emmanuel.
Chairman Kurt A. Viale, Vice Chair Avery L. Lewis, and esteemed members of the committee, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator Maurice C. James, Senator Franklin D. Johnson, and Senator Carla Joseph, others present, legislative staff, and those viewing via various platforms. I am Emanuela Perez Cassius, Vice Chair of the Virgin Islands Board of Education. Honored to present this testimony on behalf of our Chairman, Dr. Kaiser A. Callwood, and members of the Virgin Islands Board of Education. Here present with me is also Winona A. Hendricks, Chair of the Board Curriculum Instruction and Learning Environment Committee. We are grateful for the opportunity to engage with you regarding plans for summer repairs and maintenance of public schools. Shift in oversight responsibility. Historically, under Title 14, Virgin Islands Code 24, the board has jurisdiction over physical plant inspections and school environmental conditions, coordinating with agencies such as the Department of Health, Public Works, and Planning and Natural Resource. The board compiled findings and issued certifications to ensure readiness for each academic year. However, with the enactment of Act Number 8717 on July 25, 2023, the legislature officially transferred these responsibilities to the newly created Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. The Bureau has now exclusive oversight over school facilities, inspection, repair, certifications, construction, modernization planning, environmental compliance, execution of the 20-year Master School Construction, Maintenance, and Capital Plan. The board's School Plants and Facilities Committee lead role dissolved, and our statutory role has been narrowed to reviewing curriculum-related matters and integrating the Bureau's annual report into our required reporting to the governor and legislature. Meeting with the Bureau and plan oversight. As it relates to the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance, members of the Curriculum, Instruction, and Learning Environment Committee, formerly the School Plans and Facilities Committee of the board, met with representatives on January 28, 2025, and again on March 25, 2025, to initiate discussions regarding the 20-year master plan. However, it must be noted, no clear expectations or deliverables were set in either meeting, and all subsequent meetings have been postponed indefinitely. Therefore, the board has had a formal opportunity to provide meaningful input into the plan's review or implementation process. While members of the board may still serve on the capital plan review panel, this role is advisory only and does not restore any oversight or regulatory authority to the board. The board remains committed to fulfilling its statutory obligations, I would like to confirm for the record that the School Management Accountability Report covering the 2024-2025 academic year was prepared and distributed on June 15, 2025, in compliance with the mandate outlined in Act Number 8717. Despite systematic challenges, the Virgin Islands public education system demonstrates several key strengths: inclusive education. Our school strives to meet the need of diverse learners, including English language learners, students with disabilities, vocational learners, and early childhood populations. Diverse opportunities. Students benefit from access to career and technical education, workforce development, military pathways, dual enrollment, AP classes, magnet programs, and early college initiatives. Extracurricular participation. Students are actively engaged in competitive academic, cultural, and athletic activities at the local, national, and international levels. Teacher effectiveness. Many teachers demonstrate strong instructional practices, utilizing Corinthian boards, evidence-based methods, and student-centered strategies that promote higher order thinking. Experimental instruction. Educators who leverage students' lived experience through discussion, role play, and group activities enhance engagement and comprehension. Weaknesses of the Virgin Islands public education. However, the School Management Accountability Report also highlights critical weaknesses that demand urgent attention. Standardized curriculum disconnect. While the curriculum is aligned to VISA standards, these are not consistently integrated into daily instruction, classroom visual professional development, or parental engagement. Class sizes. Overcrowded classrooms hinder differentiation and targeted intervention. The board recommends reducing class sizes, especially in early grades, and ensuring the presence of teaching assistants in K through first grade. Instructional environments. Ineffective instruction persists in poorly lit, noisy classrooms with frequent disruptions and limited teacher mobility. Passive lesson delivery is a concern. Management practices. Managerial, personal, and cultural diverse learners require stronger evidence-based classroom management strategies. Real-world applications. Many lessons lack relevance to student lives with limited opportunity to connect curriculums to practical world experiences. Student self-expression. There is a need to help our students articulate their ideas clearly, confidently, and in complete sentences. Overemphasis on testing, standardized assessments dominate the instructional focus, ignoring creative thinking, problem solving, and other critical competencies. Funding for intervention programs, delay in replenishing Empress funds, hinder intervention efforts, and limit timely resources availability. Parental involvement. Engagement remains inconsistent due to communication barriers, cultural gaps, and affordability challenges. Professional development and certification. More targeted training is needed in support of teacher certification and performance. Evaluation based solely on certification status may exacerbate retention and moral challenges. In conclusion, the 2024-2025 School Management Accountability Report presents a realistic and data-informed picture of our education system. It identifies both instructional strength worth celebrating and systematic challenges that continue to limit students' and teacher success. Notably, the report underscores the need for curriculum alignment and visibility, smaller class sizes and more responsive classroom conditions, robust professional development and management practices, equitable funding models to support student intervention, stronger connections between curriculum and real-life skills, and active efforts to elevate students' voice and confidence. To that end, we respectfully request that all education stakeholders, including the legislature, Department of Education, Board of Education, union and community partners, review this report in its entirety and provide a formal response that outlines plans for working group meetings, recommendations for legislative and policy reform, and funding priorities that will support quality instruction, responsive service, and a modern education system for all learners in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you for your attention and the opportunity to offer this testimony. I welcome your questions and continued partnership as we work to strengthen and elevate public education across the territory.
Thank you, Ms. Perez-Casillas, for your testimony. Before I go back to the senators, I know in your testimony, literally the fourth paragraph, you said, with the enactment of Act number 8717, the legislature officially transferred these responsibilities to the newly created Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. Do you believe that you still needed a role in that particular process, or do you agree with the transition to the Bureau?
Manuela Perez, Vice Chair of the Virgin Islands Board of Education. Senator, the board supported this legislature when it came across, and I think the challenges that we're having is around the structure and the rolling out of the Bureau and making sure that our voices have a vote on that panel and the decision making. Those are some of the challenges, but not so much the act.
Okay, so as we go on, I'm going to ask you to literally further explain. I'll give you an opportunity to put some thought into exactly what role should the board play moving forward. Colleagues, I also want to welcome Senator Nobel Francis, who just joined us. Thank you for coming. Senator Carla Joseph, I'm going to give you 2 minutes in case you have a question for, not a next thing. No, two right now. Just go ahead. 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, hold my time. My mic isn't being recognized.
It's on.
Thank you so kindly. I hope my time starts now. I wanted to ask you, Ms. Emanuela Perez-Casillas, thank you so much for all that you and the board do to get our schools ready and your oversight and your thorough reports. I want to really commend you for doing that work. I know it's a lot because everybody has a busy schedule and some of you are still working full-time jobs as a board and you are there just because you love education. Now, I want to go to page 1. What is the issue here where you and the Bureau of Maintenance and Construction, School of Construction and Maintenance can't meet anymore? He said there's no clear expectations of deliverables were set in either meeting and all subsequent meetings have been postponed indefinitely. How is that? How is it that you're not meeting? Can you, Mr. Benjamin, indicate to us on the record, how is it that you're not meeting with the Virgin Islands Board of Education?
Well, we met with them twice thus far. However, the times that the other meeting was scheduled was conflicting with meetings that we had at the legislature, also with other entities as well.
Do you plan to have a meeting with them?
Most definitely, as I mentioned in the report, that we plan to meet with them
in July.
30 seconds.
Okay, July or August.
Mm-hmm.
So you do have a plan to meet with them. And Ms. Emanuela Perez-Casillas, is July and August conducive for the board?
The board always stands ready, Senator Emanuela Perez-Casillas, Vice Chair of the Board of Education.
Okay,
so we stand ready.
We are going to hold you to it, the both of you,
Time.
because it can't be that you're not meeting. And it's not just that you're meeting to meet, you have to come out of that meeting with clear deliverables. Okay, so we all are working together to see that these issues are addressed and resolved. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Maurice James, you're recognized.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers. Good morning, everyone in the room and outside the room. So while you were discussing the review panel, I pulled up the act because I think we need to make sure that we're clear about what is happening with the role of the Board of Education. First of all, in Act number 8717, it states that the executive director will provide annual reports to the Board of Education regarding the maintenance and construction projects of school buildings, facilities, and grounds. So that is clearly a responsibility that has to be done by the executive director in relationship to the Board of Education. When it comes to the review panel, and I looked at both your testimonies, which really appears to maybe conflict a little bit, but the role of the panel, the Master Construction, Maintenance, and Capital Plan Review Panel includes the members of the Virgin Islands Board of Education School Plans and Facilities Committee or its successor. That panel was given the duty to come up with the initial plan. And in Mr. Benjamin's report, he says a draft has been developed. And so to the Board of Education members, have you reviewed the draft and have you submitted revisions, additions, deletions to the draft maintenance plan?
Good morning, Winona Hendricks. The Virgin Islands Board of Education has received the 20-year plan draft. And we did respond. We found that it was nebulous, it was vague in many places, and did not have specific guidelines so that the board would be able to follow along. For example, there was a case where a school construction started, and I forget the specific year, but it proceeded to indicate to us that the construction would be finished 20 years from now. We were not even sure whether any of us would be available 20 years down the road. So we did provide a response.
3 minutes.
Before as my time, I have, okay. So Mr. Benjamin, did you hear that? Your plan was nebulous. That was the word that was used.
And vague.
And vague. So have you, who is working on this plan? Who in your organization is working on the plan?
It's the team and the consultants.
No. Who's the lead person working? You know, when people say team, I know everybody like to say there's no I in team and all of that, but usually there's one person, okay, who has to put that plan and lead the drafting of a plan. Because not everybody goes to the computer and type all together. One person prepares it. Who on your team is responsible for the plan? Which, by the way, remember now, this plan was actually due to the legislature 180 days after the effective date of the act, which again, in our community and society, we seem to ignore deadlines. So who on your team can I, Senator James, or any member of this committee contact to find out if they've considered the comments from the
1 minute,
Board of
30
Education?
seconds.
And who specifically can I talk to about the status of the plan?
I am
Not
the
team, not
lead,
consultant.
and you can contact me.
You are working on the plan.
Yes, ma'am.
How many hours?
Well, I have an entire team that works with me on these plans. So it's not a one-person operation. We all put our heads together and we execute it.
How often does your team meet to execute on the plan?
Well,
I'm going to hold you to this plan right now because this plan was supposed to be submitted. Isn't the plan when we ask for a plan, we're asking for words on a document. Is that correct?
yes.
Okay. So who has
30
reviewed the Board
seconds.
of Education comments, revisions, and made a decision as to whether or not their comments are valid, their recommendations are valid? Who has done that?
The consultants has worked with us on that.
Who's the consultant?
We have with O'Brien.
With O'Brien is
Yes, ma'am.
working specifically on this plan?
They work with us on the
Time.
plan. We consult with them and share information and ideas. Okay? We currently have a revised version of the plan that has not been submitted yet. And we have it as well, so.
Senator, you may go ahead and conclude.
I can go ahead, Mr. Chair?
Well, he answered the questions. I thought you had a follow-up.
Well, he didn't. Okay, I know you're saying he answered the question, but you know the question wasn't answered. So I will.
No, that's your follow-up. I'm telling you, you have a follow-up. You asked the question, Senator, so you go ahead and follow up.
You said somebody and with O'Brien is assisting you with this plan.
Yes, ma'am.
Who can I need names. I need names because I really at this point want to see the status of the plan, who's working on a plan from with O'Brien, who specifically can I talk to on your team, how much are you paying with O'Brien to develop a plan? And this legislation was passed December 2023, so it's taken you more than a year for you to produce a plan. So, Mr. Chair, you understand my concerns, I'm sure.
Very much.
We need to hold people accountable. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator James. Mr. Benjamin?
Yes.
What's the contract with O'Brien? What's the cost of the contract?
35,000.
35,000?
Yes.
What? Annually, monthly, what?
No. That's a one-time fee.
A one-time fee?
Yes, sir.
So RFP was placed for consultant services? Or did the government tell you needed to use with O'Brien?
No, we consulted with them on our own. They're currently working in our office, and we solicit their services.
Okay, so they're working in your office on the plan, developing the plan, or they're working in your office in other areas?
They're working in our offices in other areas. So
what areas
we
are
reached
they,
out to them.
What areas are they working on?
On the new school construction, some aspects of that.
Okay. With the brand seem to have their hand in everything. In reference, before I move on to Senator Kenny Gittins, just some questions. The kitchen projects on St. Croix, the whole school year gone, and Claudio Marco still hasn't opened up. And the other kitchens, Lee Rivera, et cetera. I know that the senator is going to probably dive a little deeper, so I'm giving him a start. What's the status of those facilities?
We have plans to have the ones that's not completed. That's at Lee Rivera. Mr. Milligan, could you speak on the other kitchen projects?
Good morning again, Yancy Milligan, St. Croix manager. So we have 5 schools, sorry, thanks. We have 5 schools available to be completed by September of this year. So we need to gather some more information from the contractor for a due date, a completion of the due date, but our contractors are working in those, except the Lee Rivera School. We had a little issue with the contractor at Lee Rivera School, so that project is on hold right now. We're looking into a new contractor to have it completed. But all the rest projects should be done by September, mid-September this year, Chairman.
Okay, I want to come back to that if it's not drilled down to the level I want it to be drilled down. But I want to put on the record, the CARES Act, Education Stabilization Fund, ESF, receive, or what was allocated, $256,804,084. What have been spent by the Virgin Islands government, $186,893,661, which leaves a balance of $69,910,423 that was sent back to the feds on March 28 that could have been utilized for education in the Virgin Islands. So the ARPA fund that you're looking at, that's right there, contained in that $69 million that was returned that could have been utilized for projects. So now taking the money out of the general fund is depleting it from somebody else. And we just got to do better. We literally have to do better. So it's a blighting point of information.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and good morning.
Morning.
To the Bureau, School of Construction. Let me ask the young man from St. Croix that just spoke in respect to the projects that's related and the contractors and the issues. You said by mid-September, those should be completed. What are those? What's entailed in those projects? Number one. Number two, is it going to affect when school reopens in terms of students and staff and faculty? Can you speak to that, please? Because I think that's very important.
Yes, Yancy Milling, and again, I'm going to defer that question to Mr. Alan Fleming, please.
And what's the start date for school opening, if you know?
August 13th.
When does school reopen?
The 13th of August, 2025.
Exactly, and we're talking about mid-September. So can you speak to my question, please? Thank you.
Morning, Senator. Alan Fleming, Chief Operation Officer. The 5 school kitchen renovations that Mr. Milligan spoke about, those are completed. We're just in a closeout phase with the contractor.
Hold up a minute. Put the volume up on that. Okay, and Mr. Milligan was referring to the 5 schools on St. Croix, you know?
Yes.
The 5 schools ain't finished.
They are.
Claudio is finished?
The kitchen, that's a separate contract.
Is Claudio Marco kitchen finished?
That's a separate contract. Yeah.
He's asking you the question that Mr. Milligan answered in reference to the September date for the 5 kitchen.
Correct, Senator. I'm telling you, there's 2 different contracts. There's a 5 school kitchen contract that's completed. That was done by DVD. There's also the Claudio Marco kitchen contract. That's a separate contract. That contract right now is waiting. The last report from the contractor is that he's waiting on some supplies. And that project is funded by ARPA also, and it might be affected by the payment situation with ARPA.
So the Blaney, you may conclude.
Listen, we need to be clear and specific because all we're trying to do is get solutions and make sure the kids are basically learning an environment that's not have issues moving forward. So my question was in respect to his statement in mid-September, will that affect our students' learning, faculty and all staff? And also what what's entailed in those scope of work? That's what I need to know, so we can know where we're at and how we need to proceed. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You may respond.
Where did you get your information from in reference to, when you said the 5 schools finish, tell me what that means, because I'm trying to...
It means that the scope of work in the contract was completed. The work is completed.
So can you name the 5 schools, please?
Okay. Juanita Gardine, Ricardo Richards, Alfredo Andrews.
But when you ain't got something, you just guess.
I didn't have it.
Wait, Senator.
I could pull it for you, Senator. If you give me, I could pull it for you.
Okay, I'm going to go to Senator Gittins. You need to pull that information. What we're really trying to do here today, and I'll just be frank and honest, is to get answers so that our parents and students know exactly what they're going to meet come August. The Senate ain't going to be the punching bag that we didn't do what we're supposed to do and schools are not ready and we sat here, blah, blah, blah. That's just not going to happen. The whole money issue, everything, that ain't the Senate. That's the department concerns, and it's time that we get everything together and make sure that we have a plan as to how these schools are going to open. Juanita Garden Kitchen was always functioning. Ricardo Richards was always functioning. Alfredo Andrews was always functioning. We're talking about Grove School and Claudemarco and those areas that have been destroyed since the hurricane. And that individuals have received contracts and the work still has not been completed. That's what we're really talking about. And we're going to go back to those dates and we really don't want to hear September. A whole year passed where the schools was supposed to be completed, and we're hearing the next date again. I mean, who's holding contractors accountable and responsible to get the work done? So we're going to go there. Senator Gittins, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to all. It's so hard to start when you start getting frustrated. And I'll wait until you get that listing of schools, because I can't understand why the St. Croix district manager will be saying that the schools are not completed, those projects are not completed, and on the other end of the table, we're hearing that they are completed. So before the end of this hearing, hopefully we will get some clarity on that. But Director, how many consultants you have going on already?
We don't have any other consultant besides the Witt O'Brien.
I asked you how much of them. How many do you have?
We don't have any more consultants, no.
You don't have any more. So how many do you have?
We utilize one.
Thank you. The summer maintenance repair plans, how are these projects being prioritized right now, especially with you talking about jeopardy of certain funding? Are you using a criteria to prioritize some of these schools?
Yes. Our main focus is life safety. And the life safety component consists of the electrical and the roofing, temporary roofing repairs. However, in order for us to do the air conditioning, the electrical has to be up to date and upgraded. In order for us to have that electrical functioning, we have to have the roofs temporarily patched so we can prevent the water from penetrating these facilities.
So what are your prioritized schools? Do you have a priority listing, district-wise?
I have the list of the projects that's going on with the electrical upgrades, and they are complex. We have...
I don't want you all guessing to me. I need you all to look at documentation and tell me firmly what is your priority listing.
Okay. All right, we have the Guy Benjamin, Pearl B. Larson, Eulalie Rivera, Joseph Gomez.
Okay, so you're going between St. Croix and St. Thomas. I tell you what, if you have a listing, provide through the committee chair a listing by district.
Yes.
And tell me the current state of those grounds as well, and what's the maintenance schedule for those properties.
Okay.
Provide that through the chair.
Okay.
All right?
Will do.
The temporary,
3 minutes.
what do you call them? Temporary sprung shelters.
Yes.
What's the current status of those on St. Croix?
Well, on the ones on St. Croix, we have some of the...
Speak to Arthur Richards.
Okay, I have to get that information to you after. Because how I have it situated is that we have the, not the consultant, we have the assessment of the units that has been compromised, and we are doing the deep cleaning of those units, and then we're doing an assessment to determine how we're going to approach some of them, because some of them needs to be gutted and rehabbed, not all. Some of them have mildew, and that's a determined factor of how we proceed on execution of those units.
Senator, one second. I'm going to hold your time. And I'm going to break for 5 minutes. You guys need to get specific answers together because the community waiting to hear answers. And we can't hear, you don't have the information, so we're going to give you an opportunity to get the information so that when we come back on the record, we could have direct answers in reference to any school or facility that is called that is in need of repair.
And by district.
The committee, and by district, the Committee of Education and Workforce Development will recess for 5 minutes. The Committee of Education and Workforce Development is back on the record. We have a new stenographer, so if you could put your name on the record again, so she, okay, before you answer the question, put your name on the record so that she's able to capture that information and your position. We're now going to go back to Senator Gittins. Your time is resumed. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I go back to my line of questioning, from Mr. Milligan, go right down. Tell me your name, your title, and your salary, please.
Good morning again. School Facility Maintenance Manager, Yancy Milligan. Salary not sure yet.
You ain't getting paid?
80,000.
Next.
Gene Weeks, School Facility Manager, Maintenance, salary $80,000.
Dr. Charmaine Myers, Chief Financial Officer, $108,000.
Craig Benjamin, Executive Director, $120,000.
Paul Harrigan, Assistant Director, School Maintenance, $115,000.
Cynthia Allen, Assistant Director of School Construction, $115,000.
Alan Fleming, Chief Operation Officer, salary $95,760.
Fleming, your title is again?
Chief Operation Officer.
And you're on St. Thomas?
Yes, sir.
30 seconds.
So have you and Mr. Milligan now conferred with each other and have a list for us?
I have a list. I conferred with with my contract and also the contractor for Claro Marco.
So
Mr. Milligan isn't the project manager and those projects, Senator. So.
Yeah, but you were answering. You contradicted what he said.
Yeah, I corrected what he said.
Time.
You corrected what he said?
I corrected what he said, yes.
So you have the list of those schools?
Yes, sir. Central High 5 school contract included.
And tell me by district, please.
Correct. These are all St. Croix District. The 5 school contract included Central High, Woodson, Juanita, Gardini,
Central High. Woodson.
Johnny's Woodson, Juanita
Gardine.
Lou Muckle, Ricardo Richards. Those are the 5 schools. And all of these kitchens were operational up until the end of the
So these are
school
the
year.
schools that have completed the kitchen installation, is what you're saying?
Yeah, yes, kitchen remodeling, and a 5.
All the new equipment are in at these schools? St.
Yes.
Croix Central High School, the John H. Woodson Junior High School, Juanita Gardine K through 8, Lumaco K through 8, and Ricardo Richards K through 8?
Yeah. And we've also installed...
Slow down for me.
Sure.
So you're saying that the kitchen equipment are all installed here. Mr. Milligan, can you confirm this, being the St. Croix manager?
Negative. I'll leave that with Mr. Fleming, who is managing these facility operation.
You and St. Croix, you directly...
Yes, but those are Alan Fleming project, Mr. Senator Gittins.
So, to your knowledge, these kitchen equipment installation are completed at these schools? To your knowledge?
I'd rather Mr. Fleming finish those questions, Senator.
Mr. Fleming, when last you were on St. Croix to make these inspections?
I was at St. Croix just last week, Senator, but I inspected them on a previous visit.
And they're all in?
They're in. These include, the installation on these schools included the kitchen equipment that was provided by AECOM. We also added in some of them new coolers and freezers.
So what was the listing you were giving me when you even named Guy Benjamin School? What was that?
No, I didn't.
What was that for?
I didn't list any St. Thomas St. John District schools.
Yeah, that's why I stopped you out, because you keep going back and forth, and I tell you I want it by district. With someone of you, okay, so Director.
That wasn't for the kitchen, sir.
So what was it?
You were inquiring about the modulars,
Right.
the temporary modulars.
So you have that information as well with the modulars?
We have that, yes, sir.
So tell me about that.
After this, I'll come back to you. What's the question?
We're pulling it up on the computer right now.
So, but okay, while you're pulling it up.
Okay. Okay. I have Mr. Weeks. He can answer questions in reference to the modulars.
Okay.
Morning, Gene Weeks.
Morning.
What in specific you wants to know about the matter?
I asked for the status of the temporary sprung shelters and where they're located.
The status of the sprung shelter. Okay, so we have in Guy Benjamin, we have a sprung there that is used by the Department of Education. In Julius Sproul, we have the modulars.
Used for what?
Different activities, the way they held meetings and stuff like that at that facility. That's in Guy Benjamin.
With bush going through the roof in St. John?
They sprung.
We don't have any.
I'm not too sure about that because I know we have a contractor that does the landscaping over there. It's as the sprung. I have been there. I have never seen bush going through the roof.
Okay. I'll be there physically tomorrow.
So I will go with you also because I never seen that going through the roof. That'll be a first. Modulars we have.
So let me just wrap this up quick. So you spoke about contractors with the maintenance. Those shuttered schools, is the Bureau responsible for the maintenance and upkeep of the grounds there?
Yes, yes, we do.
So are you taking care of these properties?
Yes, there's one that we lost the contract on, which is the Lager building, and we have some scopes going out to get that back online.
So who, and you're talking about for the St. Thomas and John district?
Yes.
Who could speak for the St. Croix district?
Senator Jackson, what is the question?
Regarding the maintenance and upkeep of the grounds of the shuttered schools, that's still under the control of the Department of Education.
So that would be for St. Croix District, Senator Gittins. We're talking about Charles Emmanuel, Elena Christian School. We don't do any maintenance and upkeeping on those grounds.
So what are we? Are you responsible for that, Mr. Benjamin, still?
I have to double check and see what's in place for us with some of the shuttered schools, because as you know, we are not in control of some of those schools facilities.
All right, I'll
thank you.
Stop here. Thank you,
Okay,
Mr.
then, thank you, Senator. I gave you some extra time because I interrupted you before. Senator Blyden, you have a point. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Fleming, you just spoke to the former senator from Frederickstead in respect to the 5 schools, right? But you stated in respect to them being completed. My question is, I'm sorry, Senator from, no, former speaker, I'm sorry. My question is, in respect to the schools and equipment that's installed. I know Director Benjamin spoke to AC units being installed, but still they can't really work because of electrical problem that needs to be completed. So in that respect, when it comes to equipment, I know there are no specs, etc., but depending on the type of equipment it is. They are installed, do you know if they are operable in terms of working, Or do we need to have electrical work done also in order for those equipments to come online? That was my point of information, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Senator. Alan Fleming, Chief Operations Officer. In the contract for the kitchen upgrades, any upgrade to the electrical or the plumbing was completed at the same time to make sure that the equipment are operational. And they are operational in the 5 schools up until the closing of the school.
Very well. Thank you too much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Okay, so Fleming, go to Claudio Marco and Eulalie Rivera Kitchen.
Okay. Claudio Marco kitchen, that we have a tentative completion date of August. In August, so we're looking at that. We're looking at finishing it before September, before the fiscal year is out. And Eulalie Rivera.
Who's the contractor?
That's DVD construction.
The contract was issued when?
A contract was issued, original date.
Yes. Okay.
I missed the date on it. It's a long, it was out a long time, Senator. I must admit that.
Claudio Marco Kitchen has been building for over 2 years.
Yeah.
A 3,000 square foot room building for 2 years with a contractor. What parameters is that contractor working under in terms of completion date? What is the reason why it's taking so long?
Material, receiving the material that he needs for the specific material for the kitchen. Some stainless steel tables was the last thing that he needed for his installation, to complete his installation. And a lot of that delays on that project was due to change orders, processing change orders, getting them processed, and the material coming in.
Eulalie Rivera.
Eulalie Rivera, we're in the process of revising the contract for that. The original contract has expired, so we got to reissue a contract for the completion of that work, along with Director Benjamin's working along.
The original contract expired or was terminated?
It was actually, go ahead.
The original contract has expired.
Yeah.
Not terminated?
No, it expired.
The contractor did faulty work in the facility, different color tiles. There was a lot of different issue, debris all over the new equipment. To my, what is the issue there? I'm trying to understand.
Well, as you know, I walked into this one when I first came on the job, and of course, I wasn't pleased with my findings. However, at that time, I was told, and I did my due diligence, that the contract has expired. So therefore, we have to go through the process of getting another contractor, which I instructed my team to do so, and let them do the process to go through and getting the new contractor on board to execute this project. And I am expecting it to be done before school opens, because there's not a lot that needs to be done currently.
Okay, I need to know what was the amount of the contract and how much the contractor has been paid, and when the contract is done, what equipment you're going to put in, because you had apparently an inside job done at Eulalie Rivera where we lost all of the kitchen equipment.
We have a donor that has secured the equipment, and they are holding it currently for us until we give them the green light to send them over to have them installed for the new school year.
Okay, thank you. So the question is the cost of that original contract and how much was paid to the contractor because the job was never completed. So I really want to know those figures. Senator Avery Lewis, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers.
Morning.
School maintenance, Board of Education. Good morning, people of the Virgin Islands. Along the line, Mr. Benjamin, as we talk about these equipment, we have ever found them?
No, I have submitted the information to the police department, and I've heard nothing in regards to this equipment being relocated. No.
Anybody follow up with Commissioner Brooks and his team to see, check anybody restaurant, anything? I mean,
No, that was the police department's job. When I submitted the information upon request, I gave them all the details of the information, including the serial numbers and pictures of the items. So we haven't received anything back in regards to that. To the detective, that information was submitted.
That is so disheartening because no one person went with the equipment. No two man could have lifted that.
No.
And throw in a truck just like that. I mean, I don't know. That contractor still work for the department?
Not for me, sir.
Okay. Not for you, but not for the department?
Not for the bureau.
Oh. Member Cassius, Perez Cassius.
Good morning.
Good morning. Have there been any formal meetings or collaborative planning sessions with the Department of Education or the Commissioner to address the weaknesses identified in your report this morning? Like you talked about in your testimony?
Good morning, Senator. Report deadline was June 15th, and so the reports were sent out electronically, and they're going to receive a hard copy. So we have not as yet had an opportunity to have a discussion with the Department of Education. So the response is no.
Okay, so we're planning to.
For the post findings, Emanuela Perez Cassius, Vice Chair of the Virgin Islands Board of Education. Yes, Senator, for the post review, we are planning to meet with the Department of Education, but note that this was an informed report from variations from principals down to the department when gathering the data. So they were in process and in alongside us writing the whole report also.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Benjamin.
Yes, sir.
Tell me how the work order process goes in the department, especially as it pertains to summer maintenance.
The new work order system that we have in place, which came about when I came aboard, we request the teachers to submit their concerns of the specific environment to the principal. The principal would designate someone to go and input that information into the work order system, and individuals in my office would receive that information right away, and then we submit the different types of projects requests out to the different disciplines within the maintenance department.
Okay, so how was the summer maintenance prioritized?
Summer maintenance was prioritized based on the life safety component, whereas we address issues that's going to affect the safety of staff and students.
All right, I look in here at your summer maintenance project, and some of these projects been going on for a while. Let me tell you from what I know. HKT completed a electrical report nearly about 2 years ago. And even before that, the department had money sitting on for these generators and so forth. Is that weeks are correct? Are going good so far?
Yes.
Thank you. And now we're here now, because a change in administration and, money is gone now, and we have to take the money from the general fund to pay for works that started instead of we could have done this work a long time ago. Are going good, Mr. Weeks?
We had some
1 minute, 30
challenges
seconds.
in terms of sending out the solicitation and getting them back where some of them was too high. So in order to be fair, and we had to send them back out again.
I don't know. I'm just saying we had this money longer than 3 years, 2-3 years. We had this report in our hand. Some of these schools pose electrical safety. I read the report and so forth. And we have the children and adults going in, day out, hoping that nothing happens, praying that nothing happens. And we had monies to repair these things. We all could get upset and whatever, but the truth is the truth. The projects that we have started in the St. Thomas district and all the schools for the summer, are the contractors going to get paid?
Yes, they will.
Are they being paid?
30 seconds.
Yes, they are.
Some are being paid.
Yes, they are.
All right. Do you see do you have any schools that may not be completed based on your scope of work here and so forth for the
No, sir.
August 13 opening date?
No, sir.
So everything is on schedule?
Everything is on schedule.
All right. I think I heard time.
Senator, if I may, can I just put something on the record? In reference to the electrical projects, the contracts were issued earlier in the fiscal year.
Time.
However, due to the nature of the electrical work, some of the work could not be done during school, when the school was in session. Because in the extent of the electrical work in some of these areas, you'd have to shut down the electricity in the whole school. So you would hamper any operation of education. So those were delayed to the summer and when the school was not in session. So it's not that they are lingering, it's the fact of the nature of the work that has to be done.
Yeah, but these generators ain't sitting in nobody's showcase. These are some that had to be built specific for the schools and so forth. So we could have ordered the generators. I know electrical engineer, I know contractor, but I know a little something.
Most of the generators, Senator, are already on in the districts.
Yeah, but the people ain't...
You're talking about two things now. You're talking about generators, you're talking about electrical upgrades.
Electrical upgrades?
And generators, yeah.
Okay, these electrical upgrades are things that were supposed to be done years ago. Then we started and said we need a good study, a good assessment is the word I should use. Assessment. The assessment was done, given back to the department, right?
Correct.
We had the funding in place. Correct again?
You're correct. Yeah.
But now the funding gone because the current president come in and he realized, well, we ain't spending it, so he take it.
I don't know if that was the reason, but...
well, you moved fast enough, so he went with it. Because you were in a different role before. You just transfer from one end of the Syncamos to another end, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Timing and the contract, that's what it is, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. Baltimore Shelter School, Hagland VI, $1.8 million. Charles Electric, $730,000 for Baltimore Shelter generator. Curriculum Center generator installation, $180,000. Julius Pro generator installation, $739,000. Guy Benjamin generator installation, $485,000. Pearl B. Larson generator purchase installation, $1.3 million. Eulalie Rivera generator installation, $652,000. Joseph Gomez, $899,000 electrical upgrade. Eudora Ken electrical upgrade, $482,000. Janie Tuitt electrical upgrades, $190,000. Eulalie Rivera electrical upgrades, $597,000. Juanita Gardine electrical upgrades, $727,000. Lou Muckle electrical upgrades, $483,000. ARPA funds, all monies lost. Generators already on the ground.
Yes, sir.
Contractors waiting to be paid. A couple $1 million that was lost in federal funds. Couple $1 million. Senator Blyden, you recognize.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, listening, viewing audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning, Director Benjamin, and thank you so much for your testimony.
Morning.
The chair went just where I was going, but that's okay. I'm going to continue on that path. Let me ask you, though, I want to say first before I begin, I appreciate your work order system. The last time we met, we spoke about that. I did come and meet with you guys. So the work order system is on point right about now. So they worked out the kinks, and they're moving along pretty well. But let me speak to why we're here today in terms of repair and maintenance for the summer, especially with your summer plan. The first speaker spoke to in terms of plans and timeline. The other space we came from, we always focus on plan and timeline. So let me actually, based on the testimony in your chart, when it comes to the submitted summer projects, AVI Construction have a contract for Idora Ken Mall remediation and interior renovations to the special education room, right? And justification letter approved. Vendor is completing GVI by registration. So are we still at that point, or have we moved on and something went in place by now? Be specific, because I have a lot of questions in terms of these charts. I'm going to go through the chart. Y'all be direct and specific, please.
Okay, I have Mr. Paul Harrigan is going to take that question.
Paul Harrigan, Assistant Director, School Maintenance. We solicited 6 contractors, only 2 showed up, and AVI went ahead and won that bid. However, the number that she was using was an old number under her personal name, which she couldn't use. So therefore, we asked her to apply for a new number. She got a new number. She sent it yesterday, and we're now proceeding to execute.
Okay, so you believe we're going to have that done by the time school opens August the 13th? That's my question.
We have approximately 49 days, so yeah, I think we should be done.
Okay, very well. Bowski, more remediation, interior renovations to the special education room also. Purchase order, notice to proceed issue. Did it proceed as yet?
For Bowski?
Yeah, for
more
Bowski.
remediation?
Bowski. Have they started?
I think Mr. Weeks.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it started already, yes.
Okay, very well. And it will be done by the 13th of August, completed?
Hopefully before.
Okay. Charlotte Amali, the sprung AC replacement and walk-in freezer, St. Thomas. Pending budget revision request at OMB. Where are we at with that one? Speak to me.
We'll have Dr. Myers.
Dr. Myers, yeah.
Dr. Charmaine Myers. We're actually waiting
3 minutes.
We're actually waiting for OMB to complete that revision, and we hopefully should have it before the end of this week.
You see us anticipate us meeting the guidelines. All my question is respect to reopening of school, August the 13th. We're going to meet that?
Yes, we will.
Okay, very well. $325,000 AC service and repairs contract for St. Thomas District, $104,000 for the St. Croix District AC contract. IFB went out. It was due back by June the 19th. Where are we at? Were they returned, and where we have in terms of moving forward and assuring that it gets done by the opening of school?
So yes, so we should have the information from property and procurement any day now, and once we receive it, we should be complete.
So you haven't received it as yet?
No, we have not received the correspondences from property and procurement at this time.
So we are not sure. Let's move on. Let's be real and specific, okay? You spoke to also, my colleague, I believe, addressed that, Joseph Gomez, Ida Inoakan, and Janie Tweet. In respect to Joseph Gomez, the parts were ordered, and work should begin soon. That was for electrical upgrades. Ida Inoakan High School also, electrical upgrades. Project was 40% completed.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
Now waiting for payment and Janie Tweet, and all were ARPA funds. What's going to happen in these specific cases with the projects? What the plan be?
The goal is to take monies and reappropriate them to
Money from where?
address those.
Money from where?
Okay. Money is
Money is scarce. Where are we getting the money from?
So what we are doing, we're utilizing the funding that we currently have to address those situations.
What money you currently have? What money?
The monies that we have currently that was appropriated by Act 8717, I think it's about $12 million. So what we have been doing, we've been working together and utilizing the projects. And as we encumber the funding, we reduce them from the money. So then the team would go back and they would address what pending projects and payments we have, and that's how we go by. So we are actually operating
30
so that
seconds.
we know exactly what funding we have and what we don't have to utilize.
Okay, very well. Let me ask in respect to Appendix C. When it comes to the 2025 summer plans, you have a painting of exterior classrooms and common areas. Have you met with or had any discussion with the Department of Labor in terms of the workforce programs and or any other areas where they came to the Department of Education having them? There's some students that are doing maintenance.
Time.
Have you had a any type of discussion and or plan to have those students come on board and do those minor stuff like painting the exterior and stuff, because it will help with show them having pride in their school. So let's speak about that, because I think that's very important. And I think we have lost that.
Okay, we currently have students from Department of Labor working with us. They started this week.
How many?
Approximately.
So, if I may, so we do have, honestly, in St. Thomas, we have about 12 summer workers. We have 6 that came from Department of Labor and another 6 that came from the school lunch program.
And what's the scope of work for them to do, to do exactly when it comes to the school areas and being involved in that whole process?
We'll let Mr. Paul Harrigan answer that.
Paul Hagan, Assistant Director of Maintenance. We currently had them doing some work over at Julius Pro, along with the team.
What kind of work?
There was some stuff that was actually delivered to the school, and we have them offloading it and put it into a classroom, a particular classroom, materials. And then we have some other work that, for instance, one of our maintenance mechs up at the school have to do some repairs to our decking, which they will assist him with that, and several other jobs that we're going to have within doing in-house.
Mr. Chair, in closing, I believe it's important that we actually find ways to get our students involved in terms of they themselves maintaining the school and being part of the workforce so they can have a better understanding of exactly what goes into it. And I believe they are the ones that's going to take over anyway, so we need to really embrace them and bring on more students when it comes to maintenance within the school, to include the CTE space and the skills space. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time. And thank you for responses.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. You said 12 students, well, you said 6 maintenance and 6 school lunch. School lunch don't fall under you?
It doesn't, but they did provide us with 6 employees to work with us for the summer.
That was for St. Thomas. What about St. Croix?
Same thing for St. Croix. We have the same, the exact same component on St. Croix.
And they're assigned to someone?
Yeah, they're assigned to Mr. Milligan and his team.
Okay. That's a very small amount for the number of schools that we have. You know, you had 25, 30 students assigned to maintenance, assigned to specific schools, who would do all the painting, they would teach them how to buff the classrooms, et cetera, so you don't have to pay all of those contracts. In terms of cleaning, are you paying a contractor to buff the classrooms?
St. Thomas.
To walk strip?
One in Gene Weeks, St. Thomas District. In the district of St. Thomas, we do utilize the contractors to do our buffing of our floor. St. Croix is a little different.
How is it a little different?
Yancy Milligan again, facility manager St. Croix. So in St. Croix, we kind of use the in-house custodian team along with the maintenance staff to strip, wax, and buff our classroom, our facilities, rather.
Okay, that's what I wanted on the record, because I ran a school for years and I never had a contractor come in to buff the classrooms. You have a custodial staff, you have students that are assigned to the school, and you utilize them to buff. So we already broke. Oh, not we, let me don't say we. The entity don't have a lot of funding, so you have to save as much money as possible. It's so much easier to pay some students to work in the summer, and you teach them how to paint and how to buff and everything else, than to pay a subcontractor thousands of dollars. And I think the recommendation, this is where the CTE now is supposed to be paid. In the summer, they're supposed to be paid, and then they're able to fulfill those tasks. In reference to Woodson, because my phone just lighting up, Woodson, Valley. What is going to happen to Woodson with the mold issue and the leaks and everything else? What is the plan for Woodson? What are those teachers going to meet, teachers and students going to meet come August?
Again, Chairman, so John Woodson is one of those critical schools that is very much unsafe and healthy situation. So we have a serious condition in the roof. We have the contractor right now looking into repairing those roofs. We're concentrating on the restroom, making sure that the restroom are safe and conducive for the children. We're looking at the walkway decking that is already deteriorated from rain. and AC cleaning as well as more remediation. More remediation will complete after the roof project. So we're not doing any more remediation with a leaking roof. So once we complete the roof,
Who's the contractor?
right now we still out waiting for a contractor for the roof, but we already have contractors for the restroom, which is Bobby B Construction. And
So,
the ceiling.
hold on. So the bid is out for the roof?
Correct, that's correct.
And when do you expect to receive the bid back?
The deadline is this Friday coming. That will be the 19th is the deadline for receiving all those bids for John Wilson roof.
Okay. And the mold study that was done, you have the results of it?
Yes, I don't have it with me right now, but the principal was awarded the result. The superintendent, the commissioner, everybody have that.
So the principal of the school have the results?
Definitely.
Okay, I hope the principal share the results.
There's a new principal now, though. So the last principal was Kato Machu. She did receive all the information on the remediation of the mall.
But she's no longer there?
No, she just relocated. So we have a new principal now at Woodson coming this
Okay,
year.
so if you could make sure that the new principal also get the results, so they could share it to the staff. Senator DeGraff. Point of information, Senator Lewis.
Good morning.
Morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Benjamin, in your submitted summer projects,
Yes, sir.
you talked about you have a contract here with Apex Construction at the Yvonne Bowski School for mold remediation and interior renovation to the special education room.
Yes.
While I'm concerned about all schools, please make sure that this comes to completion.
Most definitely. That shouldn't be a
Have you
problem.
been in communication with special education? Because I know they were talking about, we had a conversation before about outfitting that room, those rooms, thinking about the modular rooms in the school for the special needs children and so forth.
Yes, I've been in direct communication with them. My team and I, architect Cynthia Allen and Mr. Harrigan, we all met with them and we walked the school, the particular rooms, and we are going to have the installation of those pads as required.
Bowski has been one of your problem schools when it comes to mold. Serious mold. We had to transfer children and teachers from room to room, we're in the library, move from the library to here, there. I didn't see anything addressing the other part of the school, the campus. Mr. Weeks, you want to weigh in on this?
I'll pass it on to Mr. Fleming, Mr. Harrigan, because we had a assessment done by one of our consultants, and the findings, they know about the findings.
Senator Lewis, that's in respect to the modulars?
The whole campus.
Okay.
The modulars, Mr. Benjamin said, is being addressed currently now by Apex Construction. That's according to this. Have the work begun?
I think that we have to correct that. But anyhow.
Yvonne Melinabowski.
Yes, we had Q-Brute that was hired to do our assessment for us, and they completed assessment, and right now we're in the process of actually getting the work done.
Wait, hold on. So, I talk about the rest of the campus. I ain't talking about the modulars. The main campus, the office been closed for quite some time. The staff can't go in there. The principal had to relocate to a classroom and so forth. What about the balance of the campus? What are we going to do about the mold and the equipment and so forth?
Okay, the particular office that you're referring to, the principal's office, that is being handled by the new school construction. So we are dealing with the remainder of the school campus because of the situation and the constraints under FEMA.
The new school construction?
Yes.
And what
that's slated to be a full remodel of that facility. So we can't really, we could do but so much. However, with the deep clean, the annual deep cleaning, those other rooms will be done and they'll be ready for the new school year.
And they had some air conditioning issues.
Air conditioning issues are being addressed, sir.
Good. All these schools seem like they're having air conditioning issues. Are we centralizing the brand that we're utilizing?
It's not the brand that's the issue, sir. It's
The reason why I asked that question, you say it's not the brand.
It's not the
but
brand.
if we have Train in one school, Mitsubishi in another school, what else we got wrong the tongue? And somebody else
Lennox.
in another school. I mean, are we being uniformed? That's what I'm asking. If it comes to a matter of parts or servicing and so forth.
The components of those units are quite similar, so that we have an AC contract that just been executed, and they will address issues on a case-by-case basis and make sure that we have functioning air conditioning when school starts, and that it will be ongoing as well.
Mr. Chairman, I thank you for the time, but I don't think my question was really answered. I'm just looking to make sure that we have, uniformity in when we order these things.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody wants a point now. Blyden acts first. So Senator Blyden and Senator Gittins, relative to the same concern. Don't move from them.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Benjamin, you said the brand is not an issue. So can you put on the record what the issue is and what's being done to correct the issue?
Okay.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Maintenance was number one. Number two was the issue of every time the power goes out, we get a surge. Whether or not you put a surge protector on these units, they get compromised. So we could put in a unit today, Monday. Let's say we put in a unit on Monday. We have a power outage on Wednesday. Some component of that air conditioner is compromised. So to limit the contractors to put in a brand specific, we go based on what the contractors have readily available in the territory so that they can maintain those units.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So you said you have an AC contractor, and that AC contractor is for repair and maintenance throughout the school year?
No, what we have done, we have got a service contract out for air conditioning services.
Okay, that's what I was saying. So have you hired someone for the servicing of AC units?
We haven't completed that process yet.
But you have a contract out requesting the service?
Yes, sir.
For the territory?
Yes, sir.
Okay, wait, Senator Gittins first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You stated, Mr. Weeks, that you have a contractor out at Bowski now doing this mold remediation?
Morning, Gene Weeks. No, I didn't say anything about contractor being at Bowski. I said the contractor is doing the deck repairs.
Okay, what's being done at Bowski with the mold remediation now?
That's one of the things that we are actually, based on the information from the consultant and the cost of doing the work for mold remediation, we're in progress now trying to streamline it because it was kind of high. So we're in the process of streamlining it and getting those things done.
So there's no work being done now on mold remediation?
There was one company, yes, which is Apex. That's an isolated situation. And they're the ones that's doing the, help me out, Mr. Harrigan? Apex.
Apex is doing, AVI is doing the mold remediation at Ken. Bowski. I don't know if Apex doing. Hold on. I think that you have to correct that.
And I'm also asking this because I want to know what type of mold remediation is going on while there's still activities happening on these campuses. Some of these school campuses, and in particular Bowski, has summer camps going on. I'm told that there's about 3 different summer camps at Bowski currently. So I'm trying to figure out what type of work is actually being done at this time.
Okay, so yes, they have some students there, but that's not in the area that we're doing the work. And I have here, based on this listing here, it's Apex Construction that's doing the mold remediation there. They already had a purchase order and a notice to proceed. So some of the stuff that they're going to be doing, and we go out and make sure that it's done, is in the evening. So if they have any gutting or anything to do of the modulars, because this we're talking about modulars right now, they will do that in the evening when there's no students around and on the weekends. Not while the students are in there. That's not something that we're going to do.
So that's why it's important for you all to be able to properly articulate when you get here as well. If you're talking about a particular school and you know you have 3-4 buildings, then tell us, that we have work going on in building 1 right now, building 2 and 3 is being occupied by whatever. I mean, just lessen the amount of questions that we have to ask, but we need you all to be upright with the responses so that we could be able to assist you. But it's very frustrating sitting here looking at 7 people making upwards of $700,000 and we can't get direct answers. It's really frustrating. Our students, faculty, and staff deserves better accountability. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And that's something that we are working on with the new bureau, trying to make sure that we are on the same page.
All the companies that you have hired for mold remediation, they're certified in mold remediation?
Yes.
And you have checked the certification?
Yeah, but the Virgin Islands does not certify them, so some of them have certification from different states like Florida and different areas like that, and we make sure we check those before they do anything.
So they all are certified?
Yes.
Okay. Who's B20 and St. Croix that's doing cleaning? We do have some cleaners on St. Croix. B20 is a company doing cleaning?
That's correct, so Young Simon, and again, B20 is doing janitorial service, cleaning classroom, and small portions of landscaping.
So, what is St. Croix or St. Thomas? When you have these companies cleaning classroom, the custodians are 12-month employees. What are they doing? They're working with these contractors? What are they doing?
So, St. Croix, again, these contractor cleaning is quarterly cleaning. They don't have nothing to do with the in-house staff. This is done over the weekend, 4 times a year, just to keep a more in detail cleaning, deep cleaning, but more detail on the cleaning. Everything from ceiling to floor will be wiped down.
Okay, so this is a quarterly cleaning that we requested back in January to be done?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So the report, they haven't received the report, okay? The report in reference to the mold findings at Woodson that haven't been received by the pertinent parties.
By the who? Excuse me?
The pertinent parties involved with the school leadership have not received the report. So if you have the report, can you please send the report to the school leadership? I think the union was also asking for a copy of it in reference to sharing.
That was submitted to them, sir. I personally sent it.
And they personally sending it?
Well, I personally sent. I have the email.
Okay, so can you send me a copy of the report, and I will make sure that that report is shared, because they literally saying they didn't get it. Senator DeGraff, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all of you listening and present. I'm going to tell you a couple of things I like and I don't like right off the bat, because I'm going to speak for me. I don't like the word hopefully. I think I'll find out, I'll get back to you. I don't like them words, because you come here, defend yourself. What I like is what Mr. Milligan do to defend with Mr. Fleming. Hold one head. You're the new kid on the block with a bureau that has an enormous task. We ain't asking you to be perfect. We asking you to come with a plan. You really seem derailed by the questions. You really seem shaken. I'm a soldier, I've been a police. Don't do it. Stand firm. Get back on your feet. Like I say, wheel and come again. That's the first thing you gotta do. Because I'm saying, you'll get shredded in here. But what we're gonna accomplish? We're gonna accomplish a thing. When does summer end? Director.
Summer end on July 31st.
July 21st.
31st.
31st. Today is June 17th. Summer almost done. So if we that far out, we have a little more than a month to go, then this meeting said plans for summer repair and maintenance in public schools. How much percentage of your summer school plan did you make before summer have you completed totally?
We have quite a few of the projects that have been completed. Like I stated,
No,
we have to.
I want to hear how much you said for the summer. Whenever the summer began, it ends July 31st.
Right.
We have all of these projects: painting, yard cleaning, AC, everything, plumbing, whatever. You made a plan. So by the end of July 31st, we will accomplish this. You can't fix all the school. I don't want to hear you're going to fix all of it. But you have this, because this was summer. How much of your plan have you completed to this point? To June 17th, how much of your plan have you completed?
Okay. In actuality, some of these components had started already. For example, we needed the electrical component to be completed so that we can go on to the next phase. We have one school in St. Croix, Eulalie Rivera. The electrical upgrade has been completed. The guys are now starting on the air conditioning install, and this is just an example. And after that, we move on to
3 minutes.
roofing repairs and stuff like that.
Let me shut you down. Too much words. Too much words. How much of your plan? 100% completed, 50%, 80%, 70% of your total plan for the summer. Next year, summer, you're going to have another set. The year after, every year. You are the bureau controlling the maintenance and controlling the construction. This is what I want to hear. So in other words, you got $5 million up front. Yes. How much staff do you have?
I have a total of 68 employees.
68. How much are electricians? How much are plumbers? How much know about HV? How much know about construction? How many, do you have it broken down that way?
Yeah, well, for the electricians, I do believe we have 2 electricians on the St. Croix, in the St. Croix district. We have 1 in St. Thomas, and these are not certified individuals. Plumbers, we have 1 plumber. We have 2 AC techs in the St. Thomas district.
Okay, so we're going to go on. So what are you doing about that? You have to build your
we have plans to provide training to the current crew that we have in our team and get them certified in the different disciplines.
1 minute, 30
what crew?
seconds.
You have 2 people. What crew?
No. We have additional laborers that would like to be elevated.
Right. So what I'm saying is, you had $5 million in the beginning. Then you got 7. You're a new bureau. How did you spend that $5 million? What went on employees? What went on?
That money was not for personnel, sir.
Okay, so what was that $5 million for?
All maintenance.
All maintenance. And then what was the $7 million for?
Same thing.
Okay, so
in 2 different years.
So how do you pay your employees? How do you set your unit up, your department up?
I refer that to Dr. Myers.
Dr. Charmaine Myers. We had an appropriation for $6.9 million from the general fund for salaries fringe.
Okay, so out of that $6.9 million for salary fringe, how much is left? How was it spent?
So we don't have any extra money.
30 seconds.
To the dollar when it comes to personnel. So any additional staffing would require a supplemental funding in order for us to be able to hire qualified maintenance staff.
Yeah, so then that's what I'm saying. So those are the issues that you're going to come here before the Senate, and every question we ask you, I could have not showed up today, come here next year, and tell you what you're going to say from now. Next year, you're going to say the same answers. So I'm just saying it's about organizing what you have. It's about if it means you came in here and said, the only school I was able to do mold remediation, fix the AC, fix the plumbing, is one school, it's an accomplishment because you set it out as your plan. You're being pulled 100 different directions because how many schools we have. The schools here built before us, they have problems. The list of weightage, I could tell you about different schools. What did I do when I found a problem? I fixed a walkway. I'm just saying. So you have hundreds of problems. But I want to hear a plan. This summer we plan to fix the 3 high schools or the 4 high schools for the maintenance, get his hair done, and we're going to do XYZ, boom, boom, boom. The middle schools, XYZ. You can't do every school, all summer. That's all I'm saying. So that's what I would like to see. And based on your monies, tell us what monies you have, how it's broken down, employees, whatever, how much you're outsourcing, different things like that.
Okay.
Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. You can answer
Could I
the chair.
respond?
Thank
Okay.
you, Mr. Chair.
That is referencing in the appendix. So, so he can be specific on each component there that he questioned me about. It's right there in the appendix. Appendix C. Right?
Can you?
Appendix C.
Appendix C?
Not C.
What I was getting at is the public ain't reading this. The public will care less what you give us on paper. The questions we asking you aren't being answered. That's what the public is hearing. So that's what I'm saying. So you're a new entity just putting together. You telling the public where you are, how you are, and you're going forward because every school you have fixed, we're going to find 10 other schools where you didn't fix. So I'm saying, but you have to have a plan for summer. The summer ends by July 31st. You should have that plan telling us. So all these questions that the senators ask, maybe you add them in your summer plan, but you should already have a summer plan from June to July 31st or whatever. We're going to accomplish this. And that's what you're coming in here, you telling us. Not trying to fix the entire school. So that's what I say, all the schools, stick to your guns, teamwork, nobody out talk over anything when nobody don't know. Hold one head, come in here as a unit, not as individuals, so you could look good. I could care less what you look good, I could care less what I look good. But the bottom line is the maintenance of the school is dire in the territory. It's a tumultuous task, and you're starting new. I'm going to support you as a senator 100%.
Appreciate it.
You ain't got to worry about me. You worry about 14 other senators, you ain't got to worry about me. But I tell you what I don't want. I don't want those words. Hopefully, I think, maybe, don't come in here and tell me that. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator DeGraff. Mr. Benjamin, you from Savannah?
My grandmother.
I know, okay. Now, I understand why. I know there had to be a link as to why the previous senator was speaking that way. Your grandmother is a Savannah. I totally understand. But let's go to complex quickly before I go to Senator Francis. And let me just ask the overall question, and then I'll get back to complex after he's done. Cameras installation. There was the contract with Monitos that went south. Over $500,000 was paid to Monitos for hardware. Are you in possession of those hardware, and what is the status of the camera contract, and who's the present contractor?
I was asked to pay for that project, and I'm doing so currently.
Wait, so hold up. You were asked to pay for the project?
Well, the Bureau has taken up the responsibility of funding that project, sir.
To the tune of what?
I think it's $1 million, sir, approximately.
From where? From the 12 million that you got?
Yeah, current funds, yes, sir.
Okay, well, I think the members of the 34 monies were appropriated for that contract. I think there was some more than $1.5 million that was appropriated for that particular contract. So we need to know as to where the money has gone and how much was paid to Monitos. Did you receive the hardware that was purchased by Monitos?
Okay, that was in the St. Croix district. The Department of Education has that hardware, and the contract has been executed. The installation is on its way, sir.
And the St. Croix contract, they also told you needed to pay for that?
No, Department of Education asks that the Bureau pays for that project.
Well,
the
that's what I'm
installation.
saying. I mean, okay, we have to dig deep. The finance commission also work because there were monies that were appropriated for that contract on St. Croix for Complex Central High and those other schools. So let me go to Senator Francis. Senator Francis, you recognize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to you, my colleagues, and good morning to the folks from the Bureau of School Maintenance, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. You know, Proverbs 10 is heavy in my heart today, where a wise man really keeps a still tongue. And, you know, I continue to bear the burden of, you know, just trying to be a statesman in these type of discussion because, you know, you can really go south real fast on these topics. But I want to say that Act 8717 designated $5 million, 8918, $7 million, 8920, $10 million. There is a conversation in respect to you having access to $6.5 million. And then I just heard a conversation where 6.9 is designated for the upstart of the staffing for the school construction and maintenance division. How much money do you currently have access to for maintenance, since that's the topic of discussion today?
I refer that question to Dr. Myers.
Dr. Charmaine Myers, I just want a point of clarification. You want to know how much we have currently?
How much you have currently for school maintenance?
So currently, do you want me to include what was already encumbered and expended, or you just want a general?
How much you have?
Altogether?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we had $12 million.
Yes.
And of that 12...
Speak into the mic.
I'm sorry. We have $12 million that was appropriated. And of that $12 million, we have encumbered $6.9 million, and we have expended 2.5.
Okay. So what's remaining on that now?
We have about $1.5 million that is remaining. However, based on our regular meeting with the team as it relates to the summer project, we have already identified projects that we will be utilizing the remaining funding.
So your designation of the 2025 summer project speaks to $6.5 million, 3.1 for the St. Croix district, and 3.4 for the St. Thomas St. John district. Is those currently in encumbrances?
Yes.
And what is the rate of payment on those invoices? Because I'm getting called almost every day in respect to vendors not being paid.
Okay, so we have been working diligently with the Department of Finance to ensure, because the funding are encumbered, and once we receive the invoices, we put the invoice in for payment, and we are working with finance to ensure that those payments are made. So we have been doing a great job. However, of course, we're working with the government of the Virgin Islands, in which it's one pot of money. So we do a great job. Finance
3
do
minutes.
a great job with allotting and ensuring that, you know, some of our payments are made at least every Tuesday and or Thursday.
Do you have access to the ERP?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So in respect to the payments, have you been notified by vendors that they're in need of payment?
Yes, but a lot of the vendors that we are receiving those calls from were from prior year expenditure. It's not our current expenses. We are actually pretty good with our current expenditures. We're doing our best, as I stated, to work with the Department of Finance to ensure that those payments are made. However, there were prior payments that, you know, we have been receiving and doing our best with that same $12 million to ensure that those vendors are paid.
Mr. Benjamin, do you have access to a red phone? Do you have, when you make calls to the administration, the governor's office, do you have priority in terms of your needs at this time? Do you have a red phone?
For the most part, yes.
And have you had a discussion with them in respect to the pending payments for the generators and the like?
Yes, we have.
And what is the discussion? how is payment going to be made, and that they will be made available to address our summer maintenance?
We brought it up to them. We were
1
waiting
minute,
to
30
hear
seconds.
back from them in how we should proceed.
Say again, you need to hear back from them, or you heard back from them?
We haven't heard back from them in regards to how we should proceed.
You have not heard back from them yet on that. Okay. So that red phone is broken then? Yes? No? Maybe so? I won't put you on the spot. I'll leave that alone, all right? So I agree with my colleague that we can't have a scattershot approach to resolving these issues. We can't be all over the place. It has to be targeted, it has to be focused in order to be able to accomplish something. Otherwise, at the end of the day, you're going to be spinning the wheels, and you're not going to be able to check off the box on accomplishments because you're all over the place, right? So I wanted to ask you in the few minutes I have left, can you speak to what is currently occurring and being undertaken by your school construction and maintenance division at each of the schools right now, especially in the St. Croix district, and then we can move to the St. Thomas district.
30
Kirby
seconds.
Larson, Juanita Guardian, Alternative, Lou Muckle, Ricardo Riches, Alfredo Andrews, John Woodson, CHS, which is Central High School, Education Complex, Unity Rivera, Alexander Henderson. What is occurring today in terms of school maintenance at each of those schools?
Okay, I'd like my current team members in both districts respond to those. Mr. Milligan?
Good morning, Yancy Milligan, St. Croix manager. So in the St. Croix district, in the St. Croix district, we do have 22 facilities that we all manage. Out of those 22 facilities, we choose 6 schools that was in critical condition that need 100% attention. Those 6 schools will be Claudio Marco, John Wilson, Rivera, Alfredo, Juanita Garden, and Paul Larson School. Those 6 schools were suffering with roof condition and poor bathrooms. So those are the 6 schools we're currently working on to give at least 80% of accomplishment to those schools. The rest school will be doing interior work as with our staff in-house. We currently are ongoing our ceiling light repair right now. We should be completed with John Woodson with ceiling light repair. We right now currently working in complex repairing ceiling lights. We already procured $72,000 worth of ceiling tiles to replace all those damaged ceiling tiles throughout the district. Also floor tiles as well, painting and AC cleaning. Now those in-house assignments are being done with the summer workers and also our team that we have in-house, and those 6 schools that have those critical conditions will be accomplished by contractors, and our contractors already received the PO for those 6 schools and are right now currently gathering the material or already start in the school executing these assignments.
So do you have a Gantt chart or some project task order or something at each of those schools that you could share with this committee so that we could again check off the box or go back and do an inspection of exactly what's happening at each of these schools? The 22 facilities that you spoke about, the 6 that have made 100% priority, as well as the other task orders. Do you have something like that available?
We should have that notes across the team. We'll get to you.
You can submit it to the chair again so that we could be able to look and see exactly what's going on and share that perhaps with the Board of Education as well, so that we could be able to hold individuals accountable. Because we're 57 days away. School starts August the 13th. We're 57 days away from that initiation. So we got a lot of work to do.
I agree so.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time and opportunity. And St. Thomas, you could just quickly go over the St. Thomas district. We'll appreciate it.
Good morning, Gene Weeks. Okay, so in the St. Thomas district, we have currently started, let's start with the Janie Tuitt School, which is in Savannah. We started a building that has 4 classrooms in it. We're doing painting, also doing the floor tiles, doing the screens, and waxing. We already waxed the 2 floors already. So Janie Tuitt should be finished, I would say in the next week and a half. Moving on to the modular areas, which we're doing the deck paintings, repairing of damaged planks and rotten planks, getting that area safe for traversing because we have some areas that could cause trip hazard. We're working on all the modulars facilities. We have currently at Gomez School, where we're doing the AC repair in the replacement, I should say, not repair, replacement of the AC units in the cafeteria. That should be finished within, say, next week. The contractor has the units, he's putting them up. We also have at the Idera Ken School, where we have the units already for that area, where we're gonna have the contractor start putting in the AC units in that school. St. John, we have our flush meters, our flush valve that we going to be doing in-house. Keep in mind, our in-house staff is small, but we're moving forward. Now with the summer students, we're gonna be utilizing them to do a lot of our pressure washing, cleaning our schools and doing touch-up painting with the summer students. So next week, we should be fully in blast with that, in doing that.
Chair, if I may add to that.
Yes,
Paul
go ahead.
Harrigan, School Maintenance Assistant Director. At Udorican, we also have some roof repairs on the 300 series classrooms.
Yes.
We're supposed to have the sped room to be completed, remediation. There was a fire at TK 106 that we're doing a remediation, smoke remediation in there also. Bowski in the kitchen restrooms, we're actually finishing that up for them. And we also have 2 IFBs that we expect back. Actually, yesterday was the deadline for that for the 2 Sibley schools, the Monroe Annex and the Sibley main campus, the music room and the bathroom roofing. And then also we're supposed to renovate the female bathroom there and do some repairs to the pump room, the housing of the pump room. And the music room roof we're supposed to repair there also. The main building at the annex, we're planning to change the galvanizer on that roof. But this is all temporary repairs due to the FEMA funding also. So it's nothing permanent, but it's basically, we change the galvanizer out, but we're not doing any major structural repairs to the roofs. So just temporary repairs due to FEMA restraints.
Okay, thank you so much. Quick point, and let me make all the points pointed now. We still have one senator to go and St. Croix. So pointed question. Senator DeGraff Mike and also Senator Franklin Johnson, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
You're going to be next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regards to the AC unit at Udorican School, in the cafeteria, the big AC unit that stores the food, they've been losing food because one of the doors hasn't been shutting, and the whole AC unit in one of them the chillers have been totally iced up. Is that a part of your AC plan that you're working on for Udorican School?
Yes, that's a part of our assessment when we do get back from the solicitation and that contractor actually we're using 3 different contractors. It's not going to be one. It's going to be 3 different contractors. So it'll be like a task order. We send that particular contract to that particular school, and they'll make the assessment, get back to us, and in a timely manner, and then we will have them do the repairs.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. I'm going to come to you right now. Well, let me get Senator Johnson, and I'm going to come to you. Let me just get him, because he's been there a while. I'll come right back. It was relevant? Okay, pointed question, Senator Carla Joseph.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. It was relevant to the
Go
AC
ahead.
units. I wanted to ask you, Mr. Weeks, have you, because you said a lot of the work is going to be done internally for AC work, especially at Jess in St. John. Have you had any collaboration with the Raphael O. Wheatley Skills Center? Because they graduated about 18 persons in HVAC recently. Have you had any collaboration with them to really beef up, maybe over the summer, give them an opportunity to do some hands-on, actually apprenticeship type of training to support what you are doing internally?
We have not for this year, but in the past we did. But one of the issues are that funding. In order to get these guys involved, and which I would love to have them on board, we have to have that funding source to pay them.
They will be at cheaper cost
Than a contractor.
Than a contractor. Okay, and many of them graduated with high honors from this particular course. I really think that that is somewhere that you need to explore.
Yeah, I'm not doubting you. I mean, we
I
have
have it
some
right
individual.
here.
We have some great individual in the island that does great work, but we also have to be able to pay them
And
what they
the-
deserve.
They need the practical experience and the opportunity. Thank you. So I think that is something that you need to look at to cut cost and to work within a budget. They would only need to be under the guidance of somebody who is licensed HVAC, but you may have those persons internally. But that is a way to cut those costs and provide those opportunities for those individuals to get that hands-on credential. And it's a really cheaper cost. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Senate Chair, if I may
Thank you,
add.
Senator. Go ahead, sir.
We would love to employ those individuals, but one of the reasons why we use currently the contractors, because if we was to buy them the equipment, there's no warranty. So when we hire contractors to actually install the ACs, there's warranty. But funding is limited. If we had the chance to have them work alongside the contractor, then they could be able to get the training they need along with the certificate they have from the skill center, which would be ideal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For those individuals, they are certified, and I go at this to the skill center all the time. They can maintain them. So bring them on to do the maintenance. So we got to be creative. That's all I'm saying. That's what we're saying. We got to be very creative. Bring them on to do the maintenance. That way, let them do the maintenance, but we have to find a way to onboard them. I do agree with you, but we need to find a way to onboard them. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I'm going to go to the thing. I think the big concern is that there's always a mindset to look for a contractor. And sometimes the contractor is going to charge 4 times what you would pay to bring somebody on full-time that's working for the department that you could utilize every single working day. So you spoke about service contract for AC units. I think the senators are just saying that perhaps this is an opportunity with those individuals who are certified to be able to come on as full-time employees with the department to provide that service on a regular basis. And it's CTEC and it's also the Wheatley Center over here. Mr. Benjamin.
Yes, on Friday I had a discussion with Dr. Francis in regards to that. For his current students that have not graduated as yet, being that we are executing a service contract for the air conditioning, his students will be able to get hours to tag on, like I think it was a 4-hour a day, where they could tag on with our current contractors, so they could get that experience, so that they could have it for when they graduate and once they got their certification. And then after that, once we have the funding in place, we will be able to bring these individuals
The
on.
senators are looking at those individuals who have already graduated
I understand.
and are now certified, because what really happening though, if we continue to graduate individuals on these skill program and they can't get into a job and we hire in a private contractor, then we're defeating the purpose of actually training them. But let me go on to Senator Franklin Johnson, because he's been quite patient. Senator Johnson, you're recognized.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I never thought you were going to reach here. But I definitely want to start by extending my condolence to the Henderson family out of Frederickstead. My tardiness was on behalf of being to one of the loved ones, better known as Beaver, who was laid to rest today, former fireman. I sit here quietly and I was going over the notes and stuff like that. And what I really want to start out is something that's been on the table for the longest while, which is the lunchroom them. And if these things been answered already, I'll move on. And I want to start with Claudio Marco School. I've been there to the graduation, and that kitchen is incomplete yet. What's the status of that kitchen for Claudio Marco School?
Mr. Alan Fleming, could you please take that?
Alan Fleming, Chief Operation Officer. Senator, the Claudio Marco kitchen is slated to be completed in August.
In August? I mean, that's when school don't start. Quite sure of that. And these schools, these lunchroom, which tell me which lunchroom and St. Croix have been completed and which one have still not yet been completed.
Okay. Completed, we have Central High, Woodson, Juanita Guardian, Lumockle, and Ricardo Richards. Uncompleted, we have Claro Marco, and also Yuli Rivera. Yuli Rivera, that has to get a new contract to complete the work on that facility.
And when that one will be completed?
We don't have a completion for Yuli Rivera yet. Once we get the contract, then we'll be able to say the completion date based on the contract.
So you don't have a contractor right now as we speak for that school?
No.
How long these material been sitting? How long these equipments have been sitting? And you know, it's like we're going over this for the last 5-6 years with these schools. At least. And this is just, it just don't sit well. Because when you got to travel from one place to carry food to the next, many times the food ain't gonna reach you as warm and as hot. Most times. So what are we doing? These are things that our priority should be on the top of the list to make sure that when schools start, because the equipments are there. I can't understand, I really can't, and you guys are not explaining to us as to why. We just keep hearing these dates moving more back and back, just continuing. And I want to ask Mr. Milligan a question. He spoke about getting some $72,000 worth of tiles for the roof. If you're putting in these tiles and the roof ain't fixed, please don't do that. Because we're going to waste the money. So please tell me that these tiles that you're talking about, the roof them is going to be completed before these tiles are being installed. Please tell me that.
Good morning, Senator Johnson. That's exactly what I explained to the team, to the floor, that once the roof is completely repaired, then we will install all the ceiling tiles as needed.
Please, let's not just put these tiles in for beautify and fool us off that when we come and do an inspection, the tiles look good and the first set of rain come, they get wet down and they're gone. I see I have the board here in front of me and I really want to ask them one simple question. What do you guys see as some of the critical needs that's going to make that environment for our children when school open? What does the board see as some of the critical needs?
Good morning, Winona Hendricks. The board has always advocated for a 3-phase approach. The first phase would be in May, when we would get a description for both districts with all the maintenance, physical environment issues that they're going to take care of. Then the second phase would be in July, when we would see what has been accomplished. And then the third phase would be before the school opening in August, where we would sort of review the accomplishments.
1 minute,
we think
30
that
seconds.
is critical. What is also critical for the board is the other agencies, the ancillary agencies, the OSHA, the fire department, that they do their walkthrough and they provide the board information that says everything is in order. The fire extinguishers have been checked, the air quality has been checked, and so when we get that report, we're aware that yes, school is indeed ready to open. And finally, doing the walkthrough, which is critically important. Bill 8717 has deleted our responsibility for going in and doing the maintenance issues. However, we still intend to do the walkthroughs.
30 seconds.
And we usually do a report, and we send a report to the superintendents of schools and also the Commission of Education.
So you've been in contact with Mr. Benjamin and his team, and you propose what you're just saying here to me?
We have had a number of opportunities to try and meet with the new school bureau. I think we met once, and the other 2 planned meetings were postponed for various reasons, whether they had to come to the legislature or had other important things. But we have tried to suggest, we are called in the 8717, we are called panel reviewers. And as panel reviewers, we have indicated, and yes, we have submitted the information. There's a very wonderful lady that works there. I don't see her on the floor, but her name is Miss Bellot. And we have submitted to her that in trying to keep up with what's going on with maintenance, the board would like a monthly report. We would like a report from, again, as I said, the ancillary organization showing whether the Bureau is in compliance or non-compliance. We have asked for an annual report. We want to see a capital management project report. And then we want to see a year's performance report. So we have submitted that information. We have not been able to discuss it, as I said, because of the postponement of the other meetings. Thank you.
I think my time has been covered. Mr. Chair, I'd like to wrap up on this, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
I really appreciate what you just said, Mr. Winona, and I hope that the Bureau maintenance team will follow up and have those meetings, because I think it's a very good plan to put in place, because you have those timeline. And if you keep up with those timeline, hopefully we could get the schools then prepared and ready. Mr. Benjamin, after listening to Ms. Winona Hendricks, have you made contact with the fire department, health department to make sure that these inspection and all these type of stuff before school open is in line to be inspected?
Yes, we have. We sent out our schedule, and we're waiting to hear back from them so we could coordinate our times.
Well, I would appreciate if you not just wait, you call them again to make sure that they're in sync. Sometimes we make calls, we send out letters, and we just leave it drop, while those other agencies have a lot on their plate at the same time. And sometimes you need to make that follow-up call to make sure that everyone is on base with what we need to get done. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. I just wanted to say that in reference to the recommendations from Member Hendricks, that's a Senate responsibility, you know. That's not the Bureau responsibility to make sure she has that. The bill is clear. The bill just put everything under the Bureau. So if the Senate sees fit, we need to include it back into and amend 8717. So I'm recommending that we get the recommendations. We look at what information we want to provide to the board, and we do that. But in for them to ask the board, you know, that's the Senate is who passed that bill. The Senate said they didn't want the board involved. And that's why I invited the Board of Education, because I know they need to be involved. So we need to come up with a mechanism as to how we're going to include them back in. So quickly, we could conclude. Special Education St. Croix, what's the status of the building? Princess, right next to the maintenance shop. What's the status of the building?
So, Jan Simin again, good afternoon. The special ed, the SPED building right now, or the staff is actually displaced and they're housing in the maintenance office right now. We're currently working on replacing 3 7-ton AC units, the docking system, painting on the interior, and also the roof repair was already finished.
So what's the date for the building to be reopened with deep cleaning?
Right now I'm waiting on Caribbean Cooling, which is the AC contractor, to accomplish their tasks. They're not sure yet what they're doing. They're waiting on a specialist to come in and complete the docking system, and once that is completed, then we move on in the interior detailing, painting, and having those offices ready.
Okay, Appendix B that you submitted. And while you get an Appendix B, do you have a start date for the rebuild of Central High School?
That's going to be handled by Education, OD and ODR.
So you're not new construction also? You're not the school?
No, sir.
So you just a maintenance entity now?
Yeah, for right now, we're not. Until the schools are turned over to us.
I gotta pull the bill back up, but yeah, I will come back to that. I thought when it was originally constructed, what's the name of your entity?
The Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance.
Okay, so stop. The first part.
Construction.
Bureau of School Construction.
Yes.
Okay. So how are you not involved in the rebuild? Bureau of School Construction. So we fund a whole entity for millions of dollars, and now they're outside. They haven't turned over the school construction, so you're not involved with Charlotte Amali rebuild?
I would have to get back to you on
No, the
the
answer is
details
no.
with that. No,
You see,
no.
this is exactly why I said we set up bureaucracies, and then stuff don't change. So how can you set up a totally separate unit and you don't transfer the full responsibility for them as pertaining to the actual name? Your school construction. That is why you don't have the architect working with you guys.
We have an architect working with us.
Who's the architect?
Cynthia Allen?
Cynthia Allen.
Okay, and then Department of Education have an ex-architect, correct?
Yes, sir.
So we have two architects to do the same thing. So
3
who gonna be-
minutes.
So your architect looking over what? Because he looking over
They're
school
not doing the same
construction.
thing. We are doing the school maintenance, and we don't need to have an architect on board because a lot of this stuff we're doing is structural, and it will contain the use of architects' professional advice.
You're supposed to be over school construction. You're supposed to be intimately involved in school construction. So you're not having meetings with ODR?
I attend the meetings, the progress meetings on the projects.
Progress meetings?
Yes,
But
sir.
you're not a part of ODR?
No, we're not.
You're not a part of the selection committee
No,
that
we're not.
selected the contractor for Central High School and the other schools?
No, we're not.
So they have just taken the responsibility away from the Bureau?
Yes, sir.
They've never included it.
Well, we were never included.
Well, you never had
actually.
it. They've just never turned it over.
Right.
So, colleagues, we have a lot of work to do. The Appendix B, Alfredo Andrews roof repair recoating. The 10th line going down. The contractor, that's a typo? The contractor is a typo? Because this is a construction. Is it a typo for the contractor?
1 minute, 30 seconds.
I'm seeing a sign company, a sign and banners company.
Yeah, they have the ability to do roof repairs.
Carpentry and painting.
Yeah.
They does.
Under their license. I had the
we
same
check that.
response as you when
Yes,
I
we
first
did.
saw their name, and I questioned it.
So they hold many discipline under the license, Senator.
Okay, so let me get it clear. You do not know what is the start date for Central High or Charlotte Amali rebuild?
No, sir.
Okay. Complex AC unit installation.
So complex AC unit installation is pending. We received all the units already. We're just waiting on the electrical upgrade to be completed and install those units.
Electrical upgrade for complex, is that ARPA or Bureau funds?
Okay, the Bureau is currently paying for the component to tie the ACs in.
But it was actually initially ARPA funds.
Okay. Complex for 2 years have been on half-day abbreviated schedules, 2 successive years. So let's try to make sure that we don't have an additional year of complex being and a partial day, which also affects CTEC and affects Central High School. So we have reduced the instructional hours for those students for too long. So I hope that you get that worked out. Muller School, the vice chair and myself went, I think it's
1 minute.
Muller and Bowski. They rarely see a maintenance person at that school. Muller don't see a maintenance individual for weeks. Nobody shows up there. What schedule do you have to ensure that maintenance workers are able to go to schools every single week to do some of the basic stuff, the basic maintenance that needs to be done on a regular basis?
Muller wasn't using the work order system. I would get a call directly from the principal, and I will have.
That's the question. I ain't talking about work order. Do you have your crew?
30 seconds.
Are they assigned to a particular school that they know that they have to go and check the school for X, Y, and Z? A teacher, administrator might not necessarily know that this ECU need this or that, but somebody should be going from the department to do the regular cleaning, going into the restroom, making sure that everything is working, functioning. Do you have a schedule where you have those employees going to the different schools on a weekly basis?
Mr. Weeks, would you address that, please?
Good afternoon, Gene Weeks. Okay, so we do have coordinators that are assigned to different areas. I'm not too sure what's going on at Muller, but I know my coordinator has a pretty good understanding with the principal, and every time she calls, he's there.
I don't think you're getting what I'm saying. I'm not saying when they call them. I'm saying on a regular, the vice chair and myself were there. There was nobody at the school for like 2.5, like 4 weeks. Then we went out to Bowski. There was nobody there on a regular basis. So the little regular stuff that needed to be done wasn't being completed.
Okay, so one...
I know that when I started education, you had a maintenance worker at the school, you had a laborer at the school. They were responsible to do all the little stuff that needed to be done. They were under the principal, you could assign them to do whatever. And then they tried to centralize. And then they went to teams in which a group of 4 individuals were assigned to 3 different schools, and they would rotate through the schools.
Exactly.
What system do you have that is going to allow you to keep these schools maintained? Before you answer, everybody always saying, oh, the schools are old. The schools hard to maintain because of the age. And I've been in San Francisco in a school that was 110 years old, that was properly maintained. All of the historic district in DC properly maintained. How are you going to be able to deploy those individuals working with you to do regular maintenance? There's simple issues like trash at Woodson, where the custodians say it's too heavy, they're female. The maintenance man say they don't work for the principal, that is not under the job scope, and the garbage overflowing on the ground. So how are we going to coordinate just the small little issues to make sure our schools stay clean, the AC units, the vents on a regular basis are clean, they're looking at the locks? I mean, I go in a bathroom and it's so simple. It's a $2 apparatus to fix a restroom door, but it's not working for months. How do you get the best out of the staff that's assigned to you?
Senator Chair, if I may. Paul Harrigan's Assistant Director of School Maintenance. Since I've been on, I've noticed deficiencies. However, St. Thomas is limited with the staff, and we only have about 16 coordinators and additional maintenance mechs. 14 now.
So you have 14 staff members at St. Thomas?
Yes, that actually do the work. So we
how much vacancies?
Well, 3, but St. Croix has 30. Mr. Milligan, can you help me? 28. So we're understaffed here in St. Thomas. I came up with a spreadsheet stating where we need to add additional laborers to our staff in St. Thomas to allow us to be able to station certain guys to certain schools and then have floaters and also have specialized people that deal with certain skill sets. But we need funding to implement this. So in September, I guess for the budget amendment, we would have probably proposed trying to get additional funding, but according to the Senate today, I don't think that's probably possible.
Did you have, we didn't say anything. The good finance chair is to your right, okay? So you can whisper in his ear. He has a lot of on his plate right now. You said you got $6.9 million for personnel and fringe, or personnel alone?
So it was personnel.
Pull on the mic.
I'm sorry, Dr. Shami Myers. So we have $6 million overall. Our personnel cost is 3.1, and then fringe was about 1.9, and then we had another $1 million that was appropriated. $500,000 was to be used.
So what is this? Is it 6.9 for personnel and fringe? What is your personnel and fringe in the budget?
Personnel is 3.1 and fringe is about 2 million. 1 point. Can't remember the exact amount.
And you currently have positions that cover the $3.1 million?
Yes, the only vacancies we have is the three. Well, we have 4 vacant positions. And
on St. Thomas?
No, 3 of them are St. Thomas and 1 on St. Croix.
Are you interviewing for those positions?
So currently what we're doing, because Mr. Benjamin as well as Mr. Harrigan, we have been working together because he wanted to ensure that those positions that we fill would be conducive to the goals and objectives of the Bureau currently. So we don't want to fill those positions in the capacity that they are because we wanted to get the best out of them.
Okay, so stop there. So the good senator just gave you an idea as to how to fill those positions, and I just looked at the program. You have individuals who got a certification in carpentry, plumbing, electricity, and HVAC. 4 positions. Go look at a little list where we break that you could see.
The position on St. Croix is actually a project manager position. That one is not inclusive for that, but the 3 on St. Thomas, we can definitely utilize your suggestion.
We're going to have a meeting by the end of July, first week of August before school start, to get a progress report so that we can know exactly what you have been able to complete. However, I would really be remiss, and I tried hard, I said, I'm not going to mention it, but I have to. We have 7 individuals at the table, 1 from St. Croix. The director and assistant director from St. Thomas. Usually, the director is on one island, and the assistant director is on the next island to make sure everything goes. You have 2 assistant directors from St. Thomas. I know I got Crucian that live on St. Croix that have the expertise. You can't hire just all St. Thomas unless you're going to be traveling over on a regular. There's nobody in the leadership. You can see really that on a lower end. There's nobody in the leadership from St. Croix. And then you move on and you look to the architect for education at St. Thomas Bay's position. My good friend right back there, you didn't mention him. He works at you, Mr. Bernier. He works at the Bureau.
Chief engineer.
St. Thomas, nobody else in St. Croix, no architect, no engineer, no position of leadership on St. Croix. And when I usually mention this, people get upset and say, oh, you're being divisive. I'm not being divisive. The structure is divisive towards St. Croix.
So we, if I can, Senator,
how you really explain that one?
Because we have identified, we did identify that shortfall, we definitely did, and we are actually working towards ensuring that there is leadership on scene.
No, but you have 16 workers and 6 managers right here. 7, 8 managers, right? You have 16 people working and you have like 8 or 9 managers. So you're more than 50% management. Well, I say 33%. If it's 8 and 16, that's 24. You're 33% management. You can't hire out more managers on St. Croix unless these managers, you're making them go out and work with the staff and completing tasks. It can't just be a bunch of chief. You need workers. You got $700,000 at the position there. You need workers. So you're going to have to assign one of your people to go to St. Croix on a regular basis. But as you move forward...
They do travel to St. Croix frequently.
As you move forward, any leadership vacancy needs to come from St. Croix to complement so you can have eyes and ears on St. Croix.
We currently have that in motion, sir.
Yes, we have that in motion, Senator. We currently have that in motion.
Okay. Senator James, colleagues, we're going to wrap up just now because Senator James, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to point out to you that we do not practice DEI in the Virgin Islands when it comes to St. Croix. Just letting you know that. Thank you.
BI?
I heard you loud and clear. My colleagues didn't hear you. Can you say what you said again, Senator?
And explain.
I heard what you said.
This is coming from and I'm going to put this on the record now, and I think this is a good opportunity because I will concur with you on that. If you just give me a quick opportunity to say this. On Friday at the Hogansburg ceremony ribbon cutting, which was very important, I asked the question whether or not there was any Crucian on the VIAPSI, the Virgin Islands Renewable, I can't remember the acronym though. I believe you may remember that. And I was told there was no Crucian on it. And I went home thinking, when it comes to St. Croix or the Virgin Islands, we do not practice diversity, equity, and inclusion for the island of St. Croix. So I'm going on the record and saying that because I was very disappointed on Friday. And now when I hear what you're saying today, I am going to say that I agree totally with you that when we ask the question where we appear to be divisive, but in fact, all we're asking for is for inclusion, equity, and diversity when it comes to organizations, structures, positions. In the Virgin Islands government, we have to lead. Not because we're all black, it means that we are all the same. The people of St. Croix have every right to participate in everything. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And quickly on that, because I think it's very important. The board that she's speaking about, the senator is speaking about, the VIAPSI or whatever the name of it is to form a nonprofit entity that would be able to assume the ownership of the 2 solar facilities on St. Croix, because it's supposed to go through a federal process where it's going to become the property of the Water and Power Authority, but it needs to have a nonprofit entity for these 2 solar facilities on St. Croix. And the board, all the positions were St. Thomas, not one person from St. Croix. So how does that really make sense? How does that make sense? And I just got to put that. But we have 2 other bills we need to cover. So Senator Lewis wants a point, and then we're going to allow Mr. Benjamin to close out.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon again, testifiers. Good afternoon, people of the Virgin Islands. Yes. Mr. Benjamin, I know where we are on the topic of school maintenance, summer maintenance. We, in the process of, which is not under your purview, but you know about it, we're building new schools in the territory. Have you started a plan to submit between you and the department, or even to the governor? Because we're going to need more staffing and so forth for maintenance to take care of these new facilities, and we're going to need specialized help and so forth. Have you started a plan for future of these schools? I see in some of them they have pools and things that's a heavy maintenance there, you know, all kind of different things. We modernizing. And great to one of my colleagues, let's get involved with the skill center and those different places so we could start attracting those people, because we're going to have need for them pretty soon. So I want to know if you have a plan in place or started a plan in place for these new schools.
Yes, I have started my plan. What it entails is that, first and foremost, the individuals that are going to be working on these new schools, they have to be a different type of individual than what we currently have. These materials are not the materials that were used in the last 10 years that are in these schools. The technology that's at these schools, example the MEP, the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing, it entails a whole different array. You can't just have your typical guy off the street who said he know how to do plumbing to go into these facilities and work on them. That's a thing of the past. We have even the very components that the structures are made of, even the concrete. You have to know how to handle those materials because those materials do not contain the same components that were in the previous structures. So you have to get trained. For example, the guys that we currently have, they are going to be shadowing and piggybacking the closing out of the new facility. They are going to get an intense, how can you say, introduction into what these components are for these structures. And
okay, well, your answer getting a little too. Thank you. You're getting really detailed now, but thank you for the answer. But I'll just have to say that you need funding, so you need a meeting in the government house,
Yes.
OMB, to be included. And you need to be a part of the new school advisory because you don't even know what they're building, what they're putting in, because you ain't seen any plans, you ain't seen anything, you don't know what the components are. If you're not a part of it, what are they going to do? Open a school in 26 and then say, here, take it? And you want a part of what is going on? Senators, everybody asking for a question. So we're going to do some 90 seconds. Ask a specific question, okay? And succinct answers as much as possible. Senator Lewis already took up his 90 seconds. So Senator Joseph.
Wonderful.
90 seconds. No thank you, just three.
Thank you. I wanted to ask if all of the generators that were purchased that were funded by ARPA are on island for the schools.
yes, they are, ma'am.
All.
From my understanding.
And so it's only installation cost.
Yes.
Thank you so kindly.
Well,
no, it's not. No, it's not.
That's
it
what
wouldn't
that's
just
what
say
I'm asking.
installation costs because there are different.
Mr. Benjamin, just hold up. Did you pay to purchase them?
I didn't pay to purchase them, no.
And the purchase was coming from ARPA, so that need to be met.
Yes, it
Okay,
was
so we
paid in
need to
phases.
purchase an installation.
Yes.
Nothing has been paid for, Senator.
Nothing has been paid for.
No.
That's what I asked. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Senator James, quickly.
Yes.
Yeah, they were paid for upfront, and the contractor was expecting reimbursement, and now they're on island. ARPA funds were cut March 28th, so all of them are now the responsibility of the Department of Education and the Bureau of Maintenance, because I'm not saying no construction no more, Bureau of Maintenance. Senator Gittins. Oh, Senator James came back. Okay, Senator James, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask quickly the Board of Education. I looked at the deletions that were made when we created the Act 8717, and I just wanted to find out whether or not the B and C were deleted, and what it required was that the Board of Education and the Commission on Education develop a schedule, proposed timeline, and then in C, you would then recommend to the legislature and the governor seeking and securing funding for the timely and expeditious repair and maintenance of public schools. Were those duties really done by the Board of Education? Because it seemed as if, based on my understanding, you were not really involved in securing the funding for the repair and maintenance and addressing concerns. I just wanted to find out.
Thank you, Senator, for that question. Emanuela Perez, Vice Chair of the Virgin Islands Board of Education. Senator, it goes back to the way the language is written and how it's always approached when it comes to funding. It's created, it's executed, and then it's get brought to our attention, so to speak. So no and yes to your answer. It was done, it was brought to us. It's just the steps in which it was done did not give space for us to give that specific.
So you don't, just a quick question, Mr. Chair. I just want to find out if we're going to give you some power regarding the inspections, we can't use the language that was there before. We would have to create new language to give you some sort of oversight.
Or add to the language that specifically gives us a role of more than just a reviewist.
Rather than just reviewing.
Right, so you get the opportunity to see it, but you don't have a vote in determining how it's rolled out.
Okay, I'll look at the language. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, and we can work out that language issue. Senator Gittens.
School starts when?
August 30th.
August
13th.
And this meeting between you and the Board of Education will take place when?
July.
What prohibits you from meeting this month?
We put it on the schedule based on our schedule of events that we have on our calendar.
Mr. Benjamin, I oftentimes speak about the 5 Ps. You came here to
1 minute.
speak on a plan.
Yes.
Prior planning prevents poor performance. There's also 7 Ps, and I wouldn't say what those other 2 Ps are, but you need to adjust your schedule for the prior planning of our future, our children. If you could make that meeting happen this month, make it
30
happen this
seconds.
month, because how much could be done within the 2 weeks span of time that you'll meet with the board and there's things to be done. Prior planning prevents poor performance.
That's right.
The chair, I believe, asked about the camera system. The next measure up on our agenda today is about school security.
Time.
What's the status on those cameras that were turned over to the government?
Okay, the school security, the Department of Education has those cameras in their possession. We were just asked to fund the installation.
Understand, but your school construction and maintenance?
Yes, sir.
So with the maintenance portion, would you be responsible for the installation of these cameras?
No, I won't be, sir.
So who would be?
The Department of Education just simply asked us to pay for them. We're going to fund it.
I understand
and
what
the contractor is education, sir.
I understand what they ask you to pay for. But
Education.
if you are school construction and maintenance, who would be responsible, who should be the entity responsible for the installation of these cameras?
Well, the new Bureau of School Security that's going to be formed, I would
What
think that
is
they
this?
should be.
How you know they're going to be formed?
Well, if they are.
Okay, it's okay, Senator.
Listen,
okay.
let me
You're
just
fine.
lastly say, because I really want to emphasize too, that when you all come before the legislature, that you come prepared and you come fully transparent with the information that you're going to provide. I must tip my hat to Mr. Milligan today. And it seemed like with the only cushion sitting at the table, he was like being, not that he was being shut down, but you could tell that he wanted to be on the side of caution. So he keeps yielding to somebody else in the other district to provide an answer or a response for what's taking place in his district. Y'all get this thing together, please, because this is a level of bureaucracy that we continue to talk about. But be prepared and fully transparent so that this body can assist you with your mandate. You can't do it without funding, and this is where you'll get it from.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. I forgot the next senator. Well, when you said you're paying for it, I thought you were actually supervising the project for the installation of the cameras.
In an ideal world, yes. However, when we were approached to do the funding for this installation, that was what we were specifically asked to do.
So who is who is going to supervise the installation of these cameras? Running of
Mr.
wires?
Mason, and the IT department for the schools, Department of Education.
Okay.
That's the security head.
Yeah, but it still comes down to literally a little construction project, running conduits, pipes, type of stuff, and you have somebody, I guess, I think he's over the monitors, Mr. Mason.
He's over school security. Yeah.
So how can you agree to give your money that you don't have for that? You don't have to answer that, but that's ridiculous. You're giving out money that you don't have for school maintenance for the installation of cameras. While the body could have come before this body, explain exactly what is taking place and see how we're going to be able to accomplish that goal. Well, you're taking a whole $1 million from your budget that you don't have, projects that we need to fund, to give to education to install cameras. Send to the graph quickly. The blighting, center blighting. Let's finish up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me ask in respect to the testimony where they had concerns, responses, etc. Let me choose one. The voc ed classroom, because that's important. And the concern was the classroom roof had issues that need to be renovated, right? And the response was the roof for the voc ed room has issues, but it's part of the ODR with the PMO, with the bundle. So what happens in between? What happens in the meanwhile? What happens with the
We have to do being that we're
students?
maintenance.
We can't talk at the same time. We have to just respond to quick and answers, but let me finish. What happens with the students and in between time? What happens within that space? What's going to happen?
As a maintenance department, we will respond to that issue and do a temporary repair.
30 seconds.
Good to know, because we're speaking about voc ed also, and I think that's critical. And I'm going to speak about that with the next bill also in respect to the schools, our students, and dealing within that space when it comes to safety of our children and keeping them involved and occupied in positive stuff. But anyway, thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Blyden, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director, it's your fault.
Again?
No, you in charge. You take it. You own it. To your team, don't let it happen again. Don't let your bars get rough up like this again. You tighten it up. BCB Gym also led a basketball tournament. The bathrooms totally blocked up. If you could put it on your list if it wasn't. And
We can't touch
tomorrow, just for your notification, tomorrow, June 18th, June 18th, 1979, I joined the government. Started working in property procurement as a mechanic in a motor pool, mechanic helper. I had a checklist of police cars I was fixing because the police cars were running 24 hours a day. So you check, boom. So every day a car comes in for a check, I had a checklist. Do I have that for the schools?
We have a punch list that every project manager would take throughout the different phases of each project.
Daily basis. No, on a daily basis, all your schools, not for the summer programs, all your schools.
On every project that we
through
execute.
the chair, if we go get it, through the chair, not projects, schools. The maintenance issue for every school, A, B, C, D, E, a checklist, write down. HV, plumbing, maintenance, walkways, all of that, a checklist, full checklist. If you go get it through the chair, if you didn't submit it already.
Will do, sir.
Okay, and Mr. Milligan, what is a crucial at St. Tomian? That's like I say, how the team is supposed to operate. So it don't apply to anybody. Nobody in the team shouldn't step out the bounds. But hey, that boss have to take blows again. Somebody got to pay for it. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Senator DeGraff. And I think he's not speaking to projects at all. He's speaking to regular maintenance. You go into the school, the maintenance worker goes to all of the restroom, they check to make sure everything is functioning. They go and they check the HVAC unit. It's just regular maintenance so that we could be able to put a schedule together. Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to quickly talk about servant leadership, and I think it's critical that we're able to ensure that we're fulfilling the needs from the bottom up. I think I'm seeing where the C-suite is completely retrofitted. I'm seeing that individuals are spending money buying $80,000 and $90,000 vehicles, to do personal run on the behalf of the unit, rather than ensuring that we have the rank and file taken care of. It's very, very important, that again we lead from the front, that we make sure that the troops and the subordinates are taken care of moving forward. I wanted to ask you, what is the greatest challenge confronting you Mr. Benjamin, in terms of the bureau that have now been created. What keeps you up at night regarding this bureau?
Lack of funding is the first go-round because, as you know, it's next to impossible to execute a
30
project and you
seconds.
don't have the adequate funding for the project. Then we have the contractors that are going to be suffering because we don't have the funding to cover their work. Then the staffing. We need qualified individuals that understand what maintenance is. And a lot of the individuals that we've had in the past, we're working with them to bring them up to speed. And it's not a easy task.
Very well. Again, my time has been called, but it's important that you got to show from the bottom up that in fact, that we're putting the greatest need where it needs to go. I still have a lot of vendors up to my discussion earlier with you where they're texting saying they have provided work, provided invoices, and still have not been paid. Some going back to December, November, that they have not been paid. I'll share some of that with you, but it's important that we're able to keep our local vendors and these individuals that's doing the work and making sure that they get paid so they don't be discouraged and then bring you some challenges moving forward. All right, if it's above you, then bring it to this body, let's take it up to Government House, but we have a responsibility to make sure that our vendors are being taken care of. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator. Before I go to Senator Johnson, who is the last, and allow both of you to close out. Section 1, Subchapter 2, Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. This is how the bill was written. There is established, this is subsection A, there is established within the Department of Education for budgetary purposes only, the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. This is a key part now. The Bureau shall acquire, establish, operate, develop, repair, maintain, renovate, improve, upgrade, inspect, modernize, manage, and construct all public educational facilities, including schools, educational centers, facilities, and other structures that will be used for or occupied by students, faculty, staff, and administration. That's what's in the bill. So the whole way that everything is structured ain't going according to the bill. And I just want to literally put that on the record, that the way it's structured now, with the Bureau not being a part of construction or having an input, it doesn't confirm to what was written in the bill. And if this is the way that it's going to stay, then the bill needs to change. The bill needs to change. Senator Frankie Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I do concur with what you're saying, because if you take them out of the mix, when the school is completed and the school gets turned over to them, then what? They start trying to figure out what was done, what wasn't done, how was it the wiring was run. It should be fully a part of these schools whilst they are in construction. But what I want to ask Mr. Benjamin, with the reduction of jeopardizing of the ARPA fund, you keep speaking about these generators. Wouldn't that affect the purchase and repairs of all of those generators in the schools?
The ARPA fund covers the purchase and installation of the existing generators. No service contract was purchased during that process. We now have to purchase a service contract for each of these, for the entire fleet of generators.
So you're saying the fleet was purchased already?
Yes, sir.
Are they on island?
30 seconds.
From my knowledge, yes, they are, because we have several schools where the generators are in place and waiting for the completion of the installation.
So you haven't actually seen all of them to know if they are on island. You just guessing that they are.
I've seen them, sir.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question would be Henderson School, the lumber yard. It was told over and time after time that this school will be rebuilt, not totally construct all over, but repaired to go back online. What's the status of that?
Well, I'll have to pass that on to Mr. Milligan. Would you be able to answer to that? And also, before you go any further, that's under the Office of Disaster Recovery as well.
So then you have no knowledge about it, the status right now?
No, sir.
What kind of communication you have with Office of Disaster in regards to the schools?
Well, I personally have to contact them in order to get the information that's necessary.
Well, I would appreciate when you leave, you make a call to find out about our school, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Colleagues, we have exhausted the questions. I'm going to give Mr. Benjamin along with Ms. Perez Cassius to put a short closing statement on the record. We're going to call you back. We'll let you know sometime towards the end of July or the first week of August before school resume to make sure that we know exactly what is taking place and what we have been able to accomplish. So, Mr. Benjamin, you may proceed.
On behalf of the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance, I am grateful to each and every one of you all for this opportunity. As we proceed to get the Bureau formed, we will be in a better place also to assist the Department of Education with all these issues that we have with the existing structures. And again, thank you for this opportunity on behalf of my team and myself.
Thank you so much. And I neglected to ask one quick question. Have you been informed as to which schools will serve as shelter in the event of a storm?
Yes, sir.
Are those schools ready?
In terms of the generator component, as of today, no.
Okay. So
we currently have in St. John, we currently have the generators being connected for that island, and also St. Thomas and St. Croix as well.
Complex? Is the shelter, there's a generator there?
Go ahead.
Chair, really, good afternoon again, Yancy Milligan. So Complex is actually turned over to Vitima and is fully equipped with generators and a microgrid project to assist in time of need of
Now, the community is just concerned that the shelters are ready.
Complex is fully ready.
Okay, thank you so much. Member Cassius or Hendricks?
Yes, thank you, Senator. The board must continue to play an intricate role in reviewing the school learning and physical environment. And Senator, I just want to go back a little bit to where we started from, where you talked about what specifics we think that should occur around Title 8719, around the law 8719. And what really needs to be looked at is the updated language around our role as reviewers. And we consider looking at it in two ways. One, under the maintenance task and completion, we should have an intricate accountability partnership in that, not just a reviewers, and also in the capital plan review panel, specifically around those budgetary findings prior to the execution of the work, not after as just a reviewers. Also, Senator, I want you to know that the board stands behind of our intent to work closely with the legislature and other stakeholders in having plans and working groups going forward, recommendations for the legislative policies and reform around Title 17 and 8717, and of course, funding priorities that will support the quality, instruction, and responsive services to a modern education system. Our education system, with all of the changes that we do, must go back to what our language looks like underneath Title 17 and now 8717 and the Virgin Islands Board of Education's role in that. And we stand committed to working alongside all of our stakeholders to make sure that we can address some of those systematic structures that will impede our success going forward.
Lost a song. Okay, thank you so much. I want to thank all the testifiers for being here with us this morning and answering our concerns and providing testimony. We'll let you know when is the next date for the meeting. Colleagues, we're not going to be breaking long. It's a quick 10-minute break. We're going to bring the next group into the well and proceed on the first bill on the agenda for the second block. This committee stands in recess for 10 minutes. The Committee of Education and Workforce Development is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you read the next item on the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Block 2, Bill number 36-0049, an act establishing the Bureau of School Security within the Virgin Islands Department of Education. Sponsor, Honorable Novell E. Francis Jr. Invited testifiers, Honorable Deanne Wells Hendrickton, PhD, Commissioner, and Irvin Mason, Director of School Security, Virgin Islands Department of Education. Also, Kaiser A. Cowwood, PhD, Chairperson, VI Board of Education. Gleaston E. McIntosh Jr., Executive Director, Virgin Islands Peace Officer Standards and Training. Honorable Mario Brooks, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Police Department. And Kevin Dowdy, School Monitor, Virgin Islands Department of Education. That concludes the reading, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Who speaks to Bill number 36-0049? You're recognized, Senator Noble Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone, and good afternoon to the committee in particular. I want to say Bill number 36-0049, an act establishing the Bureau of School Security within the Virgin Islands Department of Education. How do we support safe schools? Bill number 36-0049 seeks to answer that question and also serve as a launching pad for the collective and collaborative approach needed to support a positive and safe learning environment. How do we do this? First, by training school monitors who in the context of school security are considered the frontline personnel because they act as the first line of defense against various issues and ensure a safe and orderly environment. Second, by consolidating the Bureau of School Security under the Department of Education to support greater autonomy by the divide in making school security related decisions. Mr. Chair, you serve as a principal of schools. Currently, the principal of a school have no real control over the police assigned to the School Security Bureau. They have to request or ask for their assistance in certain matters. To offer some context to the evolution of Bill number 36-0049, in 2022, I was approached by a representative of the Virgin Islands Department of Education. This proposal outlined the transfer of the Bureau of School Security from the Police Department to VI Department of Education, creating a hierarchy and reporting structure, identified costs associated with establishing the Bureau under divide, and establishing a minimum standard for training. After a thorough review of the VIDE's proposal and extensive research on state practices, I opted to introduce a training-focused model. The concerns that were motivated me to propose this bill are not just unique to this territory. According to the National Conference of State Legislatures, school security is a critical concern for policymakers across the country. We have all seen the viral videos of our students fighting. We have also seen the tragedies and their aftermaths unfolding in real time. Columbine, Sandy Hook, Parkland, Uvalde, and most recently in Austria and Sweden. What we don't see locally is the attempt to de-escalate techniques for limiting the use of force and the ability to proactively meet our students where they are through training in child and adolescent development and psychology. Bill number 36-0049 proposes that all school monitors and school resource officers are trained to the same standard. Contrary to public opinion, standards are not a bad thing. This is not an either-or scenario. Training mandates school monitors, resource officers, and their supervisors can and should be a part of a comprehensive wraparound approach that includes infrastructure, police psychologists, social workers, and strategies like mental health support and restorative justice that focus on the whole student. The current environment and the rhetoric that will continue to impact how we manage our security needs. Ultimately, we have an opportunity here today to be both honest about our circumstances and proactive in how we address it. Because when it comes to school safety and security, we can't pretend that we are Olympic swimmers when we are barely treading waters. I look forward to a robust discussion on the proposed measure and encourage my colleagues and the community to ask themselves, if not now, when? And I thank you for your consideration on this measure, and again, I look forward to the robust discussion that we'll be having here today. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Noble Francis. You come out trying your blows early. Said, let me try to get this across. One hit. I waiting for testimony. One shot are coming with this bill. But we're going to allow the testifiers to put the name on the record. We have 2 testifiers in St. Croix, and we have the education representative and post here in St. Thomas. So let's begin with post, and then we're going to go across and then go to St. Croix.
Good afternoon, everyone. Glaston E. McIntosh Jr.
Please recognize the mic.
Good afternoon. Glaston E. McIntosh Jr., Executive Director, Post.
Next.
Victor Sum III, Assistant Commissioner of the Department of Education.
Good afternoon. Irvin Mason, Director of Disaster Plan and School Security.
Good afternoon. Ivan Williams, School Safety Manager, St. Thomas, St. John District.
St. Croix.
Good afternoon, Senator Sean Santos, Assistant Commissioner, Virgin Islands Police Department.
Good afternoon. Charlene Belton Gonzalez, Insular Superintendent, St. Croix.
Good afternoon. Andrea Shillingford, Deputy Superintendent, St. Croix.
Can you go again?
Good afternoon. Andrea Shillingford, Deputy Superintendent, St. Croix.
Okay. And Mr. Sum, you're going to provide the testimony for Department of Education. Okay, we also have one more. Board of Ed.
Good afternoon. Emanuela Perez Cassius, Vice Chair of the Virgin Islands Board of Education.
Good afternoon, Winona Hendricks, Board of Education.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McIntosh, can you please say what post mean for the listening public?
Peace Officer Standards and Training.
Okay, thank you so much. So we're going to begin with the testimony by Mr. Sum, and then we'll go to the board. The monitor is not there. Kevin Dowdy on St. Croix. Okay, then we will go to Santos right after. So let's begin with you, Mr. Sum. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, the Honorable Senator Kurt A. Viale, members of this committee, other members of the 36th Legislature, and my fellow Virgin Islanders. On behalf of the Honorable Dion Wells Hendrington, Commissioner of the Department of Education, I am Victor Sum III, Assistant Commissioner of Education. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. It is an honor to discuss Bill number 36-0049, an act establishing the Bureau of School Security within the Virgin Islands Department of Education. Present with me today are Mr. Irvin R. Mason Sr., the Territorial Director of Disaster Planning and School Security, and Mr. Ivan Williams, the St. Thomas St. John School Security Manager. In light of the escalating concerns around school security, including incidents of violence, unauthorized campus access, and threats to students and staff well-being, the formation of a centralized school safety bureau is a proactive measure. This bureau will provide a coordinated, standardized approach to safety and emergency preparedness across all schools. It ensures that school environments remain conducive to learning while aligning with national best practices in school safety and risk management. A dedicated bureau also strengthens interagency collaboration with law enforcement, health, and emergency management agencies. Today, we will establish our position on the proposed legislation and offer suggestions for different areas that may be amended to meet the unique needs of the Department of Education. We would like to thank the bill's sponsor, Senator Novell Francis, for his proactive approach to assisting us with our safety concerns. We appreciate the commitment that this body has made to the Virgin Islands Department of Education, and we collaboratively work together to ensure that the safety of all remains a priority. The existing organizational structure of the department is broken into districts. Each district having its own school monitor cohort with a school security manager that works closely with the monitors to ensure that they have the necessary resources to do their jobs effectively. The monitors also engage in training throughout the school year, and they recently participated in the annual retreat at the end of the school year. The department has school resource officers assigned to schools, but the Virgin Islands Police Department remains strapped for personnel, which leaves our schools without police presence at times. Currently, we have 46 monitors in the St. Thomas St. John district and 63 in the St. Croix district. Following an internal review of Bill number 36.0049 and in consultation with relevant sister agencies, the Virgin Islands Department of Education expresses conceptual support for the legislation. However, we remain hesitant due to the following primary concerns. The proposed legislation does not identify funding for the Bureau. As it stands now, the department does not have any general or federal funds to support an entirely new bureau. The Virgin Islands Police Department struggles with police recruitment, even at a starting salary of $40,953, and we fear that the Department of Education would suffer the same fate. The need for and the intent of the Department of Education to continue to professionalize, better train and equip, and expand the current school monitor force. There is some evidence to suggest that a Bureau of School Security as part of the Department of Education would be more effective than the use of SROs, school resource officers from the Virgin Islands Police Department. Next in the testimony you will see is the data on American school shootings as referenced by Senator Francis, and you can see the list of major school shootings from 1999 until 2022. The research strongly supports the need for school resource officers in schools, citing their role in preventing incidents such as students bringing firearms to campus. As of the 2021-2022 school year, nearly 45% of United States public K-12 schools had SROs present weekly. The primary goal of effective SRO programs include ensuring safe learning environments, offering resources to school staff, building positive relationships with students, addressing youth-related issues, and protecting students. The National Association of School Resource Officers, or NASRO, promotes a triad concept that defines SROs as educators, mentors, and law enforcement officers. As stated previously, there is some evidence to suggest that a Bureau of School Security as part of the Department of Education would be more effective than the use of SROs from the Virgin Islands Police Department. Currently, the Virgin Islands Police Department employs approximately 15 SROs, 7 in the St. Croix district and 8 in the St. Thomas St. John district. They are assigned primarily at the secondary or high school level. This is not enough, and they are often reassigned to manage crises in the community or as needed to attend to other priorities. None are assigned to any alternative education programs in the department where students at the highest level of risk and maladaptive behaviors are stationed, nor at elementary schools. Bill number 36.0049 calls for approximately 16 SROs at the high school level to include the day adult, career and technical education, and alternative education programs, and 16 at the elementary level for a total of 32 SROs territorially. Next in the testimony, you will see the comparison between traditional settings and a Bureau of School Safety. With respect to Section 110A of the proposed legislation, the Department of Education is in the process of a position title change from school monitor to school security officer. The department seriously finds that the title school security officer, or SSO, better describes the true duties of school monitors who play a crucial role as first responders on school campuses in maintaining a safe and secure environment during school hours, after school, and during extracurricular activities. They are responsible for monitoring student behavior, enforcing school and department rules, and ensuring the physical security of students, faculty, staff, and visitors. The position of a school security officer requires individuals who are physically fit and capable of actively supervising and engaging with students throughout the school day. This title change will allow for the job responsibilities to be effectively reflected by the job title. The department remains very concerned with funding for the Bureau, as there are no general funds currently available for supporting this initiative. Sections 1103, 1105, 1106, and 1107 of the bill require the hiring of staff and training without identifying funding. With respect to federal funding for the Bureau, the department explored obtaining funding via the Security to Avoid Violence in Educational Settings, or the SAVES Act. This federal legislation would redirect federal funds to establish a grant program to enhance school safety at the state and local levels. It would create a new Department of Justice grant program, a new U.S. Department of Justice grant program to improve school security and reallocate $500 million in funding over 5 years to states to create grants for local K-12 schools and school systems. However, the department remains uncertain of the intention of the Trump administration to ensure funding under the SAVES Act. In conclusion, Mr. Chairman, this legislation is ambitious and innovative. It is a plan to address and help resolve school safety, school violence, maladaptive school behaviors, and truancy as a shared responsibility of students and parents, faculty and staff, pertinent agencies and departments of the government of the Virgin Islands, and for sure the wider community. However, given the severe financial strains the department finds itself in, the uncertainty of federal grant funding for this initiative under the Trump administration, and the potential negative impacts to recruitment and hiring at the Virgin Islands Police Department, the Department of Education cannot support this legislation at this time. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on this proposed legislation and for your time and consideration. We stand prepared to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Som, for your testimony. Mr. McIntosh, you may proceed.
Good day, Honorable Senator Kirk VLA, Chairman of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, members of the 36th Legislature, legislative staff, distinguished guests in the chamber, members of the media, and viewing and listening audience. I am Gleston McIntosh Jr., Executive Director of the Peace Officer Standard and Training Council, also known as POST. I appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony regarding Bill number 36-0049, an act seeking to establish a Bureau of School Security within the Department of Education. While I support the efforts to enhance the safety and well-being of our students and educators, I must respectfully express my concern and opposition to the creation of a new, separate Bureau of School Security as proposed in this bill. Our community, like many others across the United States, faces growing concerns over violence, mental health crises, and readiness of our schools to respond to emergencies. The creation of a dedicated Bureau of School Security is a significant step forward, but its impact depends on how effectively it is structured, supported, and aligned with the mission of our schools. Certified peace officers to fill required positions will be critical for the success of the Bureau. Data shows that approximately 58% of public schools reported having at least one peace officer, commonly known as a school resource officer or SRO, present. While the terms SROs and peace officers are often used interchangeably, they can differ in scope and function. SROs are typically assigned to specific schools and have roles that may include mentoring, teaching, building relationships with students, in addition to providing security. In contrast, peace officers may be assigned to multiple schools or have broader responsibilities within a district. It's important to note that the presence of SROs and armed peace officers in schools vary by state and district. influenced by factors such as local policies, community needs, and funding availability. The National Center for Education Statistics, the NCES, regularly collects data on school safety and security practices. Security camera usage in public schools. The percentage of public schools using security cameras to monitor schools has increased significantly over time. From 2017 to 2018, 83.5%. From 2019 to 2020, 91.1%. 2021 to 2022, 92.6%. Trends in school safety measures. The increase in school insecurity measures, including the use of security cameras, reflect a broader trend of heightened concern for school safety. While these measures aim to enhance security, the effectiveness and prevention of incidents can impact the school's environment and continue to be a subject of study and debate. As of the 2021-2022 school year, approximately 44% of U.S. public schools reported having SROs present on campus. This figure represents a slight decrease from 49% in 2019 to 2020, but is still consistent with the pre-pandemic levels. Peace officers who routinely carry firearms, 45% of public schools reported having such officers on site in 2021 and 2022. Down from 51% in 2019 to 2020. The presence of SROs differs based on school size and location. For example, 77% of schools with 1,000 or more students had an SRO on campus, compared to just 24% of schools with fewer than 300 students. Threat assessment teams and security measures. During the 2019-2020 school year, about 64% of schools reported having a threat assessment team in place, a formalized process to identify and manage students who may pose a threat of targeted violence. Throughout the United States, there are several schools that have an established school security bureau or equivalent, but most are linked with the local or state police departments. For example, Texas, following the 2022 Uvalde school shooting, Texas created an Office of School Security, Safety and Security within the Texas Education Agency. This office coordinates statewide safety efforts, provides technical assistance to local districts, and work closely with law enforcement agencies. Iowa established the Governor's School Safety Bureau to enhance school security. The Bureau focuses on providing resources, action plans, and coordination of law enforcement to improve school safety across the state. New Hampshire School Safety and Facility Management Bureau, part of the Department of Education, offers leadership and technical assistance to schools for planning and financial school facilities, including safety measures. And finally, New York. The New York City Police Department Safety Division, with approximately 5,000 school safety agents and 200 police officers, this division is one of the largest school-based law enforcement agencies in the United States and the U.S. Concerns with the proposed Bureau. Rather than solving the existing issues, the proposed Bureau risks introducing overlapping responsibilities and mission conflict between education and law enforcement. The Virgin Islands Police Department, VIPD, already plays a vital role in maintaining public safety, including within school settings. Building upon and refining the existing framework would be more effective than creating redundant structures. Risk of blurring educational and enforcement roles. Schools must remain centers of learning, growth, and support, not enforcement zones. The introduction of a new separate security agency embedded within the Department of Education risks blurring the lines between safety and policing, potentially criminalizing students' behavior that should be addressed through educational and counseling channels. We have seen across the nation that when security functions are not clearly defined, educational goals, it can lead to unintended consequences, including increased suspensions, disappropriate discipline and discipline of minorities and special needs students, and erosion of the trust between students and school personnel. Resources constraint and sustainability. The creation of a new agency demands substantial financial and human resources. Resources being peace officers that the territory already struggles to provide across sectors, especially VIPD. Rather than divert funding to launch a new bureau, those limited funds should be directed to hiring additional counselors and mental health professionals, investing in training as proposed in this bill, and retention of existing SROs, and strengthening the coordination between VIPD and the Department of Education. Alternative to a new bureau. Rather than creating an entirely new law enforcement department within the Department of Education, DOE should enhance the SRO program, ensuring that officers are appropriately trained in trauma-enforced practices and cultural sensitivity. Develop territory-wide protocols for school safety and emergency response under the guidance of existing agency policies. Provide additional support and funding to posts for the training and certification of officers stationed in schools. In conclusion, establishing a separate Bureau of School Security within the Department of Education is not necessary currently. Instead, strengthening the existing structures, enhancing training and coordination, and ensuring clear distinction between educational and law enforcement responsibilities. While student safety must remain the top priority, it is equally important to protect the integrity of our schools as safe and supportive learning environments. I respectfully urge the committee to reconsider this bill and prioritize the sustainable, integrated, and community-based informed approaches to school safety. Thank you, Honorable Chairman Kurt Vialet, Bill sponsor Novel E. Francis Jr., and members of the committee for your time and commitment. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll have the Board of Education.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairman Kirk ALA, Vice Chair Avery L. Lewis, and esteemed members of the committee, Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, Senator Dwayne M. DeGrasse, Senator Maurice C. James, Senator Franklin D. Johnson, and Senator Carla Joseph. Other senators present, legislative staff, and those viewing via various platforms. I am Emanuela Perez Cassius, Vice Chair of the Virgin Islands Board of Education. Honored to present this testimony on behalf of our chairman, Dr. Kaiser A. Callwood, and the members of the Virgin Islands Board of Education. Here present with me is also Winona A. Hendricks, Chair of the Board's Curriculum Instruction and Learning Environment Committee. We are grateful for the opportunity to engage with you on Bill number 36-0049, which proposes establishing a Bureau of School Security. First, let me acknowledge the heartfelt intent behind this bill, a shared commitment to protect our children, which are our greatest treasures. Every one of us here carries a vision of safe schools where every child can thrive without fear. This is a vision worth fighting for. Yet, protecting our children demands wisdom, care, and an approach rooted in evidence and compassion. After careful review, the Virgin Islands Board of Education respectfully opposes Bill number 36-0049. Let me share why. Not out of opposition for its own sake, but out of a deep hope for our children's future and the kind of schools we want to build together. True progress begins with clear intention. This bill, however, lacks a clear roadmap and a strong foundation rooted in the realities of our schools. Without clearly defining the problem and how this bureau would solve them, we risk creating confusion rather than clarity. Our children deserve focused, intentional solutions, not bureaucracy. Creating a new bureau carries substantial cost, financial, operation, and human. We must ask ourselves, will this be the best use of our previous resources? The answer lies in investment in people and support systems proven to work, modernized infrastructures, skilled and caring staff, technology that empowers, and training that equips school personnel with trauma-informed, restorative, de-escalating techniques. These are the tools that build safe, supportive schools where students feel valued and understood. In the Virgin Islands, recent Department of Education data shows that over 45% of our disciplinary incidents involve behaviors better addressed through counseling and restorative approaches rather than security and enforcement. Further, nearly 30% of our schools report critical staffing shortages in counseling and social workers, limiting their ability to provide emotional and behavioral support. We stand at a crossroad. We can choose to nurture hope and opportunity, or reinforce systems that push children toward a future behind bars. Nationally, the school-to-prison pipeline continues to be a pressing issue. According to the United States Department of Education Office of Civil Rights 2021, students in school with law enforcement officers are 3 times more likely to be arrested than those without. Black students, who make up roughly 20% of the U.S. public school enrollment, represents 40% of the school-related arrests nationally. Also, the American Civil Liberties Union 2017 reports Bullies in Blue, the origin and consequencing of school policing. Schools with police presence experience significantly higher rates of student arrests for minor misbehaviors. The report concludes that increased policing leads to criminalization, not safety. Exorbitant racial disparities in discipline. In the Virgin Islands, Black students comprise approximately 75% of the student body, but represents over 85% of the disciplinary referrals involving law enforcement. Similarly, the Justice Policies Institute 2011 study, Education Under Arrest, the case against police in schools, found that the use of school resource officers increased students' referrals to the juvenile justice system, negatively impacts graduation rates, and fails to improve school safety outcomes. The study advocates for investments in counselors, restorative practices, and mental health services over law enforcement models. The board opposes any approach that attaches criminal labels to youth, instead addressing the root cause of misbehaviors through positive behavior supports, restorative practices, and developmentally appropriate interventions. Our schools must be sanctuaries of fairness and compassion, yet evidence shows that increased policing in school magnifies existing disparities. Black students and students with disabilities face harsher discipline and more arrests. For example, U.S. data indicates that students with disabilities are nearly 3 times more likely to be arrested at school than their non-disabled peers. Locally, disciplinary data echoes this troubling trend, with students with disabilities disappropriately referred to law enforcement and suspension. We must not allow fear to drive policies that deepen injustice instead of us lead with restorative justice, fostering understanding, healing, and second chances. We commend efforts already underway by the Bureau of School Maintenance and the Department of Education. Rather than fracturing responsibility, let us unify around collaborative leadership such as appointing a chief of school security within the existing structures to ensure coordination and efficiency. The Virgin Islands Board of Education has established comprehensive policies designed to enhance school safety and promote positive educational environments. Effective implementation and adherence to these policies are significant in reducing the necessary for additional bureaucratic structure. Key policies include our bullying intervention, prevention, and remediation policy. This policy outlines for preventing and addressing bullying, ensuring a safe, supportive school climate for all students. The student discipline policy provides a framework for managing students' behavior through clear guidelines, disciplinary measures, promoting consistency and fairness in addressing infractions. School-based comprehension emergency response plan and drills establishes protocols for emergency preparedness and responses, ensuring that schools are equipped to handle various crises effectively. Students' dress code and uniform guidelines set standards for students' attire to promote a conducive learning environment and reduce distraction or conflicts related to dress. The distant learning policy provides guidelines for implementing and managing distant learning, ensuring continuity of education in various circumstances. Home education outlines the requirement and procedures for homeschooling, ensuring that students receive a quality education outside the traditional school setting. By fully enforcing and supporting these existing policies, schools can effectively address safety concerns and student behavior, thereby reducing the need for creating a separate Bureau of School Security. Incorporating effective school safety strategies from Finland and various U.S. school districts can provide valuable insight into exchanging security within our existing educational framework without necessitating additional bureaucratic levels. Finland emphasizes a holistic approach to student welfare, integrating healthcare, mental health services, and social support directly into our education system. Each school establishes a student welfare committee comprised of principals, special education teachers, nurses, psychologists, school workers, and counselors. These committees meet regularly to develop personalized support plans for students addressing emotional and academic needs. This integrated model ensures that support services are really accessible, fostering a safe and nurturing environment. Additionally, Finnish schools are mandated to have up-to-date crisis plans that outline roles and responsibilities during emergencies. These plans are part of a broader student welfare strategy and developed collaboratively with students, guardians, and staff. Regular training and clear communication protocols are established to ensure preparedness for various crisis situations. Several U.S. school districts have successfully implemented strategies focusing on mental health support and community involvement to enhance school safety. Rigby, Idaho. Following a school shooting incident, the district prioritized human-centered strategies, including student-led support groups and active parental involvement through dads on duties. They also employed counselors and staff to regularly assess students' needs, integrating technology such as anonymous reporting tools to complement their efforts. Marion County, Florida. The district introduced specifically trained gun-detecting dogs on campuses to deter firearms and enhance security. Beyond their security roles, their dogs have helped bridge gaps between students and law enforcement, fostering better communication and providing emotional support. California, the state mandates that all K-12 schools develop and maintain comprehensive school safety plans to address campus risk and prepare for emergencies. These plans have reviewed and updated annually, emphasizes a proactive approach to school safety. By adopting similar integrated support systems and proactive safety planning, we can effectively address school safety concerns within our current structure. Leveraging existing policies and fostering community collaboration will create a secure and supportive environment for our students without the need of additional bureaucratic entities. Esteemed senators, this is a moment to lead boldly and wisely. Our children look to us not only to keep them safe, but to inspire them to nurture their potential and to give them every chance to succeed. Together, we have crafted policies that heal, protect, and empower, policies that reflect our highest ideals and aspirations. Let us reject fear-based responses and instead embrace innovative, evidence-based strategies that uplift all students. Let us invest in their future through mental health supports, community engagement, restorative practices, and education that transforms lives. We honor the spirit behind this bill. We urge you to oppose it. Let us instead commit to a future where safety is inseparable from equity, compassion, and opportunity. Our children deserve nothing less. Thank you for your dedication to this cause and for the privilege of addressing you today. I welcome your questions and I look forward to working together to create schools where every Virgin Islands child can flourish.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cassius. Now we'll be hearing from Assistant Commissioner Santos. You may proceed with your testimony. Thank you.
Good day to the chair, Honorable Kurt VLA, Senate Secretary Avery Lewis, members of the 36th Legislature, their staff, colleagues from the Virgin Islands Police Department, viewing and listening audience. My name is Sean Santos, and I am the Assistant Commissioner for the Virgin Islands Police Department here on behalf of the Honorable Mario M. Brooks, Police Commissioner of the United States Virgin Islands Police Department. I'm here today to offer testimony regarding Bill number 360049, which purposes the creation of the Bureau of School Security within the Department of Education. Mr. Chair, members of the Senate, thank you for the opportunity to speak on this important matter. While I fully support the goal of strengthening school safety of our students, educators, and staff, I believe that the approach outlined in this bill may not be the most practical, efficient, or sustainable path forward. Across the United States, school security is managed through various models, primarily involving either dedicated school police departments or partnerships with local law enforcement agencies. Some large school districts have established their own police departments. For instance, the New York City Police Department's School Safety Division employs over 5,000 school safety agents and 200 police officers, making it one of the largest school-based law enforcement agencies in the country. Similarly, the Clark County School District in Nevada has its own police department with 180 sworn officers providing 24/7 coverage across its schools. More commonly, school districts form partnerships with local police departments to assign school resource officers, SROs. These officers are fully trained and certified through the Peace Officer Standards and Training programs and operate under memorandums of understanding between the school districts and police departments. This model, supported by the U.S. Department of Education and the School Safety Advocacy Council, enables schools to access professional law enforcement support with the financial and administrative burden of forming separate departments. In fact, the National Center of Education Statistics reports that nearly 58% of schools, public schools nationwide utilize SROs through such partnerships, compared to less than 10% that operate independent school police departments. While this bill number 36-0049 is understandable, the creation of a new Bureau of School Security within the Department of Education raises a few concerns. The establishment of a new bureau would require significant financial and administrative resources such as equipment, vehicles, uniforms, office infrastructure, and administrative oversight. based on a comparable jurisdictions, startup costs could exceed over $5 million, with reoccurring annual costs in the millions. These are resources that could otherwise be used to enhance existing school safety efforts, such as implementing a robust camera monitoring system and support educational programs focused on conflict resolution. Studies published by the ACLU, Brookings Institution, and School Safety Advocacy Council revealed that increasing police presence in schools has not led to significant reductions in school violence or shootings. In fact, it has increased the number of student arrests, often for minor disciplinary infractions. Florida saw a 25% increase in student arrests and 8% rise in low-level behavioral referrals after expanding the SRO program. An alternative and potentially more effective approach would be to leverage existing network of school security monitors, begin by raising entry standards through background checks, interviews, psychological screenings, and providing a robust training in conflict resolution, youth behavioral dynamics, crisis de-escalation, gang and drug awareness. Establish a structured hierarchy within the school security framework, such as Monitor 1, 2, and 3 designations to promote professionalism, recognition, and accountability. High-performing monitors could also serve as mentors for high-risk students, building a rapport and contributing to positive behavioral outcomes. School monitors who meet the standards and demonstrate a desire for further professional development could be nominated to attend the Virgin Islands Police Department's auxiliary program. This type of program is being offered by the South Florida State College. Graduates could become post-certified auxiliary officers capable of carrying out law enforcement functions under VIPD supervision while remaining embedded in the school system. It provides the necessary training and certification for auxiliary officers who can support law enforcement activities under the supervision of a certified officer on the school grounds. This is our preferred course of action, as it provides the Department of Education with sworn law enforcement personnel who also would be versed in school monitoring system as well. By becoming post-certified auxiliary officers, these individuals could work in tandem with local law enforcement agencies, more specifically the Virgin Islands Police Department, ensuring a cohesive and coordinated approach to school security. This approach offers several advantages, such as utilizing existing personnel and training programs already in use, thereby reducing the need for substantial new funding allocations. Integrating the school auxiliary officers with other law enforcement would promote better communication and coordination in responding to incidents. We believe that this model would allow for scalability and adaptability based on the specific needs of each school or district. In conclusion, while the intent bill number 36-0049 is commendable, establishing a new Bureau of School Security may not be the most efficient or effective means to enhance school safety. By investing in the training and certification of existing school security monitors through establishing auxiliary police programs, we can strengthen our schools' current security infrastructure in a cost-effective and coordinated manner. I urge the committee to consider this alternative approach and to allocate resources towards programs that integrate existing personnel with local law enforcement agencies, ensuring the safety and well-being of our students and educators. Thank you for your attention and your commitment to the safety of our educational institutions. I now stand ready to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Dowdy, you may proceed.
Good afternoon. Honorable Senator Kurt VLA, Chairman, Committee on Education and Workforce Development. Honorable members of the 36th Legislative Body, fellow testifiers, and listening audience. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Bill number 36-0049 regarding hazardous duty pay for school monitors. My name is Kevin Dowdy, and I have proudly served as a school monitor for the Department of Education for 17 years at St. Croix Central High School. I am joined today by my colleague, Lawrence Benjamin, who also served as a school monitor for 9 years. Together, we are here to represent our fellow colleagues and to explain why the duties of school monitors qualify as hazardous. Support for the bill number 36-0049, de-escalation training. We, the monitors, fully support the training provision outlined in bill number 36-0049. We believe it is essential that all administrators receive the same training as the monitors. This training should include, at a minimum, de-escalation and safety techniques, along with any other necessary training to ensure the safety of the staff, student, and visitors on campus. It is important for administrators to have a clear understanding of how monitors are trained to intervene and de-escalate situations effectively. Bill number 36-0049 represents an important step forward for us monitors who will be operating under the Bureau of School Security. It will help us enhance the skills we have already acquired and provide valuable guidance to navigate the challenges we face daily. The children and parents of today are very different from those of the past. As the front line of school safety, monitors play a critical role in maintaining secure environment. The community must understand our job is to ensure everyone return home safely at the end of each day, including ourselves and our family. We respectfully ask that the administration and the Department of Education fully support their monitors in this important work. My colleague will continue reading about the hazardous duties.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Kurt Valley, Chairman, Committee on Education, Workforce Development, honorable members of the 36th Legislative Body, fellow testifiers, and listening audience. We strongly support the proposed amendment in Bill number 36-0049, which seeks to provide hazardous duty pay for school monitors. This bill clearly outlines the various roles, responsibilities, expectations of school monitors, and the purposes necessary to the changes to Title 3, Chapter 25, Section 559. Incidents demonstrating hazardous duty. The following incidents underscore the dangers inherent in a school monitor role. May 1997, a Central High student was fatally shot by another student in a school gymnasium over an alleged unpaid gambling debt. January 1999, two 14-year-olds were shot near Charlotte Amalie High School by a 16-year-old as the school was ending. October 1999, a former Central High School student was stabbed in the chest outside the gymnasium. June 2004, a student was shot and killed at St. Croix Educational Complex. The weapon recovered was a shotgun. February 2007, a 16-year-old male was shot in the chest at Charlotte Amalie High School. March 2009, students physically assaulted a school monitor. February 2010, an 8th grader was stabbed multiple times at Arthur A. Richards Junior High School. April 2010, students attacked a school monitor. May 2013, two high school students were stabbed during a fight at CHS. 2014, a school monitor was beaten with her two-way radio by a parent. February 2015, 2 individuals were carjacked at gunpoint at the educational complex campus. 2015-2016, a school monitor was pepper sprayed while attempting to break up a fight. July 2016, violence from the surrounding neighborhood spilled onto Joseph Gomez Elementary School campus during summer camp, including a gunfight. This led to the installation of security fencing, although many campuses remain vulnerable to breaches. January 2019, a VID employee was stabbed following a physical altercation with a parent at Paul B. Larson Elementary School. February 2023, a baby gun drive-by at J. H. Woodson Junior High School injured 7 students. October 2023, a school monitor and his family were threatened. Students took photos on his in-laws' home and sent threatening messages. The FBI intervened, yet consequences for the students involved were minimal. May 2025, a school monitor was assaulted by 6th grader Alfreda Andrews Elementary School. These incidents demonstrate the real and ongoing threats to the health, safety, and well-being of students, staff, and school monitors alike. And those incidents are just a few. There are too many to mention. And in closing, we, the Department of Education and school monitors, respectfully thank the members of the 36th legislature body for your time, understanding, and the consideration of Bill number 36-0049. And we urge you to support in recognizing the hazardous nature of our work and the necessity of our hazardous pay. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Mr. Sum, I see you have Mr. Mason is the Territorial Director of School Security, Mr. Williams, St. Thomas St. John School Security Manager. Who's the St. Croix School Security Manager?
Mr. Jaime Roebuck, Sr., sir.
Okay, he's not here to provide any backup testimony today?
He's on leave, sir.
He's on leave, okay, thank you so much. Point of information, Senator Noel Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just want to say that I appreciate all of the recommendations I've made thus far on this, and obviously there seems to be some opposition to this bill. However, I think that the discussion is necessary, and we should proceed with at least with the discussion on this matter, and really to just kind of query these agencies in terms of what some of the recommendations that they have made in terms of timeline for implementation, because obviously these don't require legislation. When I was approached by the Department of Education on this measure, I felt strongly about it. We did our due diligence and research, and I'm hoping that we could really have a robust, lively discussion about path forward on this matter, because this is real and necessary discussion that needs to be had. So again, I welcome the discussion on this matter, and truly, what is the recommendation and the path forward for us to undertake so that we can continue to endeavor to provide safety and security to our students, which represent the largest gathering of any institution in the Virgin Islands is our schools. So let's have the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis, and we'll definitely have the discussion. Senator Gittins, point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. I'm happy that the bill sponsor asked for proper discussion on this bill as it's truly needed. And I said I'm happy that he asked for that because based on the testimonies, I was almost ready to call for a motion to let's do away with this, because as I look at the testimonies from the Department of Education, who apparently asked for this measure to come forward, is now saying cannot support this legislation at this time. The Board of Education is saying we honor the spirit behind this bill, but we urge you to oppose it. The Virgin Islands Police Department and the Peace Officer Standard and Training Council says the same thing. Establishing a new Bureau of School Security may not be the most efficient or effective means to enhance school safety. I totally agree. And again, I agree that we should have this conversation, but I wanted to ask the commissioner, both commissioners, assistant commissioners, why the duplicative efforts and not have the prior discussion? We already know that there's established under Title III of the Virgin Islands Code, Section 257, or not 257, it's not 262, I believe it is, that there's already established within the Virgin Islands Police Department a Bureau of School Security. So in your discussions, why haven't you all seen this and worked to enhance that or transfer the duties and responsibilities from one department to the other, but why create a second one?
If I may, Mr. Chair, Victor Sum III, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Education. Senator Gittins, there has been a plethora of discussion when the original proposal was addressed. There was a change in leadership at both departments, but I want to assure you that there was discussion. The previous leadership of the police department did indeed support, exactly as you said, a transfer. And the proposal that was developed ultimately by the department did indeed suggest a transfer, not the creation of a new bureau, but the transfer. The original proposal by the Department of Education, which began in 2022, was much more extensive. It was not just only law enforcement, but as Madam Vice Chair from the Board of Education stated, our original proposal also included an emergency program manager who would supervise school psychologists and 4 family service specialists, 2 per district. So it wasn't only law enforcement as a part of our original proposal, but also an intervention prevention piece as a part of a school security bureau transferred to the Department of Education that would address the systematic issues that we see in our students that ultimately start in our communities and then erupt in our schools. So it wasn't just security, but also that wraparound component that was suggested in the department's original proposal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm going to go to Senator Carla Joseph. Colleagues, we're going to have a 4-minute round. Beginning with you, Senator Joseph. You're ready. Do you recognize? And Mr. Sum, can you give the short version of your answers so that you don't take up all 4 minutes of everybody's time? Okay,
I will.
Short version. Thanks.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to all of the testifiers. I do believe in prevention, and I do believe, more importantly, in intervention. So I want to ask you, Mr. Som, Acting Commissioner, as well first, how do you see us being able to address some of the behavioral issues we are currently experiencing so it does not escalate into what we have seen happen in other areas of this planet?
Thank you for your question, Senator Joseph. And in brevity, having been the director of the Synchro Alternative Education Program for 13 years, I would say that behavioral interventions, behavioral prevention need to start from pre-K.
Okay.
If we're going to have alternative education programs, it should actually start from elementary because that's when we see the behaviors beginning to develop.
I agree with you. I have seen it and I know it myself. Now, Ms. Emanuela Perez Casillas, you know, we are here as social scientists and we know how those issues are addressed. And I really listened intently to your testimony and you built a great cause and case for one of my legislation, which will offer counseling for our young people, whether they have behavioral issues or not. And that's a chaplain piece of legislation. This is a program that's implemented in most of the southern states, in some of the southern states. And so they provide counseling, grief counseling, intervention. What have you seen as far, you mentioned that there is a number of individual integrated support system and proactive safety planning is needed. And you mentioned restorative justice. Do you, the board, have any plans of putting together a restorative justice plan?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Senator, for that question. Emanuela Perez, Vice Chair of the Virgin Islands Board of Education. The board is currently in the process.
Continue, Ms.
Hear me?
Continue.
Oh, yes, the board is currently in the process of
your answer
updating
powerful.
our disciplinary policy that includes levels of social justice and restorative justice inside of there, including frameworks that would allow a level of student involvement in addressing disciplinary concerns all the way up to the top to address infractions, as they go. So yes, that is absolutely the direction the board is going to. But most important, Senator, we want to make sure that the Senate understands that we're trying to make a plea for a connection between life safety and facilities and the level of bureaucracy that we want to put in place or avoid putting in place, and ensuring that these things fall underneath the right bureau or division of the Department of Education versus creating a new.
30 seconds.
Time run out. Thank you. Because what you're talking about is what we implemented at Youth Build. The students were part of the policy making. They were part of the disciplinary meetings we had with students. And in those disciplinary meetings, when the students were there present, we were able to help transform the lives of students who were touched by the judicial system and have major behavioral problems. Major behavioral problems.
Time.
And I would say, Mr. Chairman, I'm just going to wrap up if you would allow me.
Wrap up. Go ahead.
That those students, we had a chaplain, we had people who were counseling as a chaplain there, and they were some of the counselors. So I just want to say that what you have the framework to do, you could always reach out to me. I could help and give you some of the meat to add to that. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Maurice James, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for the Department of Education. What types of programs do you have now regularly practiced in terms of conflict resolution, mediation, any type of those programs that you have? Can you tell me and how they're operating and how effective they are?
Good afternoon, Senator James Victor Sum III, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Education. Each school has various programs that deal with maladaptive behaviors, whether it's programs like Strengthen Families, which is a holistic program for students, parents, and educators, whether it's intensive counseling programs, small group, or one-on-one. So each school has its various programs to deal with maladaptive behaviors evidenced by students.
When you say maladaptive, tell me what you're talking about.
We're talking about...
You're using the word maladaptive. Exactly what are you speaking about when you say maladaptive?
Those are the highest risk for behaviors. Those are behaviors that are exemplified in the board's student disciplinary policy, levels 3 and 4, that could result in the maximum amount of time for suspension, as well as recommendations for expulsion from school.
So I wasn't really speaking about that level, because I strongly believe that when you change behavior when you start with simple conduct that doesn't even, I mean, the word maladaptive, I don't even like that word. So when I was talking about conflict resolution, I'm talking about maybe even a sandbox kindergarten dispute. How are those handled all the way up to, you know, in the 1990s, I remember there was a movement towards mediation and conflict resolutions because two boys playing in a sandbox over toys is no different from two countries.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
Presidents fighting over who owns territory. You realize that, right? So the difference is that if those little boys don't learn, or little girls, I'm not going to be gender specific, then as they become adults, they then learn and they become presidents of countries, they don't learn how to resolve disputes. So I don't want us to focus on maladaptive, but more on how do we resolve disputes that may originate. So there's no program on conflict resolution, because you talk about strengthening families and a lot of maladaptive this and that. Conflict resolution, just in schools. Or do you leave that up to the individual teacher who may not be trained in mediation or conflict resolution
30
to
seconds.
resolve those little disputes that happen in kindergarten? And I'm going to focus on kindergarten because that's where it all starts.
All schools
Do you have any program like that?
Yes, ma'am. All schools have the PBS program, Positive Behavioral Supports. Your example not only speaks to it being resolved in the classroom, but certainly, if need be, if it escalates,
Time.
Involving school guidance counselors. But all schools in the territory have implemented a positive behavioral supports program, PBIS.
PBIS?
Yes.
That's what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I think I heard my time is up. But I just want us to shift the focus from enforcement to restorative behavior, practices that we're now seeing displayed, from those practices that we're seeing displayed in the social media at the levels of countries. We just need to, as a community, find a way to become a community of more peaceful resolution of problems than focusing on in law enforcement. I just don't see us, see a school as a place where war exists. Let me just put it that way. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Francis, point of information.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I wanted to ask Ms. Casillas, in respect to the board's policy, I wanted to ask her what policies have the board enacted to address disciplinary issues that support school safety?
Senator, good afternoon. Emanuela Perez, Virgin Islands Board of Education. We have policies, as we've testified, to the bullying intervention and prevention remediation, the school discipline policy, the school-based comprehensive emergency response plan and drill policy, the student dress code, distant learning, and home education all have language in there that helps address various aspects to discipline.
Thank you. Before I go to the next, Senator, the school system is presently dealing with students who have deep-rooted issues as a result of severe trauma. This ain't a little simple stuff. And there are solutions, but these are students with deep-rooted issues. Students who have lost a sibling, who have lost a parent to gun violence. I mean, you could go on and on. You know, so I do wholeheartedly agree with the need for psychologists and social workers in schools, especially from a very young age. But I don't want anybody to dismiss that these are simple issues we're dealing with in school. These are students who are going through trauma every single day, who have no normalcy at home, who are being raised in an environment that is just not amenable to anything normal. And we have to come up with some solutions as to how we're going to be able to move forward. Because a lot of the behavior that you're seeing coming directly from the environment they're living in and what they're seeing on a regular basis. So the bigger issue really is how we're going to fix out here. That's the real big issue. But we will get to that, hopefully. Senator Kennedy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and well said. For various reasons, I don't support the measure. One, as I reviewed the bill, I saw duplicative law enforcement functions. I saw the fragmentation of command and oversight, confusing oversight for school monitors, even restrictive hiring practices or requirements for school resource officers. But chiefly, I've always expressed to many of you my chief reason for not wanting to see this implemented. Number one, this is a learning environment, academic learning environment. And I told you from the time I was in junior high school, I think that was like the first time I really saw police on the campus like that. And I don't believe in making an academic atmosphere, turning it into a police state. I don't like the appearance, and I think it sends the wrong message. And in someone's statement, I think, who brought the concern? I think it was the Peace Officer Standard Training Council, I believe, was the one that spoke to the potentially criminalizing student behavior that should be addressed through educational and counseling channels. And that's exactly what we're going to put our children up against as well. Yes, I know times are different, but what we need to do is put our foot down, just like we do in our households, in some of our households, that is. Because even in a single parent home with a mother alone, you have some of the straightest arrows. But then you still have those, I mean, you can lead the horse to the trough, but can't make them drink. But we have to do what we have to do. And Education Commissioner, what I'm saying from the top down is every man need to hold every student and everybody on that campus accountable for their behavior. It ain't just the police. But the one thing that I don't want you all to lose is the loss of your investigative flexibility under the fruit of what we call the fruit of the poisonous tree doctrine. You have a tool right now that you can continue to use on your campus, that if you were to grant your personnel peace officer status, that you would not be able to use anymore. For instance, I'm going to try to break it down so you could understand. If Lil Johnny walk up to monitor
30
A
seconds.
and says, Joe Blow, I saw Joe Blow with a gun on the bus stop this morning. May I, Mr. Chair?
Finish.
That
Go
he
ahead.
saw Joe Blow with a gun this morning and he brought it to school. That monitor can come to you as the administrator and say, listen, this is what little Johnny told me. You all have all access to go and search that student's person, search his locker, search his desk, whatever it is he have. And if you find that weapon, you could then call in the police department and charges will and could be levied. Flip it around now. You grant your monitors this peace officer status and little Johnny walk up and do the same thing and tell the officer, the school resource officer, that Joe Blow brought a gun to school. I saw him put it in his locker. The officer can go and search that locker and that student is able to be charged. You have just thrown your whole investigative flexibility out the door once you do that. And I always said to you all, don't do that. Don't do that to yourselves. I mean, you're putting up your finger. I don't know if you want to say something, but the chair could let you do that on his time, but I'm just saying to you that that is one of the reasons why that I do not support this bill, because I think that you guys have the flexibility. As a matter of fact, how the chair and I became friends was me working in the Youth Investigation Bureau, him being an assistant principal at the time. I think he had just became assistant principal, and we were able to work things together, even getting parents who would not come to school when the school is calling them. That's parental neglect. And after a while, especially those who we know that we had problems with, I oftentimes tell him as the assistant principal, I say, you know what, start copying us on those. And if you can't get a parent to come in 3 times, I go in for a warrant. Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Gaten. The only thing I wanted to point out was that the bill has more than one level. It has a portion that maintains a level of monitors, and then they have a level with a school resource officer. It keeps the monitors with some additional. Senator.
Yeah, yes, and I did see that. And again, that's the point. I didn't want to really go there because, I mean, I don't think that the bill would move anyway, but in section 1104, I think it was, of the bill, that's the
school monitors
fragmentation and confusion that I spoke about, because it moves all the monitors, even the regular monitors, under the chief and deputy chief of the Bureau of School Security. But then still says that the monitors, instead of listening to the chief, go report to the principal. And that's, I see that as creating some form of command confusion there. So I did see that and note that, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Mason or Mr. Williams, you wanted to put something on the record?
Yeah, good afternoon. Irvin Mason, Director of Disaster Plan and School Security. As the senator said, that we're not getting rid of the monitors. We'll still have the monitors to do the search and whatever they have to do. And then if they find something, then law enforcement, peace officer will take over. But when you move the monitors under the bureau, they won't report to the principal, they report to the bureau. So the principal would not be in charge of the monitors. Because what we find out, when it comes to security-wise, and you have a principal in charge of the monitors, Principal are not about security. Principal is there to teach. You know, so we need people who have law enforcement background, security background to deal with it. So we will not be moving the monitors. They'll be moving to under the bureau.
Okay, so you're just giving an explanation of the bill?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just want to put on the record. And you said principals are there to teach. I disagree with that. Totally.
Yeah.
The first element in getting students to be able to learn is creating a safe environment for learning. And creating a safe environment for learning is way more than just classroom supervision. It's the rules and regs that run the school on a regular basis from the time the students walk through that gate, that they clearly understand exactly what their responsibilities are during the school day. Mr. Williams, you wanted to say something?
Good afternoon. Ivan Williams, School Safety Manager for St. Thomas, St. John District. I just wanted to say that Senator Gittins, that's exactly how that gun was found at Idarakan School with the example that you just gave. So I don't know where the peace officer status comes in for school monitors, but that loaded weapon that they found out at Idarakan in May, that's exactly how it was found. Someone said they seen the weapon, they were able to go and do the search.
Okay, I'm going to move on. It got to be short, very short, because we want to get to the other senator.
So to the Mr. Mason, you read the bill before you?
Yes, sir.
So 1104 speaks to school monitors, right? Yeah. A speaks to what a school monitor means. B speaks that the school monitors will be assigned specifically to the Bureau of School Security, which is headed by a chief and deputy chief. But at the same time, C says that the school monitors shall be supervised by the school's principal. So whether or not you feel that the principal knows anything about security and whatnot, the bill is saying something else. But I'm going to leave it because I don't think that the bill will move today. It definitely needs some work. But I'm just showing you that that's why you guys have to read these documents. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Gittins. There's so much issues when it comes to monitors that I think everything is trying to be infused, or everybody's opinion is being infused. The school off, the bill creates a school office, a bureau under Department of Education. And they hire certain people in that. But then it keeps the monitors without the monitors becoming school resource officers. They say in the exact same position. According to the reading that I read, I mean, I don't believe in the police in the school, but it doesn't make the school monitors school resource officers. Nor is there any portion of the bill, I've been looking again, that speaks to hazardous pay. That's a next issue. There is a section in here with hazardous pay? Okay, I will go to that particular section. So let me read while I read the last portion there. Senator Avery Lewis. What section?
I missed that part.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. Again, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. St. Thomas and Croix. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. Good afternoon, Virgin Islands. I will not sit here today and say that I oppose or I in favor, because there's some things that we weigh out. Some people talk about a fiscal side of it, and I look at the reality. Many times I've said, not just to the colleagues in here, but even previous colleagues of people, that with a lot of the things that are going on around the world, I cringe when I hear these school shootings, because I ain't St. Thomas, and my son is away. And I never want a phone call. And I think it's been said here over and under today. I think all of us have established that school must be a safe haven. But I go a different route from everybody here today. I say that, first, let me say thank you to all individuals who make school run day in, day out. Whether it's from the custodian, to the bus driver, to the crossing guard, to the teacher in the classroom, the assistant principal, the principal, superintendents, whomever, everybody that have a part to play. I think that the bill, I understand the intent and where it's going, but there's some other factors in there that we don't see on a day-to-day basis. When children start school in elementary, a pattern is formed. Teachers is like the first point of contact, and those reporting. Even when I was a classroom teacher, I used to say, we have to start taking this information seriously. Teachers would report things to the office, report things to the counselors, and a lot of times nothing happened. And then we see the problem escalating in a child behavior. And we're quick to say, this one just rude. But there's other underlying issues.
1 minute, 30
stemming
seconds.
from home, stemming from all kind of different things in the community. And they bring it in the schools. So I had a whole host of questions there. But I'm going to sit down and deliberate in my head the best way forward on this one. Because being a former, still once you're an educator, I was an educator. Being in that classroom, I understand the difficulties and the challenges that goes on in the Department of Education. We could hire a school resources officer. They're going to be everywhere at all times. Same thing with the monitors. Same thing with the teachers. Same thing with police. And the first thing anything happened, I heard them say, well, where the teacher was. These children will find a way to do what they want to do when they want to do it. But it's our job to apply the resources where it's much needed. So at the appropriate time, I'll make my informed decision. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. Senator Blader, you recognize.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon again to my colleagues, and good afternoon, testifiers. And I really respect and appreciate all of your testimonies, different perspectives, different insight. But I must say, I really appreciated the testimony of the Vice Chair, Ms. Perez Casillas. I really appreciate your testimony. I mean, with all that was said today, we speaking to preventative measures, we speaking to intervention, social work, counseling, conflict resolution, anger management, life counseling, life coaching, but at the same time, coming from the police department, talking about training of monitors, from Department of Education, training of monitors, mentors, auxiliary officers, program officers, etc. Good discussion. But we have a bigger problem, a very large problem in the territory, and it's getting worse every day in respect to behavior and our young people and what they're dealing with. And many of them have many different challenges, and me being in the housing space over 20 years, I've seen it all. And I kind of have an understanding of exactly what they're dealing with. And I must say that many times, if we do have a police force present in a school, it's going to cause other issues with the students. Even with the regular police force, it's a matter of trust also when it comes to our people, period, and that's a fact. I ain't the one that says it, that's just a fact of life. And I must say, even many students, when they're in the classroom, when they come to school, they don't come to learn, they're hungry, they just come to eat food. There's a lot of social issues. I see it every day and I have discussions with those individuals. So it's a larger and a broader problem in our territory. And that's why I really appreciate Ms. Perez's testimony, because she hit the nail on the head in respect to what needs to be done in terms of the different programs that need to be implemented in terms of, she spoke to that we need to protect and empower our children, and also assure that we give them a high mark in terms of
1 minute, 30
aspiration,
seconds.
and create some initiatives to assist them in whatever they're dealing with, to include mental health support, community engagement, restorative practices, and transform education in terms of how we deal with the students and how they learn. Because, I mean, it's a fact that we all have challenges, yes. We all have different experiences. We all have different challenges as we grow up from being a youth. And some can deal with it and some cannot. And I believe it is high time that we really, really have discussions with all of the different professionals, all of the different departments, and see how we can really work with our young people. Because I'm glad I'm not young at this time, because they have some serious stuff they go through on a daily basis, to include bullying, cyberbullying, and everything else in between. Facebook, Instagram,
30 seconds.
you name it. And I'm glad I'm going through it right now, because, I mean, I have a strong personality and I have my own mind, but at the same time, I know it's difficult for them. You know, and I know it's very difficult for them. But I must say, it's a very, I want to thank the sponsor for bringing the bill forward. It's aggressive. It's trying to accomplish a certain outcome, but at the same time, it has to be a balanced approach.
Time.
And I can't vote. I'm not on this committee, but I just want to have say my 2 cents in respect to the bill. And I believe that we have a bigger issue which comes to behavior and our children and the way we raise them. And it starts from the elementary school, because they're getting worse and worse every day. And parents have a big role to play, because many parents are just as bad. And that's the biggest problem I see when it comes to our kids' behavior. Mr. Chair, I want to thank you for the time, and I'm not going to abuse my time. Thank you so much. Thank you, Testifier, for your response, for your testimony.
And thank you for putting that on the record. Before I go to the next senator, I just want to say, I was once in charge of a school that had a class for emotionally disturbed students. Okay, that was one of the class I was host at the school, and it was the only class for that particular grade level, junior high school. The class had about 7 students in it. And one day I just went to the class and kind of had a discussion with the students and the teacher. And 5 out of the 7 had lost a sibling or a parent. Nothing was wrong with the students academically, but they were all severely traumatized. And the one that experienced the most trauma, mom had ended up murdering the father. So when you look at the incidents that these students are dealing with, you know, it takes a level of deep counseling. That component that's missing. We had 18 murders this year, 18 thus far. How many of those individuals that were murdered have children, have a household? What counseling was provided? All of these is outside education. You know, that should be automatic. We tried to bring that up years ago for human services to have a counseling component as soon as somebody get into one of these incidents, that you have counseling for both part of the family. If you catch the person who did it, the family need counseling. The person that died, that family need counseling. Because a lot of the issues are going to continue because it's deep-rooted. And we say we go for police in every corner, but if we don't change the psyche, you know, you're still going to have these issues taking place. Point of information, and then we're going to Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Assistant Commissioner Soames, I know in schools we have level 1, level 2, levels of infractions, right?
Yes, sir.
How do we currently dispose of them when they happen?
So under the student disciplinary policy, as you indicated, there are different levels of infraction from minor to major, from level 1 to level 4. In the policy not only lists the types of infractions, but it also gives you the response to the infractions. So for example, if someone is plagiarizing, which is a level 1 or 2 offense, some of the responses may be after school detention, parental conference. Most of the responses at level 3 and 4, which are the most serious responses, which are the most serious infractions, require parental involvement or parental conferences, parental notification, and in many cases, the option for the administrator, the school administrator, to suspend.
Okay. And when the incidents happen outside of a classroom and a monitor is involved, how is that dealt with?
The same policy applies school-wide.
School-wide. So that goes to the administrator or to the superintendent?
No, it's dealt at the school level. The superintendent only deals with if it's a level 4 infraction and the school administrator recommends expulsion, then that is handled at the superintendent's level.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. Senator DeGraff, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present. You know, I heard a lot of information now, June 17, 2025. I know my colleague, when he write bills, he research them for years and come up with an idea. I support the intent of what the bill is trying to do, but I don't support it going forward because I think it sends a wrong message to our community. Because, you know, I wonder how many SROs we have in private schools and parochial schools, schools that go right through from K to 12. They don't have any. You know, so we've seen it in our public school, we've seen our society as a whole come up with problems. We could find all the answers and disagree with a bill that coming up now in 2025. These problems been existing for the last 100 years. You know, so it's, do we take a leap and try something different? Or do we say, hey, let's band together now. Now is the time to do it. Because regardless of what we do, it's our job to be the ones to think for the younger generation and setting it up forward. But I think I think education and law enforcement are two far different worlds. And I say that because I was a police. You know, I've been a special operations unit. We had our purpose. Police have their purpose. But when you take and you try to educate somebody, but they're rude and they're disrespectful and you beat them down, that's all they know. You can't get into the head and educate them with words anymore. And I think that's what's missing with our society as a whole. So this is a societal issue. That's why when people graduate from school, they're going to leave. Because they're seeing what society doing. They're looking at how our society treating our seniors. You know, say, hey, why are you going to be here and ain't got no road going forward down the road for me? So it's the best thing this bill has done, though, has provoked conversation. And I'm glad we didn't look to kill it before we let the conversations come out. But when I hear the opposition
1 minute, 30
I also
seconds.
want to hear, we could talk about the counseling and the different things, but again, we look at our societies, we look at our housing communities where, hey, if you don't live in one, you ain't going in it. Ain't none I ain't gonna drive to a housing community, anyone, because I don't live in them. Because you ain't been law enforcement who gonna drive to a housing community regardless of what, because we've been law enforcement, we understand the structure. But so these are things that we got to address now. And we could keep, like they say, kicking the can down the road, but we got to remember, private schools and parochial schools don't have no SRO officers. Why is that? They know better than nobody else. They know better than public school students, but we accept it. And we're going to flood our schools with police and stuff, and eventually they're going to have batons, and eventually everybody's going to have a gun, and hey, if somebody tell me, hey, I'm going to shoot them because I don't like what they say. So let's not send the wrong message because we here facing problems. We have a problem. You know, we could together try fix it. I could say, hey, I'm the expert because I'm law enforcement, but that's not so. We're dealing with a different generation of people, our young generation. And When they're doing good, we back them to a point. When they're doing bad, we turn our back or lead the police deal with them. So I would just say, let's not go down the road of doing that. And just in closing, do we really monitor the individuals who we've caught with guns, who are fighting in the school? If I may wrap up, Mr. Chair. The individual who we caught with guns, who are fighting in schools, who are part of gangs and stuff, do we have any kind of documentation to show where we have brought them through the other side, where they're doing good now, or on a different track? Or is it, we find you with a gun, we lock you up, forget about you? Do we have that kind of information here on any student, not by name or so, but statistics-wise, we caught X amount of students with a gun, we did so and so. Now we still want to make sure that students are educated and given an alternative rather than jail. Do we have that?
Yes, we do, sir. We track student behavior on our student data information management system, which is called Power School. We also work with the Department of Human Services. Human Services normally assigns a social worker, depending upon the type of offense the child may engage in, and even in alternative education programs for the level 4 behaviors, level 4 infractions, those children have an opportunity to transition back to their regular setting, their regular educational setting, once they've met the milestones that have been established by that program.
Okay, so then could we get through the chair, get that information? We redact names and so, but we need statistics as to how many and does it exist to see if that's the angle to actually be pushing more and try to get ahead of it. So I would like to have that information through the chair. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
You have the number of level 4 infractions, right?
Yes.
Level 4 infractions that led to a proposed expulsion?
I have the number of level 3 and 4 infractions for 23-24 school year and 24-25 school year, but I haven't, the analysis doesn't include expulsions.
Can you put those numbers on the record?
In the St. Thomas St. John district for school year 23-24, there were 238 level 3 and level 4 infractions. And in the 24-25 school year, that number went up to 328 level 3 and level 4 infractions for an increase of 90. In the St. Croix School District, in the 23-24 school year, there were 288 level 3 and level 4 infractions. In the 24-25 school year, that number went down to 246, which is a decrease of 42.
Okay, thank you. Senator Johnson, I'll come back around. Senator Johnson, you recognize.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's a definitely good conversation to have here, and I can say without a doubt, I was raised in the Mali Project from 1969 to 1979. And in those 10 years, I can't ever recall, and maybe my mind just slipping, but I just can't, hearing a gunshot in the project. Today, I don't think you could ask one of those children that grew up in a project if they haven't heard gunshots, not just a shot. So we're dealing with a total different frame of mind of children that has just, I don't even have the answer, but I appreciate what the board say about needing more counseling. And that is something we know for a fact we don't have enough of. Even if we're supposed to go to a peace officer status, it's not going to change these infractions that you're incurring. I think these infractions are going to even get worse as time go by. And I understand the peace officer status with the hazardous duty, but there's a lot more to discuss in this measure when it comes to the payment, how the payment is going to be structured. Because some of you guys as school monitor might be making more money right now as you stand here than if you go into the law enforcement status, because you won't start off with that salary that you have. I can remember working for the Bureau of Correction. I had 10 years in the agency, and I wanted to transfer over to the marshal. And they said to me, you're going to start off with our starting salary. You're going to get credit for your time of service in GRS. But you're going to start off with our starting salary, which would have cost me to lose some $6,000-7,000. So there's a lot to be discussed here, and I'm glad that the discussion come to hand. Not because a measure come today, it must go forward. There's some work I think needs to be done. A lot of discussion needs to be had. When I sit here and I listen, the public safety don't support the measure. Education don't support the measure. The board don't support the measure.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
Post don't support the measure. Tells me that we have a lot of work to do with it. Doesn't mean that it's dead in the water. But what I would like to ask Post, if the Bureau is created, how will Post oversee or accredit its training regimen, given that school officers will fall under Department of Education and not VIPD?
Executive Director McIntosh. Well, once the officers or the applicants complete the training, they then go back to the prospective agency. So in reference to what you're asking, VIPD won't have any control over those peace officers or those auxiliaries if the bill is supposed to go forward.
Right. And discussion that
30
peace officer
seconds.
status. If I may wrap up, Mr. Chair, I think I'm going to run out.
Yes, go ahead.
When you got peace officer status, what a lot of folks don't understand, and I learn very easily and fast. As a peace officer, when you leave this job that you're doing now in the school, your duties don't finish. I can remember my very good friend, Generic, being a peace officer, seeing a fight going on, didn't take part in it, individual got stabbed. Correction, just get a peace officer status, you know. So when the individual reached the court, start testifying and saying, oh, we got stabbed. He said, Your Honor, Officer Benjamin see me get stabbed, he helped me. Judge said, excuse me? Repeat what you just said again. Officer Benjamin see the fight and he didn't get involved and help. Who's Officer Benjamin? Works to the Bureau of Correction. They put the court in recess. Put the court in recess. Contact the Bureau, say if Officer Benjamin there to work. Then he come to the court. When he came to the court, he sitting in the court. As innocent as he was, thinking, well, me ain't nothing to do with that fight. Your peace officer status, you have everything to do with that fight. You have everything to do with that crime that take place. You have every single thing. I want you all to understand what you're asking. I want you to really understand this. And when the judge started questioning Officer Benjamin, he said, Your Honor, I really didn't understand. That's what my status was. She said, I'm going to give you a slide today, you know, by telling you, I can charge you right now with the same charges young man is here under for assaulting this person with a weapon. So I want you all to understand what you're asking for when you ask for peace officer status. When you leave education department, you will be held to the same status like any other peace officer. You got a fight on the street, you got to take part. Your job ain't done. Any problem happen out there when it comes to the law being violated, you are required to take part. And I will close with asking Post to correct me for where I'm wrong. Mr. McIntosh, please, put in what part I wrong, please. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Post.
Executive Director McIntosh, you're absolutely right, Senator Frankie Johnson.
Okay, thank you so much. Bill Sponsor, Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I want to say thank you so much for the varied conversation that's been had here this afternoon. No love lost whatsoever. Mission accomplished. Goal achieved. Nothing more than anything else I wanted is for us to be able to have this robust discussion about safety and security in our schools. Again, it's the largest population of an institution that represent a gathering, and they need the necessary protection. So I welcome all of the discussion that we've been having here today, and I must say, a lot of the discussion and recommendations is things that don't require legislation. We talk about the money, and I believe that, again, when we talk about what is the cost of life for our students. We have Law Enforcement Planning Commission that has the Edward Burns grant. They have the Juvenile and Delinquency Justice grant. We had CARES money, over $200 million that were provided to this community for CARES money, again, post-pandemic, to prepare us for some of those psychological issues and counseling that we're talking about today. That's still a void. I wanted to ensure that we having this hard conversation about how do we move forward, because I've gotten the calls from the Commissioner of Education. I've read the headlines. I've seen the newspaper. I've responded to school. I had 5 years as a responsibility of heading the School Security Bureau. I don't have all the answers, but I truly hope that this whole conversation will spark some solution-driven policies moving forward. How do we protect our monitors? How do we address the issues of our monitors? We have just said that we don't want to send, again, police officers in our schools, which means that our monitors will continue to be at the forefront, the front line of providing security and safety to the school. Anything happen at that school, again, we want to hold the monitors responsible for it. How are we going to ensure that they get proper training? Make sure that they have the resources to do their job. Making sure that they're compensated for putting their life at risk. A lot of these school shootings, if you go back and read of these school shootings, individuals that have been expelled from the schools are the one that comes back into the school environment. How do we protect the students, the teachers, the faculty of these schools? This is not just about the students, this is about the whole school environment. One situation creates conflict and chaos. If we think that the bill is conflict and chaos, one situation will create conflict and chaos. Because then you have a student that don't want to go back to school. It creates another psychological issue that confronting us. And yes, we have a tremendous amount of our students that's subjected to trauma, severe, deep-rooted trauma. I provided legislation, and I'll tell you, I was at the forefront of speaking about breaking the school-to-prison pipeline. I was rhetorical about that for the last 5 terms. I've moved legislation that talks about truancy. I bring tough legislation, because I want to make sure that I'm doing my due diligence. This one wasn't taken out of a hat. We modified what was recommended to us because we wanted to make sure that it has some type of a discussion piece. The police department talks about the School Security Bureau and the expense that it'll cost. But I was hoping that there'll be some consideration, Mr. Chair, if I may just wrap up, that there'll be a left seat, right seat discussion about how they could, move into the responsibility of the schools. In no way did this legislation propose to replace our school monitors, but the opportunities where they were able to cross-train or go back to the academy and certainly step it up, there is opportunities there for them to be able to do that as well. We have some young, robust monitors that, again, they're at the forefront of this, and how do we really take care of them and make sure that they're protected. But the school environment, I'm leaving here today, and I know that this bill will be held in committee, and again, I did the bandwidth. I saw the chain, the email chains going back and forth about all of the issues that's confronted us. And again, mission accomplished. Let's have the discussion about how do we address the school environment. Our teachers, our students, our faculty and staff, how do we provide a level of protection for them? So as a former law enforcement officer, my heart is filled today, because this bill have done exactly what I wanted it to do. Have that thought-provoking discussion about what's happening in our schools and how do we work collectively to address it. Mission accomplished. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Francis. And we had the opportunity to discuss the bill fully, and some good recommendations were made on the record. The key now is what's next. You know, we do have good recommendations in terms of knowing what we need in the school. Well, how are we actually going to achieve that? And we know that there is a need for social workers in some of these schools. I mean, we could pinpoint the schools that need it the most. We know there's a need for psychologists in some of the schools. We could pinpoint the schools that need it the most. And we can't continue to utilize a cookie cutter approach to schools where you're trying to make every school look the same. Some schools just come with a lot more issues because of the population that they're solving. And you got to make sure that you're able to address those schools. I must say, though, that one of the issues that we need to work on is leadership in the schools. Administrators who are going to enforce rules and regulations on a regular basis. A lot of monitors are disconnected from the administration because when they try to enforce rules and regs, they're given a pat on the back from an administrator. Fix your clothes, stop cursing. So the monitor is being the bad person, and then the administration is saying, just go back to class, tell him sorry. So the student could tell the monitor, F you, tell a teacher, F you. And instead of you saying you're going home today, and maybe some other days, in order to drive home the point that that is not appropriate behavior, a lot of times they'll be given a pat on the back, apologize to the monitor. And then the students come in and they're saying sorry and laughing at the same time because they know that they have just won. When I debated this bill, and I debated it as to which side I was going to go on, support or not support. 9 out of 10 times I would support the sponsor of the bill. And I read it this time, and I was a little back and forth because even individuals in my office was telling me, I think it's the right thing. And we had a debate back and forth yesterday. And then I went home, and I thought about my experience. And I thought about being transferred to Arthur Richards Junior High School in 2011. And in 2010, Arthur Richards Junior High School had school resource officers. And they had the most fights in the district. They had a 50% retention rate among 7th graders, the most fights. And I was transferred to that school. And when I was transferred, they transferred the school resource officers from Arthur Richards to Complex. My good superintendent friend. When I was at Complex, I had no school resource officers. They were at Arthur Richards, but the transfer made. And went down there and met a very good staff and empowered the staff and empowered the monitors. And in no time, fights were reduced and the retention rate went up in no time. So it shows you that there's not necessarily a need for school resource officers to change a school, but there's a need for structure. And a lot of administrators now want to be friends. They want to be the student friend. Me and my staff here, I know her from 7th grade. The 7th grade one time for friend until 12. I warred with her in reference to what I want her to accomplish because I knew her potential. Now we're friends. Now we're friends. Now we have an excellent relationship. My clerk. Now we're friends. I wouldn't even tell you that story because it would shock everybody. And don't tell anybody the story. But leadership, that strong leadership is an issue. And I come from a generation of Rogers and Mr. Steele and Terrence Joseph and Lorraine Gibbs. Individuals who ran their school and who made sure that students coming in did what they're supposed to do. Now students have on headphones, earplug, sandals, shirt out walking like they're in sunny house. So the first mistake you have made is that you're not creating a school environment. When they come to school, they need to know to come to school. not listening to everything else plugging here. They need to come to school with a bag on the back, their books and their program that they got to go to class. But we're scared to make the hard decisions. And with school, school becomes a parent. There's a Latin term, parenta is something. There's a Latin term. You cannot try to imagine that the public school system, which is free to every student and must accept every student, that you're going to have the same population as a private or parochial school where the parents paying for them to go. So the payment literally forces them to behave because don't waste my money. But you're dealing with a population, sometimes that don't have parents. Mom walk in the street, father locked up, abusive home. So we got to look as to what are the ramifications? What do we do? Because some of them you can't even send home. I wanted to send home a student one day because he did a lot of stuff. I couldn't even send him home because home was worse. So I know if I send him home, I would send him home to abuse, and he would come back worse after 4 days. But we need to deal with those situations. And there is a need, when you call that school resource officer to come in, that the student begin to tremble. And I am with this. West Girl, who's a very outspoken social platform, social media, well, what do they call them? Influencers? Influencers. Put up a picture of a police officer that probably worked with the sponsor, and my colleague from Frederick said, Anita Christian. She put a picture up of Anita Christian, and she asked a question, who knows this person? And you saw all the comments start to roll. Oh my God, I was scared of her. When you call Anita, she was going to come in and she was going to handle you. And all of the comments were positive in her approach. But Anita Christian approach, if you try it now, you're going to hear the whole everybody screaming and saying, oh, you can't do this, you can't do that. We have lost our values and we're scared to go back to what worked. When you call them, they're supposed to tremble because they know that is bad behavior. And when you call Anita Christian, she didn't ask much question. She just taking what the principal tells her, and she's going to deal with it accordingly. But how do you empower administrators to become that type of leader? All of the training that the police commissioner has in this, so for managers, that's the training we need to start with the administrators. The escalation techniques, all of that. They need to learn that. Because if we don't, we're going to have issues. And I'm telling everyone to hear my voice, the worst student wants structure. The bad man wants structure. The bad man respects structure. They don't respect you when you let them do what they want. They're just begging for structure. And if we create structure in these schools, you automatically decrease your issues by 60, 70%, automatically. You know, positive behavior, PBIS, all kind of thing. Structure. You're coming in, do what you're supposed to do. That is what needs to be done. But colleagues, I'm going to give the sponsor a point, and then we are going to let you close out, and we are going to go to the next bill. Okay, so we'll give a little levity to the sponsor. You'll have you next. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just really wanted to ask Mr. Mason, or maybe even Kevin Dowdy over in St. Croix, what was the requisite training that's required for our school monitors at this time?
Irvin Mason, Director of Disaster Planning and School Security. All our monitors go to de-escalation training, riot control, active shooter training, employee relationship training. We do a lot of training in the Department of Health. Also, we got policy and procedure, disability training, mass violence, So we give the monitors a whole lot of plethora of training that the monitors receive. Every time we have PD days, we have training for the monitors. And every year at the end of school, we have a retreat. We're bringing different agencies, even from away, to provide training to all the monitors. But one of the issues, we provide training to the monitors, and Senator Viale talked about the administration. They don't show up. We invite them to the training. So when the monitors get the training and they go back to school to implement the training, the administration tell them, well, that's not how we do it. But that's not how the monitor learn. So we're trying to encourage the administration, when we do PD training to monitors, to attend the training so they could see exactly what type of training we offer to the monitors.
Thank you.
But the administration, like Senator Viale said, a monitor take a student to the office for the infraction, and he leave. That same student come out laughing at the monitor, stick up your finger at the monitor. So why you expect the monitor to do something? So we need to, the administration need to be more sturdier with the students and the discipline policies of the students, because
now, somebody just texted me and they said, Vela, the administrators need to empower themselves. Which is an interesting angle, and it's true. Because if you're an administrator, you shouldn't be waiting for the superintendent to tell you that you need to do X, Y, and Z. You should know that you need to empower yourself. Now, I'll give you one recommendation. You guys continue to do training for the monitors with individuals from America that don't know nothing about our children, how to deal with our children. So you continue to import in people.
Local. Local. We have
I have
VIP.
seen training on St. Croix where you have brought in a number of individuals on the mainland.
We do. But a lot of our training is based with the IPD, corrections. We'll say like the specialized training, like the active shooter training, sometimes we have to bring in.
What you need to do, you need to ask key officers who should conduct the training for monitors. I used to utilize individuals who are under the leadership of these individuals who I know understood the street, weren't scared of the street, understand all the techniques as to how to restrain students. I can't have somebody coming to be a trainer who, if something is happening, they're moving in the next direction. So just look at who you're bringing to train, that's one, and then look at who you're hiring. The department hire individuals and send them to a school. I had to select my own monitors. You can't send a monitor to me. It gotta be somebody that I know is compatible to my style, somebody who I know isn't scared of the street, but is in the street. But now it's just a free-for-all. Hiring anybody, and some of the individuals that are being hired, they're not equipped to be a monitor, and they will never be equipped to be a monitor, and they don't understand the street. So, last point, we're going to close out, and we're going to the last bill. Senator Gittins, we allow him to.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Quickly, I wanted to ask earlier, because again, this discussion is good, because safety and well-being of our students, faculty, and staff, of course, is important. But the earlier we had the school construction and maintenance bureau here, and we asked about the camera systems. So since we're talking safety and security, what's the status of that $1.9 million that was passed for that surveillance cameras that Monditos had? We know that after they got in the problems and whatnot, they pulled out. I think it was September 2024. What's the status of those cameras that was sent to us?
Reverend Mason, again, Director of Schools, Disaster Plan and School Security. Those monitors, we still have them in the Department of Education. There's in the warehouse in St. Croix. Federal Access has them. We just signed a contract with NetWave to install the cameras at St. Croix. So that process is going through. We got a contract, the contract is there, so I already started that process on St. Croix, installing the cameras and St. Croix.
So these camera systems will be in place for the upcoming school year?
For the upcoming school year.
Okay, because from last 24 September,
there
was
cameras,
nothing, and the public didn't even get an update.
The cameras will be in place for the public.
Okay, and quickly, I sat here and I just made a few notes, and I'm sitting here and I'm wondering, like, okay, how many SROs are assigned to our parochial and private schools? None. Right? And they're doing it, and that's why I said we need to change our mindset. And just like people aren't trusting just like people ain't trusting the police, they ain't trusting some of the monitors and whatnot. We have to really change our mindset and these things that we're doing. Remember, I always talk about the 5 Ps again. So do our children know the reporting mechanisms right now if they were to see people selling drugs on the campus or a sexual assault takes place, especially after what took place already here?
Yes, they do, Senator. Every student and parent should attend orientation at the beginning of the school year where that information is provided.
And the Safety and Security Director and Manager, how are you involved in the design and build of the new schools now? And I ask that because, again, we're talking safety and security. And what I'm noticing is, I was at CAHS some time ago and I saw that 9th grade academy. I see how many windows are there, glass. And then I saw what's the word we were trying to find? That the rendering of the school that they want to build in St. John. And I noticed, again, full of glass. I'm wondering, with all the law enforcement training that's taking place and even training the school monitors and whatnot, how would they handle an active shooter incident with this? The question would be, though, are you guys involved in the design phase of our schools?
Yes, I am. I've been to a couple of meetings and a couple, especially when it comes to security. I'm sitting on a couple of meetings, how we should have it, how the cameras, how the doors.
And you've expressed your concerns of all this glass?
Always, yep.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. I'm going to give you 30 seconds to close. Get a million texts. And somebody said, even with cameras, if you don't have strong administrators that are going to enforce the rules and regs, it's going to just be a slap on the wrist. So at some point, administrators need to empower themselves and follow the rules and regulations to make sure that the school is run the way it's supposed to. So 30 seconds, Mr. Sum, and then Mr. McIntosh, and then we go to St. Croix. We end out.
Good afternoon, Senators. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to testify in this bill. I'd like to thank the sponsor for his boldness in bringing this bill forward. One of the things I've noticed, and I want to make sure that this is widely understood, when we have SROs in schools, whether it's Officer Osborne at Central or other officers throughout the St. Croix district and certainly in the St. Thomas district, they build a relationship with students. They build positive relationships and the community to foster trust and open communications. And for that, I want to thank the Virgin Islands Police Department. And again, thank you for the opportunity to testify at this hearing.
Thank you so much. Mr. McIntosh?
Yes, good afternoon once again. I would like to say thank you to Chairman VLA, committee members, bill sponsor, Novel Francis, for allowing me to provide testimony on this bill. I support the efforts behind the bill, but I believe the Department of Education and the Virgin Islands Police Department need to, engage in further dialogue and collaboration of how to develop a clear and unified approach to the safety of our students and the staff of our schools. So thank you once again.
Thank you so much, Mr. Assistant Commissioner Santos.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you, and also to the members of the 36th Legislature to give us the opportunity to testify on this matter today. And we appreciate the chance to share our perspective as to how to best ensure the safety of our schools and our community. Thank you.
Ms. Perez-Cassias.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Winona Hendricks. Thank you so much, Senator VLA. Thank you so much, Senator VLA and all the other committee members for allowing us to discuss this bill. It shares with us our societal problems and how those problems are affecting the safety of our students and other staff members on campus and the quality of the education that we provide. We think that we need to hold everyone accountable for policy implementation, rules and regs at schools. We need to hold everyone accountable for proper training for our staff, our monitors, and all the other persons who serve our students. And we also need to work with and coordinate with our law enforcement personnel to make sure that everyone respects the best that we have for the Virgin Islands. There is SEL, and it means social emotional learning. And when you talk about that, you're talking about how to take our children and have them understand what respect means, what confidence means, kindness to each other means, and being responsible for all of our actions. Our vice chair will conclude with the sentiments of the rest of our board members. Thank you.
It was really a 30-second close.
So I'm just going to take my last 10 seconds, Senator, graciously, please.
Yes, 10
and tell
seconds.
and state anything we put our focus and attention to and funding thrives. And so with the support systems and the proactive safety planning, we believe that we can effectively address school safety concerns together.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dowdy.
Yes, thank you, Kurt Viale, Senator Kurt Viale, giving us the opportunity to come and discuss on this bill. But, a couple of things I would like to say. Try not to keep it too long. I just want the people to understand that the monitors, them do have a voice. And we are the front line in every school, in the morning, in the afternoon, and even after school. Something Senator Frankie Johnson said earlier, that, about the peace officer status, that after school, the peace officer status still stand. But as a monitor, once you walk in our shoes, after school, they still see we as monitors. Regardless what happened in school or we dealt with a child and so forth, they see we as monitors outside the school, and they do approach us, And then the other senator in St. Thomas, I can't remember his name, but you're comparing private and public, and that's two different. And because with the private school, you mess up, they pull you out. And when they pull you out, you know where they go? To the public school, to us. So as a monitor duty, right, is very straining and hazardous to us. But we work along with the kids then, because we know some of the situation with the kids then, what they go through at home or what they go through at school, the internet and so forth. But there's so many to talk about, and I know time is limited, so I just want to say thank you. Just want to bring that up across the board.
Thank you so much for putting that on the record, and we'll see how we can have a further discussion with the monitors to include monitors from St. Thomas. I just want to close out before we get a motion. Rules and regs, enforcement costs $0. It doesn't cost any money. It is administrators empowering and working with their staff to include all various levels that are working at the school, from teachers to paras to monitors to custodians. You just gotta enforce. You gotta enforce the rules and regs. That's what our children are lacking. Years ago, a child couldn't just curse. Some adult was going to tell him, "Hey, hold it down." Now they're passing older adults and they're just riddling bad word because we have just accepted that as a norm. But do I hear a motion? Let's go. We could talk about this all day. Motion.
I thought you didn't hear me, sir. Thank you. Mr. Chair and colleagues, I move that Bill number 36, that's 0049, an act establishing the Bureau of School Security within the Virgin Islands Department of Education be held in this committee for further work and vetting, and at the call of the chair, I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Senator Gittins, seconded by Senator Joseph, Senator Johnson, DeGraff. Roll call, quickly.
Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Senator Maurice C. James.
Yes.
Senator James Yeh. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Franklin D.
Yes.
Johnson. Senator Johnson Yeh. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph Yeh. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis Yeh. Senator Kurt A. Viale.
Yes.
Senator Viale Yeh. Mr. Chair, you have 7 yeas.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 36-0049, an act establishing the Bureau of School Security within the Virgin Islands Department of Education, will be held in the Committee on Education and Workforce Development at the call of the chair. We will take a 2-minute recess. We have the other testifiers coming to the well for the next bill.
Good afternoon. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development is back on the record. Madam Clerk, could you read the last portion of today's agenda, please?
Certainly. Bill number 36-0064, an act amending Title 33, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 111, Section 3100I, aligning the disbursement and spending limitation of funds allotted to public schools from the Education Initiative Fund with the realities of academic planning, ensuring that funds are used to maximize student success. Sponsor, Honorable Senator Kurt Violet. Invited testifier, Honorable Deanne Wells Hendrickson, PhD, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Education, and Julio Reimer, Director, Office of Management and Budget. This concludes the reading of the section.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Who speaks to this bill?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Go right ahead, Senator Vele.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I speak to Bill number 36-0064, which is an act amending Title 33 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 111, Section 3100I, aligning the disbursement and spending limitation of funds allotted to public schools and the Education Initiative funds with the realities of academic planning, ensuring that funds are used to maximize student success. This bill was a result of a hearing that we held earlier this year in which we were trying to find out as to whether or not the schools had received their disbursement for the Education Initiative Fund. For the time I was an administrator, there have always been an issue with late disbursement of this particular fund. What happened is that this fund, according to law, has a time period in which the fund must be spent and reported for. So if a school receives $50,000 and they receive those monies in June, it is hard for the school administrator to spend those monies by that September 30th deadline. If the monies are not spent, it is deducted from your next disbursement. So if you spend $20,000 and you have a $30,000 balance, your next disbursement is only going to be $30,000. Okay, so it doesn't go over to the next year. So what it was doing, it was forcing administrators to quickly spend the monies, to spend it by September 30th, and then they would not sometimes receive a next check until January or February, and they would go that period of time without having any monies that they could utilize for the school. So what this is doing is to not force the administrators to spend it just because they must spend it by a deadline, but to really utilize a fund for those areas that they need to improve, and hoping that giving them this flexibility would allow them to have access to funds for the entire year. Because a lot of the issues that schools are facing can be solved by this fund. Your cafeteria needs some filters, you have money to purchase a filter. You have a basic plumbing leak and you need something to fix that leak, you don't have to wait for maintenance to go and purchase that. You could purchase a part yourself and have maintenance fix it. So it allows a lot of flexibility. You know, colleagues, when I started to fix this particular area, and my researcher was doing the research, we realized that there were two sections in the code that address the Education Initiative Fund. There was Title 33 VI Code, subsection 3100I, and there was also Title 33 VI Code, subsection 3093. The language was almost the same. With some variants, you could tell that one was updated, but then the one section had more of the rules and regs and the reporting. So we decided that since we were bringing this bill, let's go ahead and clean that section up. So we repealed the one section and we cleaned up the next section and now offering that as an amendment in the nature of a substitute. Why? Because we changed quite a bit of language and we add some areas. One area that we added was that we also found out that those individuals who are coaching our children on a regular basis, all of the various athletic teams, softball, baseball, and other sporting areas, those individuals who are non-AFT members did not receive pay. So all the AFT members received their coaching stipend because there was a funding source for those individuals. there wasn't a funding source for the non-AFT members. So despite the fact that they were approved by the Department of Education, there's not a funding source for them to be able to pay this amount. So we included an amount in this particular bill and found out that the amount that we included isn't really enough. So we're going to have to go back and look at it and see how we are going to amend that area to make sure that we're able to pay the non-AFT coaches. A lot of the other areas are literally administrative. It's areas that we included to tighten up the reporting of the funds. We are going to more than likely make some additional changes in the Committee of Rules because the OMB director have made some suggestions for quarterly reporting to OMB and Finance. And the idea really is that individuals who are utilizing this particular fund, we don't want the school to not receive monies because lack of reporting or misspending the fund. They're supposed to turn in a report every single month to the accountant. We have monies in or the chief accountant for each district. We have monies in there to make sure that is funded. And we're also going to add in 1 or 2 more mechanisms to make sure that there would be no school that is going to lose these funds as a result of not reporting. The language in here is clear also. If a school failed to submit the report or failed to account for the monies that were given to them, Department of Education have the right to cut that funding off. Okay, either cut it off and some type of disciplinary action because we don't expect the fund to go back to that particular school. Right now, the department posture has been that if a school has issues with the IMPRES account, they take the IMPRES account. I think the Department of Education probably have a couple schools IMPRES account that they run and they manage. And we don't want that to continue to occur. We want to make sure that the school have the flexibility because that is just an added assignment for the Department of Education that already have enough to do. You shouldn't have to go to the Department of Education for a check for $40 or $50 because you failed to report for how you spent those funds the year before. So it's an amendment in the nature of a substitute. There's a lot of language there, colleagues, but a lot of the language there was already in the code. But it's easier to amend it to all the various changes we had by just doing an amendment in the nature of a substitute. We do have a red line version that could tell you what was out, what is in, and what has been moved. And we could give you a copy of that if you need it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Vele. And I must say, the one thing I thank the sponsor for when we did our school tours. Each school, specifically, he interviewed each principal and gathered their input. And I called him. I said, Senator Vele, you took the input of these print administrators into consideration. He said yes, and I read it myself. And, you know, we had a back and forth. Him and the commissioner spoke at length as well, and I really commend him for that. So it wasn't just a Senator Vele bill. It was a group effort. Senator Vele, you're recognized.
The bill was sent.
Please recognize Senator Vele.
The bill was sent to the commissioner for the commissioner perusal, and the commissioner submitted recommended changes. Those recommended changes were included, but now we're hearing that there's some additional changes. And those areas that I felt needed to be updated or added in, I called the commissioner first and did non-AFD. That's where we got the figure from. So the discussion was with the Commissioner of Education to make sure that this bill does not contain anything that in any way would harm the department or cause the department not to be able to be accountable for the spending of the Education Initiative Fund. But this is to provide schools with flexibility, colleagues.
Yes. Thank you. I think we only have one testifier giving testimony today. So we're going to start with it. Saying your name and your position and the department you represent today on the record, starting from my left, your right, starting with Director Reimer.
Julia Reimer, Office of Management and Budget, Director.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Victor Sum III, Assistant Commissioner of Education.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hastina Harris. Deputy Commissioner, Fiscal and Admin Services.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Stefan here again, Superintendent of Schools, St. Thomas St. John School District.
Good afternoon, Dr. Jorgen. All right, Mr. Soames, if you're ready, you may proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon, the Honorable Avery L. Lewis, Acting Committee Chair. The bill sponsor, the Honorable Kurt A. Vialet, other members of this committee, and my fellow Virgin Islanders. On behalf of the Honorable Dion Wells Hendrington, Commissioner of Education, I am Victor Sum III, Assistant Commissioner of Education. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. It is a privilege to discuss Bill number 36006, the Virgin Islands Education Initiative Fund. Present with me are members of the Commissioner's Leadership Team, Deputy Commissioner Asina Harris for Fiscal and Administrative Services, the St. Thomas St. John Insular Superintendent, Dr. Stephen Jorgen, and there are other key employees, most notably the Deputy Commissioner for Curriculum and Instruction, Dr. Renee Charleswell, who are also standing by and available should their support or input be required. The position and rationale of the Department of Education with respect to the Education Initiative Fund is as follows. The availability of the Impress Fund in the Virgin Islands schools provides immediate access to essential financial resources, allowing principals and school administrators to respond swiftly to operational needs without delays associated with central procurement processes. This fund supports minor but critical expenditures such as classroom supplies, emergency repairs, or student activity costs, enhancing the day-to-day functioning of schools and ensuring a smoother learning environment. By empowering schools with greater financial autonomy and flexibility, the Impress Fund promotes efficiency, accountability, and timely decision-making, ultimately contributing to better support for students and staff. The current statute's fiscal year-end deadline limits schools' ability to implement strategic, well-considered plans. In many cases, funds are not released until late March, leaving only a short window before the fiscal year concludes. This results in a detrimental spend it or lose it situation. By allowing funds to remain available until expended, the proposed bill would promote year-round educational planning, enhance the effective use of resources, and reduce waste caused by hasty spending. Eliminating the risk of losing unspent funds would also ensure schools have access to resources during the summer months for preparation and provide critical startup funding at the beginning of each school year to address operational needs before the issuance of new allotments. To ensure funds are used appropriately and in line with educational priorities, the Commissioner recommends that the legislature incorporate a statutory framework for permissible and restricted expenditures as proposed in the streamlined revisions to Title 33. Explicitly prohibited expenses include entertainment, raffles, donations, travel, and vehicle purchases. Caps on expenditures include administrative supplies and equipment limited to $8,000 per year, which is a 56% increase from the existing $3,500. Service expenditures should not exceed $5,000 per vendor and should collectively account for no more than 50% of the school's total allocation. This is an increase from the previous limit of $2,500. And lastly, in addition, a cap of $1,500 needs to be added to the allowable expenses for student celebrations to include honor roll, positive behavior, and proficiency on standardized testing. During the department's review of the audit findings, it became evident that the law must include unambiguous language to prevent auditors from having to rely on personal interpretation. We recommend explicitly stating the expectations to ensure consistency and compliance. We define personnel services as those services provided by non-employees with specialized skills, consultants, tutors, IT services, for example, under independent contractor agreements. Importantly, personnel services specifically excludes employee salaries, wages, and benefits, as well as payment for goods or materials and travel expenses, which are considered a separate allowable cost. Emergency spending protocols include purchases over $500 that occur without prior approval, but must be disclosed at the next school-based management team meeting. Administrative expenses must ensure compliance and effective financial management. Up to $500,000 from the fund may be allocated annually to support administrative expenses per school district. These expenses include funding for one financial control officer per school district and accountants at each school. Administrative expenses refer to the costs associated with the management and operation of the school district's administrative functions. These expenses include, but are not limited to, salaries and benefits for district-level administrative and financial staff, specifically including the financial control officer per district and accountants at each school, as well as other administrative support personnel. Office supplies, software, hardware, and other technology necessary for administrative tasks, communication costs such as telephone and internet for administrative offices, professional development for administrative and financial staff, data processing costs related to student information and financial management systems, other necessary operating expenses for the district's administrative offices. Additional recommended amendments for stronger oversight and equity. We propose the following additions to strengthen implementation. The department will initiate a process by formally requesting the necessary funds and prepare documentation that outlines how these funds should be distributed, noting that 1, monies in the fund shall be dispersed by the Commissioner of Finance into an Impress Fund checking account pursuant to the following formula. The Office of Management and Budget disperses the fund no later than November 15th of each fiscal year. 2, a base allocation formula of $50,000 and $15,000 per public school and public adult education facility, respectively. For every enrolled student over 500, as determined by the Fall School Population Report of the Office of Planning, Research, and Technology, the Department of Education, each public school and public adult education facility shall receive an additional sum of $15 per student. The Fall Population Report shall be submitted no later than October 1 of each fiscal year. The funds should be released within 30 days after the report is submitted. 3, each fiscal year, the superintendent must be allocated the sum of $75,000 from the fund to manage district-related academics and social-emotional programs. 4, each fiscal year, the Commissioner of Education shall be allocated the sum of $125,000 from the fund to pay non-American Federation of Teachers, or AFT, coach stipends for athletic programs. 5, each fiscal year, the sum of $75,000 shall be allocated from the fund to the Department of Education for the purpose of covering administrative costs incurred in the operation of the fund to retain 1 accountant per school district. 6, at the end of the fiscal year, all remaining funds will remain with each school to be used for enhancing classroom instruction and resources and for student support and intervention. These uses include, but are not limited to, the acquisition of textbooks, software, and related educational resources. 7, mandated annual audit conducted by the Office of the Virgin Islands Inspector General. And 8, the Department of Finance handles the financial disbursement of the funds, which includes processing payments to schools. To further strengthen oversight and accountability, principals must provide monthly financial reports
Point of order, Senator. What rule has been violated?
Well, you know, he is reading a testimony based on an amendment that isn't before us. The bill is what's before us, the original bill. So his testimony goes based, right. So again, for him to be testifying on an amendment that ain't even a part of anything as yet, it hasn't been put into the bill, so it hasn't been attached to it. So for him to be addressing that,
No, the amendment is in the nature of a substitute.
Right, but again,
And
it's...
just full transparency, the bill was shared with the commissioner, a long discussion was had, and the commissioner made recommendations for the bill. And that is why an amendment in the nature of a substitute has been circulated to everybody. So I didn't want Department of Education to just come here and testify about just extending the funds and not testify about the other areas in order to give justification as to why they were amended in the nature of a substitute.
They jump in the gun, they can't do it.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, there's nothing that violates the department from being able to testify on their recommendations once the sponsor of the bill have reduced their recommendations to writing in the nature of a substitute.
So what do we question them on?
And their recommendations and what is included in the bill.
No, right. We have a bill that reads one way, and you have an amendment to the bill.
Correct.
Right, in the nature of a substitute. Right. So until that's official, until we vote that in up or down.
No, because anybody could bring an amendment in the nature of a substitute. And I could have bring the amendment in the nature of a substitute without any discussion, which would be unfair. We could have brought the department to just testify and extending it, and then bring the amendment in the nature of a substitute, but it's unfair for you not to receive the testimony. So decided that the testimony needed to be heard. Let's call legal counsel.
Yeah, let's get legal counsel.
Tell Ayala.
Ayala was just here.
Let's recess for 2 minutes. Yeah.
We jump in the gun. No, but again, in formalities, it can be done. They're doing a testimony and a bill where it's totally irrelevant at this point. But it's irrelevant, and it's irrelevant right now because we have the bill.
The Committee of Education and Workforce Development is back on the record. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your concern to legal counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to legal counsel, the testimony from the Department of Education is that thereof before us regarding a amendment in the nature of a substitute. The elements of the amendment in the nature of a substitute were being read as the testimony. So I was asking for a point of order in regards to, is that testimony relevant to the bill at hand that doesn't mention those elements?
Through the chair to Senator DeGraff, you have to let me know what rule is being violated. I don't know any. If you tell me which rule, these are your rules. So you have to tell me which rule is being violated, then I can tell you whether or not you,
since we don't want to have to go and now find a rule book to go through that, I will just, I won't concede, but I will just allow for the meet to continue, Mr. Chair. I don't have an issue with it now.
Okay, thank you, Senator DeGraff. But believe me, there's no rule that is being violated. Any senator could offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute. And the process that we're utilizing allows for senators to get the direct feedback on the recommendations of the commissioner than to bring it and you don't have an explanation before you. So there were some substantive change, and that is why the amendment in the nature of the substitute, this is what is going to become the bill by the time it goes to rule, the amendment in the nature of a substitute. This will become bill number, 36-0064. So as I move on, this is what is going to become the bill. But you may proceed and finish your testimony, Mr. Sum.
I neglected to mention that the Insular Superintendent for the District of St. Croix is on the Senate floor in the chambers on St. Croix. To further strengthen oversight and accountability, principals must provide monthly financial reports detailing expenditures to the Commissioner of Education and to the District Superintendent, along with required receipts and documentation. An annual financial report prepared by the Department of Education will summarize fiscal activities submitted to the Department of Finance. The Department of Finance will review and provide feedback to Education before submitting it to the Governor's Office and to this body. The Virgin Islands Inspector General shall conduct annual audits of each imprest fund checking account and shall issue a report of its findings to the Governor and the Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Violations. All individuals subject to this policy must comply fully with the laws. Any suspected or confirmed violation of the law will be taken seriously and may result in disciplinary measures or referral to the appropriate regulatory or law enforcement agency. The department reserves a right to investigate all alleged violations, and individuals are required to cooperate fully during such investigations. Where applicable, remedial steps will be implemented to prevent reoccurrence and ensure future compliance, including written warning, suspension, and dismissal. If a school administrator overspends or violates the law, the school must reimburse the funds or be subject to reduced allocations going forward. Anticipated benefits. The combined effect of the bill and the proposed amendments will empower school leaders to make proactive and transparent financial decisions, improve procurement planning, leading to better pricing and educational value, increase stakeholder trust in how public education funds are utilized, enhance support for instructional quality, intervention services, and resource acquisition. Fiscal impact. This legislation does not require new appropriations. In fact, by eliminating unnecessary lapses and improving accountability, it may generate long-term savings and maximize the return on educational investments. Reinvesting residual funds in instructional quality and student support services will yield measurable gains in academic outcomes. And in conclusion, Bill number 36.0064 represents a pragmatic, student-focused reform that eliminates arbitrary spending limitations while promoting responsible fiscal management. By establishing clearly defined expenditure categories and safeguards, this legislation grants schools the flexibility necessary to plan effectively while maintaining strong accountability and alignment with educational priorities. I respectfully encourage the committee to approve this bill along with the recommended amendments. I remain available to assist the legislative team in refining the language and supporting implementation efforts. Thank you for your continued dedication to advancing public education in the Virgin Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Sam, for your testimony. Colleagues, we're going to go directly to a round of questioning. 3 minutes. Carla Joseph, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I've had a little bit of an opportunity to review the bill in question, which was very simplified compared to what we have here as an amendment in the nature of a substitute. So I wanted to ask you, Assistant Commissioner Soam, have you had an opportunity to read this amendment in the nature of substitute? Have you had an opportunity to properly analyze it? And is it your representation today that you are in support of it? Because it repeals one portion that dealt with, let me see. Yeah, Title 33, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 11, Section 3100I is repealed. The whole thing is repealed, and this would have placed and established the Virgin Islands Education Fund, and the fund will consist of all sums appropriated thereto by the legislature of the Virgin Islands in the annual budget of the Department of Education. So that means all donations or gifts and bequests. So I'm just wondering if you've had a chance, an opportunity to totally analyze this, and does this amendment in the nature of a substitute, and is it your representation as the representative of the Department of Education that you are in support of this more substantive
1 minute
amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Thank you, Senator Victor Soam, the third Assistant Commissioner of Education. I have not had an opportunity to see the amendment. However, I believe that Commissioner Wells-Hendrington and her team, to include our internal auditor, have seen it. What I have seen was the current statute 33 VIC section 3093, which we discussed with the financial team, DC Harris, as well as our business director and assistant director, and our internal auditor.
30 seconds.
It also goes on in E, any sum remaining in the impress fund checking account. This is the item that is going to be repealed. Any item, any sum remaining in the impress fund checking account at the end of the fiscal year shall be returned to the Virgin Islands Education Initiative Fund for redistribution in the next fiscal year.
Time.
So I just wanted to make sure that we had an opportunity to get your most relevant and informed feedback on this amendment in the nature of a substitute, because we were just handed it, I would say, 30 minutes ago. Less than 30 minutes ago. So I think my time has been called, and I want to just thank you for your presentation today. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. My time was called.
Mr. Chairman, if I may respond.
Yes, you may.
The department fully supports the amendment. We support the amendment because we understand clearly how, if funds are not expended by the end of the fiscal year, it truly leaves schools in a lurch. Schools depend on this funding for startup purposes for the upcoming school year. If a school is doing a summer program, they may depend on this program to fund various elements of the summer program. This is a lifeline for schools to be able to use this funding until expended and not have to wait or not be held hostage by an expiration date. So the department is in full support of this.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sum. I'll next go to Senator Maurice James. If I go there, the amendment is Department of Education recommendation, with the exception of the non-AFT, which I called the commissioner to get her agreement as to whether or not she wanted to include it in the bill. So there's nothing here that wasn't discussed with the commissioner. There's a quick point of information, and I'm trying to speed it up a little bit because we...
Yeah, no, I agree, Mr. Chair, but it's just, like, again, my colleague mentioned, I would have repealed 93 versus 3100I. 3100I says all funds. And in all funds, then you doing 35%, you're giving up 65% of your funds when you repeal it. And then you could add in all these other things that you wanted to add in. But I think we're repealing the one that says all funds, which is B of 3100I. 3100IB, it says the all funds. So I think that's where it's one thing that I've seen right off the bat that I would agree on giving the Department of Education all the funds.
No, let me clarify.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
3100I says the fund shall consist of all sums appropriated thereto by the legislature. The original legislation says the fund shall consist of 35% of the proceeds derived from the games under each contract between the Virgin Islands Lottery and a private contractor of lottery games. The original fund had to do with lottery receipts. We don't put a particular appropriation in the budget when we send it for passage. We don't put that. We don't put X amount for this school, that school. It is 35%, and that is how it's compiled. But the issue with the code was that there were two sections of the codes that dealt with the same fund. And to include the establishment of the fund. And the one section was the original, the next one was the new one, and one didn't have in all the components. So these monies come from lottery. So it needs to be included that the monies are from lottery. And that's why this particular bill says the 35%. And it says donations in the amendment. It also says donation bequest. It says everything there. But let me go to Senator James. Senator James, you're recognized.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, quickly, I want to say that this Father's Day weekend went well when Our Time Basketball and Positive Guidance VI and the Alliance Youth Group Father's Day Basketball Tournament, in which Our Time squad picked up a huge win this weekend. So I want to congratulate Positive Guidance on winning the tournament. Congratulations to the head coach and founder, Mr. Gonzalez, for your continued guidance and support to the young athletes of the Virgin Islands, especially since we were talking about our young children in the previous block. First of all, I want to say to my colleagues that this bill is sound. The Office of the Inspector General for the last 13 years has been saying that both these sections, 3093 and 3100I, needed to be merged. So I applaud the sponsor for doing that now, because there was a lot of misinterpretation and a lack of consistency between them. I also want to point out to my colleagues, I know that I am a fast reader. I know that. My chief of staff just told me that. So, because I had already seen and I was hoping that AC Sum would point out that his testimony actually has the words that you see in this bill, if you just look at the section on administrative expenses, the bill captures the recommendations from the Department of Education, where the other page that talks about additional recommended amendments, they're all captured in this bill. I think this bill will serve. 1 minute? I have a minute? Yeah, I think that this bill will finally resolve all the issues that we've been hearing about with the spending of money by our principals. It will hold them accountable. It will provide the transparency that we need. I just had one question. So I fully support it. I
30
saw
seconds.
where it captured everything that was in what was submitted by the Department of Education. And I just had one question for the chair, the sponsor, which is when in section, and this is just to clean it up because I like this bill, section on page 4, where it says, they shall not use monies to purchase. It says to purchase, and then it goes through 1, 2, 3, 4.
Time.
When it gets to 5, it doesn't really flow. And I don't know in what situation would a delinquent prior obligation arise. And so that's just something that I think we can look at because it doesn't flow. Everything else, this is a great bill, and it will resolve Inspector General report from 2011, and it will. I got a text from a principal already that said this is a great bill, so I'm in full support. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Pull up the 39th Street. Thank you, Senator. That particular section, I'm looking, was in the original legislation. What it does, you don't want them to get the money and pay a prior obligation from 6 years ago and say that it's now owed, because that's going to become problematic in terms of financial reporting. It's like everything else. If OMB wants to pay a debt from last year or 2 years ago, they have to come before the body for authorization to pay that prior year obligation because it's not in the fiscal year. So after this is established for a year, you should have a pattern of reporting, and you should have a pattern of disbursement. And it's going through the levels. OMB have to give the okay, then it goes to finance. OMB getting the information from Department of Education. I mean, we're going to read it, and we're going to make sure that everything is aligned. The department, again, have made 1 or 2 new recommendations, and we're going to look at the whole thing and be able to come up with a tight bill that addresses all the concern. Senator Gittins, let me go. Okay, Senator Avery Lewis. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon again. Colleagues, good afternoon. Testifiers, good afternoon. Virgin Islands. Mr. Reimer, to the best of your knowledge, can you confirm the current disbursement schedule of education initiative funds to the schools? And explain to me why there's a delay between October allocation and March disbursement?
There's times where, as you know, during the fiscal year, which is a slow period from October to December, looking at funding. So therefore, the money is actually based on cash flow from Bank 2, whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
So sometimes if the money is not available, it's not dispersed.
Okay, so does that have anything to do with finance shutdown period as well?
Finance is only most likely closed 2 to 3 weeks.
2 to 3 weeks, okay.
Correct.
No, we'll debate on that, but we're going to do that one today. How does the current timeline, what we're proposing here today, align or conflict with the fiscal controls and your cash flow?
Well, I don't see any issues with the controls or fiscal issues. The number is basically, based on the information I'm looking at the bill, about 1.485 million.
Yeah.
And the distribution happened pretty quickly.
Real quick, again, Mr. Reimer, sorry, but, no, not sorry, but anyhow. Shifting to the language, available until expended, funded, does that create any compliance negligence challenges or anything?
So, Senator, once we put the controls in place, such as I requested, that we wanted quarterly reporting to OMB and Finance, it would put some compliance in there that we would actually look to see what's going on before it gets to the Inspector General a full year out. So we'll be reporting our findings back to the Department of Education on a quarterly basis.
I know in past years, they have created, each school had a accountant. And now you created the CFO in each agency. Does those,
1 minute.
Those accountants report to you, or they report to their CFO and their CFO report to you?
Currently, they report to their CFO, but based on the bill I'm looking at here, they're talking about a fiscal control officer. I think a better title would be a comptroller and an assistant comptroller for each school that all those accountants will report up to, instead of having all these accountants report to their CFO. Yeah. So then you'll have 2 reporting mechanisms per district, one in each district that will report directly to the CFO, and she has more control. So when she has to come to the Department of Finance and OMB to make... He or she.
30 seconds.
Not about her right now, but the point is, it puts better reporting and controls in place.
Good. Superintendent Jorgen.
Yes, sir.
Don't think you're the committed, and I actually one little thing, man. The current funding deadline of September 30th has affected your school administrators' ability to plan and execute academic initiatives. You being a former principal, you want to expound a little bit on that? Like, tell me what were some of the challenges, please?
Well, Senator, the schools are in need of the money, and if the money isn't there, it's tough to begin a school year without having funds. It's tough throughout the entire year if you don't have the funds available. Sometimes the funding comes really too late, and you have to spend all of it in a rush, because you want to make sure that you get the full allotment the following year.
Did you hear the, Mr. Chair, if I may wrap up, please? Did you hear the scenario that the bill sponsor gave about the allotment if you don't spend all?
Absolutely. And I hated it, because that 30,000 is deducted from the 50,000 that you knew you were going to get. And so the following year, you would get a check for 20,000. So it doesn't seem like you're getting the full amount.
Okay, so my last question to you would be, so you think with a longer spending horizon, would it encourage better vendor engagements and so forth?
I think that things would flow a lot better in the schools, because you would have more access to the funding for the entire year.
Okay. And again, Mr. Reimer, do you see the following, based on your recommendations and based on the recommendations from the commissioner, do you see tighter fiscal control, or we just going to have, every year we're going to have these people lapsing of funds?
Well, the funds will be available to expend it, so you'll have control. So by November 15th, my expectation, they'll already spent the money from the previous fiscal year when they receive the next set of funds.
All right, thank you very much for your responses. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your flexibility.
Thank you so much, Senator De Graaf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Also, I just thought that in the original bill, B, strike the language in subsection E and insert the following new language. All sums allotted in fiscal year shall remain available until expended. I figured that would have done it. So, OMB Director Reimer.
Yes, sir.
How much money has been added to this for Department of Finance?
In regards to?
In regards to the overall bill, the 125,000 for the non-education coaches and different things like that. That's an additional 125,000.
That's coming right out of the fund.
Right out of the fund. Okay.
Correct. So there's not an additional amount of, it's just additional coming out of the fund.
Okay.
So there's really money going into the fund from a perspective from the lottery at 35%, and it has more than enough to cover the 1.485 million based on the bill.
Good. Now, also, what was removed in the event that one school district receives a larger sum than the other under the above formula, the district receiving the smaller sum shall be awarded an additional sum so that each district receives equivalent sums. The additional sum received by the district shall be divided proportionately to the number of students in each school or facility. The St. Thomas St. John District does that shortchange them anyway, based on how the bill is written? Or since that was removed? Dr. Sumps? Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm going to defer to DC Harris on that.
The dynamics, Hasina Harris, Deputy Commissioner, yes, the dynamics in each school is different. So having the allocation or the amount set to be equal across each school, I
1 minute.
anticipate will be a bit problematic when considering removing the formula.
Okay, so that should be in it.
Correct.
Okay, so that was always removed, and that's what we were questioning in terms of, if we actually read it. Yeah, it was red line. That's a red line is the way it was taken out. That's why I say that's removed from the bill. I'm asking, does it need to be in or not?
30 seconds.
Based on the response, my understanding is you're saying it should be in, or was I wrong?
Can you repeat?
In the bill, I think it's on 3093, a red line section 2, in the event that one school district receives a larger sum. This is what was in the original bill that was repealed, that was removed. I'm reading the red line section that was removed, which I will tell you about. Receives a larger sum than, if I may wrap up, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Yes, in the event that one school district receives a larger sum than the other under the above formula, the district receiving the smaller sum shall be awarded an additional sum, so that each district receives equivalent sums. The additional sum received by the district shall be divided proportionately to the number of students in each school or facility. St. Thomas is the St. Thomas St. John district, getting, based on the formula up on the top, the 35%, I think it is, and the 50,000. Does the St. Thomas St. John district end up being shortchanged with repealing that, with removing that?
No.
Oh, okay. No, I mean, that's what I want to make sure. You're saying that will not be shortchanged.
Correct.
Okay, that's good. And then I know my time was called.
Yeah,
so.
and I'm trying to finish up because unfortunately we have a flight. But
all right, thank you, Mr. Chair.
The 35% is different. That was the original 35% of the lottery proceedings. The next section then have the 50,000 plus an additional $15 for every student. There was language after that said both districts have to get the same. That language was taken out because it's student-based. You're getting it based on your student population, so you don't need to equalize anything. If St. Thomas have more students, then they're going to receive more money because it's student-based. If St. Croix has more students, it's going to receive because it's student-based. So there's no need, we don't have the luxury of just cash, If we have some extra cash, then we allocate it for the non-EFT members. That is the explanation. Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just quickly, the school-based management teams, you have school-based management teams at each school?
Yes, we do, sir.
And who makes up the team?
A combination of people, a principal, definitely your teachers. Some I know have had parents on them. So it's a combination of people that sit on the school-based.
Yeah, but about how many, though, per school?
It may vary from school to school. I don't think there's a set number for a SIP team at a school.
So in a K through 8 school, all the teachers and the school-based team?
No.
Well, so then give me a ballpark figure. How many people are on the team?
5 to 8. About 5 to 8.
And how often are they meeting?
I would defer to the superintendent for a response to that.
They probably meet bi-weekly.
Bi-weekly?
Based on the number of students that have come up on the calendar that they need to be able to address.
Because I'm trying to see, I mean, even before I understand the bill and I fully support the bill, but I can't see, well, I guess I see because they were receiving the monies late is why there's this carryover or whatever the case may be. But if it's an emergency situation, I'm trying to see how they determine the emergency. And that's why I'm asking about the school-based team and how many people are there and how often are they meeting?
If I may, if it is an emergency, then the principal must act. It depends on what you define an emergency to be. Let's say it's a maintenance emergency, and the principal must act, then the principal must act. But then it behooves that principal at the next school-based meeting to inform the members of the team
1 minute.
that there was an emergency, the nature of the emergency, and how they acted.
So, you see, y'all look at me repeating myself all the time across this government. That we don't have a money problem, we got a money management problem. And whether it's at your level or whether it's at the higher level because you ain't receiving the monies on time, I mean, someplace somebody dropping the ball. And so what I just want to ensure is that going forward with this mechanism, you get your face like you're confused. If you get, because if your schools ain't getting the monies on time, why this bill come here now so that the monies could be used until expended? I mean, there's a problem. If a principal's supposed to get $50,000 to start the school year and you only getting the $50,000 coming close to the end of the school year, how you expect the principal to go spend half the $50,000 one time? So then you want people to get in trouble. That's what we're designing. If they're not going to give them the monies timely, so that they can do what they need to do. So I just want to know going forward. Just tell me how the department will monitor and report on the use of these funds.
The department will monitor the funds through the school accountants, through each district's financial control officer, and through the quarterly reports.
All right. Lastly, quickly, on page 7, you spoke to the proposed funding formula, which includes, I think, $15 per student for schools with over 500 students. How many schools we have here right now with over 500 students?
That would be all 4 high schools.
Lockhart.
I'm sorry?
Lockhart.
Lockhart School, Juanita Gardine, I'm sorry, not Juanita Gardine, Eulalie Rivera School.
Okay, and you guys is who came up with the $15 formula?
No, that was always there, sir.
Okay. And that's sufficient?
Superintendent?
No, it's not sufficient. It's been that way for.
So, okay, I understand it's been that way for, but I'm saying if we're making changes, I mean, should that remain the same $15 per student?
I actually suggested that it increase to $20 per student since it's been $15 as long as I've been here.
Okay,
so
that's what I want you to do. Help me understand. We're here to help you.
I'm here to help you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. Our next recommendation was made. We're going to have the conversation with the commissioner because we need concurrence from both districts. We're going to look at the fund balance. We're going to look at how much goes into that fund on an annual basis because I'm not going to propose anything and there's not sufficient fund. I don't want to provide any false hope. I want to be realistic. This is what it's going to get. I'll go quick to Senator Johnson. Well, the big issue was principals were hustling to spend money because we're going to run out. So let me see what I could spend it on so I don't run out and I could get my full disbursement for the next. So they end up spending it sometime on stuff that they didn't really need at the time, but because they want to spend it, and then October 1st hit and they don't get the money again until March. While if they held on to the money and they spent it only when they need it, then it would have been an issue. Additionally, the part of the emergency, we took out the school management team because if a principal have an emergency on a weekend, they need to be able to spend some money to fix it. So we can't micromanage it to that level because the micromanagement is the reporting and education, making sure that they submit what they're supposed to submit. Senator Johnson, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I do support this measure. I understand a good bit of it. Kind of being a part of assisting school and many times before this Empress Fund and trying to be compensated too. I also understand some of the school programs, after school programs with the softball team, different teams. My office has received many calls of folks not being paid on time, and sometimes the it overruns. So I can understand why this money needs to carry on over in case folks did not submit their documents in a timely manner. What I would like to ask the Education Department is, how will this bill impact small or underperforming schools differently than large or higher performing ones?
Superintendent?
Say that again, Senator.
How will the bill impact the small or underperforming school differently than the large, high-performing ones?
Well, I mean, the funding, Senator, is used for a variety of things and initiatives that you need in a school. So whether they're performing at a high rate or not, if the bell rings and a door in a school needs to be replaced, that's something that has to be done regardless of how students are performing. So it can't be performance-based.
Okay. I'm fine with this, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Senator Johnson. Again, we have the amendment in the nature of a substitute. We have some additional recommendations. This law goes back to 1995, I think our research had. So it's 30 years ago that they were getting $15 per student and the 50,000. Okay, so this is just updating. Now, when you see the additional monies, and after we're going to go to the amendment and the vote, after you're going to see some increase proposed for schools. But when this bill was passed in 1995, Charles Emmanuel, Elena Christian, Evelyn Williams, all of those schools were open. All of those schools are now closed. You could call a list of schools in St. Thomas that are literally closed. They were getting up 50,000. But the school down where you was at, Avery. Teacher. All of those schools were open. Those areas are now closed. So the amount of money that's being expended from that fund in 2025 versus 1995 has severely decreased because all of these education centers are closed. Secondly, the school population is really low. Back in 1995, just about every school had 500 and more. 1995 complex opening had 1,600 students. So we got 50,000 for as an initial allotment, and then there was a next 1,100 times 15 that had to come to complex because of the population. The population now is 900. High school is 1,000. There used to be 1,700. Eudora Ken is barely 600. There used to be 900. So when we look at the numbers, it gives us more flexibility to be able to adequately fund the schools so that when we're doing our walkthrough, no principal, nobody could be coming to us and saying they need filters for the kitchen and you have money in the school. Nobody could come to us and tell us they need some basic stuff and call in the superintendent for basic stuff when they have an impress account. And what former superintendents used to do is to tell the schools plain out, don't call me. You have an impress account, spend the impress account and get the school literally repaired, utilizing that. And now the big issue, as the senator said, we still need timely disbursement of all the funds. So we don't want it to be late. Okay, and that's why we want to put in a tight reporting period to submit all the information, the enrollment, and then we need the monies to be disbursed. And I know sometimes there are money issues or you cut here or there, but this fund allows schools to remain open. So we need to make sure that we fund it as much as possible. Motion, Senator Lewis. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I move amendment number 36-432 in the nature of a substitute to bill number 36-0064, and it reads as follows. Bill number 36-0064 is amended by striking the entire language and inserting the following language. Whereas school funds are allocated for schools in October to be expended by September, creating a restrictive spending window. Whereas these funds are not distributed to schools until March, significantly reducing the time available for effective planning and utilization of resources. Whereas the summer break beginning in June further shortens the time frame, leaving administrators with only a brief period to plan and utilize funds before the September deadline. Whereas when schools resume in August, administrators are left with just 1 month to spend remaining funds, often leading to rush or inefficient expenditures that do not align with long-term educational priorities. Whereas the current funding timeline limits schools' ability to make strategic investments in staffing, infrastructure, instructional materials, and student programs. Whereas any funds unexpected by the September deadline are returned to the Education Initiative Fund, reducing the total amount available for direct educational use. Whereas the requirement to return unspent funds result in schools expending less than their full allotment, thereby hindering their ability to implement critical programs, purchase necessary resources, and enhance student achievement. Whereas the failure to fully expend allocated funds may create a misleading perception that schools require less funding than is actually needed, potentially leading to reduced future appropriations and negatively impacting long-term educational planning. Whereas amending the law to make funds available until expended would provide schools with necessary flexibility needed to allocate resources, effectively ensuring that financial decisions are based on educational priorities rather than arbitrary spending deadlines. And whereas allowing funds to carry over beyond the fiscal year would minimize wasteful spending, improve financial and academic planning, and ensure that resources are fully utilized to maximize student success.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Gittens.
Mr. Chair and colleagues, I move that the balance of the reading be waived at this time. I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Senator Gittens, seconded by Senator Graff. Hearing no objection, so ordered.
I so move.
Second.
Thank you. Amendment in the nature of a substitute made by Senator Avery Lewis, seconded by Senator De Graaf. Roll call. Roll call on Bill number 36, that's 0064, as amended.
Senator Dwayne M. De Graaf.
Yes.
Senator De Graaf, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Yes. Senator Gittens, yea. Senator Maurice C. James.
Yes.
Senator James, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yes.
Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Yes. Senator Lewis, yea. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Yes. Senator Viale, yea. Mr. Chair, you have 7 yeas.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 36, that's 0064, and Act amending Title 33, Virgin Islands School, Chapter 111, Section 3100I, aligning the disbursement and spending limitation of funds allotted to public schools from the Education Initiative Fund with the realities of academic planning, ensuring that funds are used to maximize student success, as amended, will be sent to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. Colleagues, I want to thank you for today. We had a long day, but we were able to accomplish all of our goals that we set out for today. I think the department have said more than enough on the bill. So at this point, the Committee of Education and Workforce Development is adjourned.